Hey, welcome back to this course on Django with React. This is actually a premium course and you're getting it completely for free. If you're planning to become a full stack developer using Django and React, this course is for you. I personally hate theory only lectures. Whatever I learn by doing. And in this course, you will learn exactly the same way, the practical way. What are we building? In this course, we are going to build a real-world portal application, the kind of web app you would actually deliver to clients or use in real businesses. Now, you might ask, what is a portal? A portal is a dashboard-based web application where users can register, log in, view personalized content, and interact with the dynamic data. Just like the admin panels or member areas you see in SaaS products or internal company tools. That's what you will build using one of the top tech stack combination, Django and React. Okay, what you will learn? First, I'll teach you the essential React concepts, not that 40-hour React theory. I'll teach you just exactly what you need to build a powerful front-end apps fast. Once you're comfortable with React, we'll start building the portal. By connecting it to Django REST framework, create protected APIs, set up JWT token authentication, handle authorization with the interceptors, and even use global state to manage user sessions across the app. So you will learn how to structure a Django plus React full stack app, how to build a secure login registration system with the tokens, how to create and call REST APIs from React, how to protect your endpoints, and how to build a modern dynamic dashboards. When you look at this dashboard, you'll ask me why this dashboard has no content. You see, the dashboard you'll build in this course is fully functional, but we won't add data like stock reports or predictions which are powered by machine learning. Why? Because those advanced features involve machine learning, which is a part of my premium full course where we build and connect an actual machine learning model that predicts the stock price movements. But don't worry, even without machine learning, this portal will be fully functional, complete with authentication, routing, protected pages, and a production-ready front end. You know what? In real projects, many client dashboards don't have machine learning. They show internal data, orders, profiles, and some other business-related data. So what you're building here is fully transferable to your real freelancing projects or job projects. Or if you're a business owner, you can use this portal for your backend too. What you should know before starting this course. This course is beginner friendly, but you should have a basic knowledge of Django REST framework. If you're totally new to DRF, I've already covered that in another crash course. You'll find the link in the I button or in the description. You can watch that first and then come back here. By the end of this course, you'll have a production-ready Django plus React portal you can customize for clients or your own products. So bookmark this video so you can easily find it tomorrow. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and if you face any issues, feel free to ask me in the comments. Let's get started. Hey, welcome to this new section on React.js. You're learning API development to build the stock prediction portal. Adding React to your skill set will make you a full-fledged full-stack developer. Well, what is React? React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces, especially single-page applications where you need fast and interactive experiences. And React is created and used by Facebook and also used by giant companies like Instagram, Netflix, Airbnb, and even Udemy uses React. Using React, you can create reusable pieces of a website called components. And these components makes it easier to manage how the site looks and behaves as the user interacts with it. More about React in the next video. Alright, you're wondering why React is the talk of the town in front-end development. Well, let me tell you, it's not just a hype. React brings some serious advantages to the table that makes building web apps a whole lot easier and more efficient. First off, React is all about components. Components are a kind of like the building blocks of your web page. Think of them like Legos. Each Lego is its own little piece, right? You have different shapes and sizes, and you can put them together to build all sorts of awesome stuff. Well, React components are similar. Each component is a small piece of code that does one specific thing. Maybe it displays a header with your website's name, or maybe it shows a single product title in an online store. That's a header component. And if you want a button, maybe you will have multiple buttons in your website, right? You don't have to write the code for each of the buttons. You make one button component and reuse it wherever you want. That's the beauty of components. You can reuse them all over your site. So if you need that same header on every page, you don't have to rewrite the code over and over again. Just use the header component and it's done. This makes your code way more organized, which is super important as your website or app gets bigger. Second, React is super fast. It has this clever trick called the virtual DOM that lets it update your page without reloading everything. So things happen instantly. You must have used Facebook or Instagram. When you click on a like button, the number of likes will get changed instantly. Your whole page won't get reloaded, only the like component will be updated, while every other elements in the page stay intact. How it works, by the way. Whenever you make a change, React updates the virtual DOM first, then figures out the most efficient way to update only the parts of the real web page that needs the change. This means your app feels lightning fast and responsive, even with the complex interactions. Plus, there's a huge community of React developers out there. You will never be stuck without help. So, as a full stack developer like me, if you are looking for a modern, powerful, and user-friendly way to build apps, React is definitely the way to go. Now, when you combine the performance of React and the power of Django REST framework, you can build some really cool web applications. Trust me, once you see how smoothly React integrates with DRF, you will never want to go back to the old way of building web apps. Welcome back. I want to make sure we are on the same page. To really get the most out of this course, you need to have the basic understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. These three technologies are the basic foundation of any web applications. So make sure you are ready with the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to learn React, because React is not for someone who is completely new to the web development world. Now, to get started, we need to have Node.js installed in our system. I'll show you how to install Node.js in the next video. Alright, in this video, let's install Node.js. So installing Node.js is very simple. You can simply go to Google and type in install Node.js. You'll be landed into this particular website, okay, nodejs.org. So in this download Node.js page, you will have some options here. You can simply choose this pre-built installer. Okay, so when you choose this one, you will have some other options here. You can install Node.js for your Windows machine as well as macOS, right? So this one is very important. Always go with the LTS option. LTS stands for long time support. Okay, so currently at the time of recording this video, we have 20.13.1. All right. So in your case, if it is 22 or 24, then always go with that LTS option. Okay, so current is simply means that they are actually checking the features. So maybe you can say it is a beta versions. Okay, so that's why always go with this one, LTS. All right, and after that you can select Mac OS or Windows. And if you are selecting Windows, and here you'll have some options like x64 for 66-bit operating system, and select x86 if your system is 32-bit operating system. All right, and mine is Mac OS, and I'm gonna choose this one. Okay, so however, I already have the Node.js installed in my system. So in your case, you can simply click on this download Node.js button, and the installer will be downloaded into your machine. Okay, so once it is downloaded, you can double click it and install it, just like how you install a typical software, right? So now after you have installed this Node.js, you need to verify whether it is properly installed or not, right? You can simply go to your command prompt or PowerShell or Git Bash, right? If you're on Windows, but if you're on Mac, you can open a terminal, and here what you'll have to say is node -- version. Okay, so in my case, version 20.12 is installed, and in your case, you see if it did not give you any error and it gave you the version number, then this means Node.js is successfully installed in your system. Okay, so it also comes with the npm. Okay, so it is a node package manager, just like how you use pip, right? So this one will also get installed in your system. Okay, so when you hit enter, when you run npm -- version, you will see the version of this node package manager. Okay, so it is just like as I said, it is just a pip, right? So in you are a Python developer, you know what is pip, right? We usually use pip to manage the packages or install and update the packages, right? So just like that, in Node.js ecosystem, we have something called npm, which is a node package manager. All right, so using this npm, we install and we manage the packages from the npm registry. Okay, so in pip we install the packages from PyPy registry. Okay, so that is the difference. All right, so in later stages of our development we will use this npm a lot of time. All right, so you'll understand it better. All right, just verify node and npm is properly installed in your system. Okay, so the next one we will create the React project. Okay, in this video let's create our first React project. So to create a React project we have multiple ways. We mostly use npx or Vite to create the React project. In this and the next video I'll show you both of these ways to create the React project. So we will first create our React project using something called npx. Now first we will create a directory for creating our React project. So I'll go to my desktop and I'll create a new folder. Okay, so I will rename this folder to React. All right. Okay, you can go to any of your drive to create this React directory. So in my case, I'm using a desktop to create this project. So once I'm done with creating this new folder, I will open it with this new terminal. All right. So here, what I'm going to do is, you know what, you first need to make sure you are currently pointing to this React directory. Okay, you can do so by using pwd. Okay, so it will show you the current directory. Okay, so you can see I am now on the desktop and React folder. Okay, and Windows user, you can use a command prompt PowerShell or Git Bash. All right, so here you'll have to say npx space create React app. All right, and space, you should name your project, right? So you'll say my React project. Okay, so let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so npx create React app. It is actually a package and it's also a command to create the new React application. Okay, so this is your project name and this one is npx. npx stands for Node Package Execute. It's a package runner tool that comes with Node.js itself. Okay, we use npx to install the packages temporarily, which means for one-time use without actually installing it. Okay, but we also have npm, right? So which we have seen in the previous video, right? So using npm, we install packages globally or locally. Okay, so in our case, we are actually creating the project, right? We don't create the project again and again. We create the project, one time, right? It's a one-time use. That's why we use npx. All right, now you can hit enter to create your first React project. It will take a little bit of time. Okay, so maybe a few minutes. Okay, let's wait for it to happen. Okay, it looks like we have successfully created our React project. But you know what? It took me like 2 to 3 minutes to get this project up and running, right? So that's why we have something called Vite, that will fasten the process. What we'll do is, so however we have created the project, we'll first go to this project and we will start this React project and see how it looks. Okay, we will have to say cd my React project. Okay, just make sure you go inside this and then you'll have to say npm start. Okay, npm start. All right, your server will run and your React application is now up and running. Okay, and if you minimize this and if you look at this React folder, my React project, you'll see there are some files and folders have been created, right? So these are the default files and folders that gets created when you create the React app. Anyway, as I said, this, using npx took a lot of time to get your application up and running, right? So that's why we use something called a Vite. Okay, so Vite, in French word, Vite means quick. Okay, so this is how you pronounce Vite. So it's a build tool that aims to provide a faster and leaner development experience for modern web applications or modern projects. So this means using Vite, we can set up the projects and we can install the packages very easily, and it won't take even a second to get your project up and running. It is that fast. Okay, and in the next video, we will see how we can create the same React application using Vite. However, we are not going to use the React application that was created with npx. Okay, so in this course, we are going to use Vite. So that's why I want to show you how to use Vite to create the React project. All right, in the previous video, we used npx to create the React project, but it took a lot of time and we don't want to use npx. Okay, so we want to go the modern way of creating the project. The npx is just a traditional way of creating the React project, but we have Vite now, so it will allow us to create the project and install the packages very easily. Okay, so before we use Vite, we will actually stop our React server. Just say Control C. Okay, so I will close this and I'm going to go inside this React and I will delete this current application because this one was created using npx. Okay, we don't want to use these files and folders. I will delete it. Okay, I just wanted to show you the traditional way of creating the project, but most of the developers use Vite to create the project. Okay, so that's why I'm going to delete this my React project. Okay, so we'll start afresh. What we'll do is you go to this vitejs.dev. Okay, so you'll have this guide tab. Okay, so just scroll down and you'll see the installation guide here. All right, so you should say npm create vite@latest. So this will allow you to create React project. So let's go back to our React folder and we'll click on, we'll right click on it and open it with the terminal. Okay, make sure you are pointing to this, React directory again. Okay, now what you'll have to do is you'll just have to run this npm. We already have npm installed, right? So npm create vite@latest. Okay, just hit enter. So this is now asking you to give a project name. So what we'll do is we'll say my React project. My React project. All right, hit enter. Now it is asking you want to use Vite for installing which of these frameworks. We want to go with React, right? So use up and down arrow to select React and hit enter. Okay, so and the language we want to go with is JavaScript because we don't know TypeScript, right? So that's why, as I said in the beginning, JavaScript is the prerequisite of this course. Okay, so that's why you must have to have the basic knowledge of JavaScript. Okay, so select JavaScript and hit enter. All right, now you see, just the moment I hit enter, the project has been created. Okay, now if you go to the desktop React and inside our my React project, you'll see the default files and folders has got created, which was created by Vite. Okay, I will explain you more about this in the next video, but we just want to make sure whether we can run this Vite React project or not, right? The next instruction is to go inside this my React project. Okay, so we are inside this project and we'll have to say npm install and hit enter. Okay, so npm install will install everything that your React project to be up and running with the Vite. Okay, so after that you can use npm run dev. Okay, so the moment you hit enter, your local server will start, and which will be inside this localhost :5173. Okay, so you can go to localhost 5173. Okay, so hit enter. Okay, now you can see Vite plus React app is running. Okay, using this Vite, you will also get this one default counter application, right? So you click on this, and this is just a basic setup with the Vite and React. And in the future, you will be accessing this localhost :5173 to access your React application. Okay, in the next couple of videos, we will learn the fundamentals of React so that we will be able to gather all the knowledge and build our stock prediction portal application. Okay, so I'll see you in the next one. So far, we have learned how to create and run a React project. In this lecture, we will have a closer look at React's directory structure. The moment you create your React project, some default files and folders will be created automatically. Let's have a look at them one by one. First of all, I will open this React project in my VS Code. Okay, I'll just drag it and drop it on my VS Code. All right, so these are all those default files and folders that was created the project. Okay, so first thing you see here, this is the root directory. All right, there's the project name, my React project. And then you have this node modules. This is the folder where all of your project dependencies lives, okay, such as your packages, tools, etc. that are needed to run this project. Whenever you want to install any packages in your project, you just install them using npm install command, and that package will get installed in this particular node modules folder. Okay, you usually don't have to interact with this folder directly, but this folder is essential for your project to function because it holds all the code and libraries that your project depends on. Next, we have public folder. This is where you put any static assets that you want to serve directly, like your images, fonts, or static HTML files. For instance, if you have a logo, it would go in this public folder. And then we have this src folder, and I'll come back to this src folder in a while. Let's first cover rest of these files. Okay, and then we have this eslint.rc.cjs. So this file contains some default configurations that help you write the clean code. Okay, so this is a eslint folder. It highlights some syntax errors or bugs and formatting issues and all that. And if you violate any coding standards, this file will show you a warning too. Okay, so we don't want to go too deep into this eslint. We are good with this default configuration. Next, we have git ignore. Okay, .git ignore. If you have followed my other Django courses, you already know what exactly this file is. Whenever we work on any software projects, we often use GitHub to push our code. When you push the code, everything will go to that GitHub repository, right? But let's say we don't want to push everything to the GitHub. Maybe we don't want to push the user uploaded images, or we don't want to push some secret information. So that's where this git ignore file comes into picture. You list the file name or the folder name that you don't want to send to the repository. As the name says, Git will just ignore those files and folders and won't push those files and folders to the GitHub repository. For example, you see node module is already listed in this file. This means when you push this project to GitHub, this node module folder will be ignored and it won't be pushed to the GitHub. Okay, so that's because node module is a big folder and it will have a lot of packages and the size of it is significantly high. So there is no point in sending node modules to GitHub. You know what? We are not using GitHub in this basic project, but we will definitely use GitHub for our stock prediction portal project. And next we have this index.html file. This is the root file that gets loaded when you run your project. Okay, so if you know other web technologies, you know that index.html or index.php or index.js, they are the files that gets loaded on priority, right? They are the first files that gets loaded at the first place. So that's why index.html is the first file that gets loaded when you run your React project. Okay, and this is just a HTML skeleton. And one thing to notice here is this div with the ID of root. Okay, so this is the very main thing that you need to remember, that whatever component you load in your React project will be loaded inside this div with the ID root. Okay, so how it will load, I will show you when we talk about this src folder. But just know that every HTML elements or every React components will get loaded inside this particular ID root. Okay, and once that is done, we next have this package.json and package lock.json. So this package.json is kind of a requirements.txt file that we have seen in Python, right? We use requirements.txt to manage the dependency packages in Django or Python, right? Similarly, this package.json also works the same way, but it contains little more than what we have in requirements.txt. Like it contains the metadata of your project, such as your project name and your version, project version, and the type as well. Okay, and it also has the script. So in the script, we have dev is Vite and build is Vite build, and we also have this eslint, right? And we also have the preview. Okay, so this dev means when you run npm run dev, it starts your development server with Vite, because we have mentioned here Vite, right? And similarly we have build, right? So this build script is for production. When you run npm run build, it will build your project for production using Vite. Okay, and it also bundles and optimizes your code for deployment. Don't worry, don't get confused. We will see more about this build and preview in our development section also. Okay, and this preview script will start a production server to preview our built project locally. Okay, so that we can check and verify it before finally deploying it on the server. And we also have this lint, right? This lint script will run a tool called ESLint, which checks JavaScript files in our project for issues like syntax errors, coding style inconsistencies, and potential bugs. Okay, and it also helps maintain the code quality as well. And then we have dependencies and dev dependencies. So this dependency is the packages that we have installed for our project to run. Okay, so by default we have React package and React DOM. Okay, and whenever we install any other packages, that will be listed down in this package.json dependencies. Okay, and these are the development dependencies that we need to run our React project on the development environment. All right, similarly we also have this package lock.json. so this package lock.json is just like what we have in package.json only, but it has a more accurate description or details about the packages that we install here. We usually don't want to do anything to this package lock.json. Everything will be automatically generated. Okay, and next we have readme.md. And if you want to write about your project, you can write it here, maybe license usages or setup instructions. Okay, it's not a file that is specific to React only. You will see this readme.md file in almost every software. You can safely ignore this or you can delete this one. All right, and then we have this vite.config.js. Okay, we will not be touching this file. It's an auto-generated code about the Vite configuration. All right, last but not the least, we have this src folder. Okay, so this is the main folder. We will be dealing with this src folder a lot. Now in this src folder, we have like one assets folder, and after that we have some files. Okay, so let's first talk about this assets. So inside this assets, you see react.svg, right? So if you remember, we also have another file here, right? In the public also we put the static files or asset folders, but these two are quite similar. The only difference is whatever images or whatever assets you put inside this src folder will be processed by the server. Okay, and whatever files or whatever assets you put inside this public folder will not be processed. They are considered as static files. Okay, they are not meant to process by the server. Okay, so that's only the difference. And okay, so we only have one folder inside this src, and remaining things are the files app.css, app.jsx, and index.css, and main.jsx. All right, so let's have a closer look at it. So this is app.css, which will have the default style that we see here. Okay, we have to run this, right? Let me quickly run this. I'll go to cd my React project and I will say npm run dev. All right, so now you see this dark background, right? And we also have this React logo, Vite logo, and React Plus. Everything is here, right? So the content is aligned center. So everything is happening from this app.css and the index.css. Okay, so this is the default CSS. We can delete it and we can recreate it as per our needs, while we are working on our project. So this is just we can call it as external CSS files. So anyway, the next main thing is this one, app.jsx. So this is our first app component. Okay, so this is how we create the component. I've been telling about a component a lot of time, right? So this is how the component looks like. It's just a JavaScript function, and it will export the app so that we can use this app component anywhere in our React project. Okay, so if you look at this, we have this Vite plus React, that this is what we are seeing here. Okay, and we have this Vite logo, right? We also have this React logo, right? That is what we are seeing here. And after that, we also have the count application, right? So you see the button on click and everything is here, and edit to save the save to test HMR. So that is what you are seeing here. Okay, so this is actually a component that is being loaded inside a root, right? So this is what I said a couple of minutes ago. So whatever component that we want to load in our project, that will be loaded inside this root div. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by this root. Let me inspect it. Okay, let me inspect it, and you see this div id root, right? So when I loaded this site, these components are being loaded inside this root div. right? You see this div. These are all the elements of our app component. Okay, so how it is being loaded, and that's where we have this main.jsx, right? So this is our main file that we load the components. Okay, so you see in the main.jsx, we have imported React from React, and we have imported React DOM. We also have imported app component dot, from this app.jsx, right? So this app is nothing but the function, this is the function name. So what we are doing here, we are actually saying document.getElementById root, and inside the root we are putting this app component. So this is how you open the component and close the component. All right, and we also have this strict mode. When you wrap this component with the React.strict mode, what happens is it performs additional checks and warnings, which are helpful for identifying common mistakes, and it will optimize your code as well. Okay. However, this strict mode only gets affected on the development environment only. When you build your React application for production, this strict mode will automatically get disabled. Okay, so it won't impact the performance or the behavior of your deployed applications. So that's one more thing you need to remember. All right, so that's about the directory structure of React project. All right, so if this is a little bit confusing to you, then don't worry. As we move forward, as we learn a little bit, little by little, you'll understand exactly how it works. All right, so if you have any doubts, feel free to ask me in the Q&A section. All right, in this video, let's quickly try to edit this default React project. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll actually put this editor side by side. So this is my browser and this is my code editor. Okay, so that you can see it clearly. Okay, so now let's say I want to edit this one. This is the title, right? Vite plus React, it is written. So what I need to do is I need to actually go to this index.html. That is, that's where we have the HTML skeleton, right? So all these body and HTML things and head things are being loaded from, index.html. Okay, so this is where we have the title tag and we have this Vite plus React. Now what I'll do is I'll say React Django. We don't want React plus Vite. We will need React plus Django. Okay, save it, and the moment you hit Control S, your server will automatically get refreshed and you will see the changes here. Okay, you don't have to reload it manually. Everything will get reloaded automatically. Okay, so that's the beauty of React. Now, what else we want to do? We will actually, we want to remove this one, Vite plus React. We don't want Vite plus React. We need React plus Django. So for that, what we need to do, you see, this is the part of the app component, right? So for that reason, we want to go inside the src folder. That's where we have the app.jsx, right? So that's why, you click on this app.jsx, and from here you can, this is the h1 tag. You will delete it and say React plus Django. Save it, and you see React plus Django. Okay, and if you want to remove this one, click on the Vite and all that. You can simply remove this one. Okay, you remove this one and save it, and you see that is gone, right? Similarly, you can change this logo and all that. All right, so that's how you edit the components. All right, so you see we have this button. If you don't want this button, you can remove it. If you want to add something here, you can simply say inside a P, this is a test React project, and save it, and you see it here, right? So that's how you edit the project. All right, in the later videos of this section, we'll actually be deleting all these things. We don't want this React and Vite logo, right? And we also don't want the default style sheet, what we are seeing here, right? We will write our own things. Okay, but this is how you edit the components. Okay, so this is one app.jsx, but when you create your stock prediction portal, you will have a lot of such React components. Okay, so we are just starting to learn React, so that's why all these basic things are necessary to develop a proper robust application. All right, so I'll see you in the next one. Now that we know the folder structure of React, and we even try to replace some of the text on the web page. in this video, let's start afresh from scratch. We will delete everything that we typically don't want. All right. So first of all, we will not touch this node modules. All right. Because as I said, so this will hold all the packages that we install. And in the public, we have this Vite.svg, right? So this Vite.svg is nothing but this one. 1 second. You see this here, right? So this one, of course, we don't want that. We are not going to use that Vite logo. We can delete it. Okay, so our public folder is empty right now. And next we have this src, right? In the src assets, we have React.svg. So this React.svg is nothing but this one, right? Let me show this. Yeah, you see this React.svg. Okay, so this is inside src assets and the file name is React.svg. We don't want that as well. We will delete it. All right. Now, after that, we have this app.css, right? So this app.css, we don't want this because this one has the style sheet for this React, whatever you're seeing here, the background, all that stuff, right? So that style is being triggered from here, and this one also do the same. Okay, so for now we will delete everything which is inside app.css. All right, so just clear it everything. And in the app.jsx, right, the app.jsx, we actually don't want to import app.css anymore because we don't have anything there, right? And these two, React.svg and Vite.svg, we don't have that file anymore. We have deleted it. We'll get rid of this as well. Okay, now useState. Of course, I'll tell you more about useState, but we don't want that as well. We'll delete it and delete this import. Okay, and after that, what we'll do is we'll actually delete everything which is inside this blank div, right? So this is actually, in React, we call it as a fragment. Okay, it is a blank fragment. So I'll tell you more about why we use fragments, but we will delete whatever is inside this fragment. Delete it. Okay. Now just save the file, and after that we don't have to do anything in this app.jsx. I'll close it, and in the index.css we can delete everything, but before that we'll have a look at this. You see, we have this dark blank page, right? You know that black background is coming from here. For the root, they have given this background color, right? So I will keep this one for now and delete everything else. Okay, I have just kept this one, root. Save it. And if you notice this one, you won't see anything, it will be same. But if you don't want this black background, then you can delete this one as well. Just remove it and you see the white background, right? I don't like white background, so that's why I'm not going to remove this one. Okay, if you want white background, you can delete this one, this CSS. Otherwise, you can keep it so that it will give you the dark mode. So this is optional, of course. And after this index.css, we'll go to this main.jsx. So in this main.jsx, we don't want to delete anything, because if you delete this index.css, then you will see the white background again. Okay, so I'll put it back. Okay, and after that, index.html, you can change the title here. Okay, we will say React, learn React. This title is showing here, right? Learn React. We have renamed it to Learn React, so that's why we are seeing that. And next, we don't want this link, right? Because we have deleted this Vite.svg, we will remove it from here. Okay, so now, and we are good to go. Now let's go back to our app component. We'll close everything. We go back to app.jsx. Okay, so this is actually the component. All right, so here I will write h1 learn React, and as soon as you save it, you will see this learn React here, right? So we will talk more about the components in the next one. All right, in this video, let's create the component. So by default, React gives us this app component that we have seen here, right? Now let's create our own components. So what we'll do is we'll actually go to this src folder and create a new folder and name it as components. Okay, name it as components. So whatever component we create will go inside this components folder. Okay, so for example, we usually create a navbar component, and we create button component, and also we create card component and all that. Okay, so similarly, we'll create one simple component and call it a hello world. Okay, so create a new file. This is how you create the components. Just create a file called hello world.jsx. Okay, so this is now the component. All right, so if you are creating a button component, then you will have to create a file with the name button.jsx. Okay, so when you create this JSX file, then what you have to do is you'll have to say const. This is actually a arrow function. Okay, we use arrow function in React. We'll have to say const and the name of the component, which is hello world. Okay, hello world is equal to, open the parenthesis and put an arrow, and this is how you create the arrow function. Inside this arrow function, we usually return JSX. Okay, so you just say return space this parenthesis, and inside this return statement, whatever we write is JSX. Okay, so JSX of course looks like HTML. Now here what I'll do is I will actually say h2 and I will say hello world. Just save it. Okay, now the moment you save this file, your component is created, but it is not showing here on the web page. Why it is not showing? Because we have not included this component inside the app.jsx. Okay, this app.jsx is the parent component which is being triggered from this main.jsx. Okay, so we'll close it. We will add this component to this app.jsx. Now next thing is we want to use this hello world.jsx inside this app.jsx that is being triggered here, okay, in the web page. Now of course we want to import it, right? In Django also, whatever function we want to use in some other file or some other module, we usually import it, right? We usually import that function, or we usually import that particular module itself, right, in order to use that in a different file. React also uses the same thing. We have to import this hello world in order to use that hello world component inside the app.jsx. But one more thing that we need to do here is, before we directly import it, import the component inside the app.jsx, we have to export it from here. Okay, we have to export it from here. We export the component, and from the file where we want to use it, we import it, right? Before that, before we import it, we first have to export it. How to export it? Export default, hello world. The moment you write this export statement, save it, and this hello world component is now available to import anywhere in your React app. All right, so now we will actually import hello world. Okay, so when you write import hello world, it will be automatically imported from the components folder. Okay, now we have imported it. Now we want to use this component here. Just below this learn React, we want to use this hello world. We want to print the hello world. So what we'll do is we just open this angle bracket and say hello world. Okay, and that's how you create, open and close the component. Okay, so when you open the component, you must have to close it. This is like a HTML opening and closing div. Now you save it and go back to your web page, and you see hello world here. Okay, so let's go back to our app component, and at this point I want you guys to install one very useful VS Code extension that is called ES7. Okay, so you can go to extensions and search for ES7 here. Okay, so you will get multiple ES7 plus React extensions, but the one I am referring to is this one, ES7. You can see the developer name here. Okay, so there is one more ES7 also. So it also has a lot of downloads, but this one, I don't know if this works properly or not. But the one the most people and me also using is this one, ES7 and React. Okay, so just install it, and the moment you install it, the creation of your component becomes very easy. I will show you. how it works. Okay, we now know how to create the component, but we don't want to write this manually. This extension will help us to create the component for us. We will create one more component. Just right click and create a new file, and this time we will say learn React.jsx. learn React.jsx. So this is the new component, but this time we don't want to manually create the arrow function. What we'll do is we'll actually say RAFCE. You see, when you write RAFCE, you will see this one. Okay, you can simply create this one. This comes with the export statement as well, right? If you click on this, and you'll see by default it will import React for you, and this is the arrow function that it has created with the name of the file that you have done here, right? And it is also exporting the learn React component so that we can directly go ahead and import it anywhere in the app. But I will delete it. Again, I will show RAFC. This one is the same arrow function, but this one does not have export statement, right? So that's why I like this one, RAFCE, so that we also have the export statement with the arrow function. Okay, now save it, and your component is created, and then you go back to this app.jsx and you import it here. Import, the name of the component is learn React, right? Learn React, and after that, when you import it, you can use it here, learn React, and close this, save the file, and go back to this page, and you see you don't even have to refresh. Everything will happen automatically. Okay, so this is the new component that we have created right now. All right, in the next one, I'll tell you why we are using this empty div or the empty fragment. You see, in the app component, we have one empty fragment or one empty div, and there are multiple childrens, right? So these are, in React, we call it as children, and this is the parent. So why we are using this is because in React, we cannot render the siblings. Okay, if you remove this, right now this is the parent, and whatever is under here are the children. But if you remove this, these will become siblings. Okay, in React, we cannot render siblings. Okay, that's why we must put one parent. Okay, so instead of using empty fragment, we can also use div, right? One div here, div open and div close. But oh, I'm sorry, not like this. I forgot HTML. Okay, like this. Okay, so now we have one parent and multiple children. Now this is working, right? This is working. But if you inspect it, you will see that under the div ID root, we have one more div created. That's what we have created here, right? We have one more div created here. And under this div, we have multiple children, multiple HTML elements. All right. But this can affect the SEO because SEO does not want any unwanted tags, right? So that's why we can remove this div, and we can remove this div, and we can make it as empty fragment. When you remove the div, and it will become the fragment. Now refresh. Okay, you don't even have to refresh because I'm thinking of that Django. Anyway, you see that right now we don't have any div, right? We have our HTML elements are directly inside the div root. Now this won't affect any SEO. All right. In your component also, we already have one div, but if you try to write another HTML element, maybe h2, then it is giving you error, right? Right away you're getting error because we cannot write this like this. Okay, this will become siblings. Siblings cannot be rendered in React. Okay, so that's why we have to make them children. How to make them children? Create a parent, right? Just open a fragment. This has become the parent, and now these two are the children. Now save it, and if you see here, you can see both the elements. Okay, so that's why we use fragment. Okay, it is very simple. You cannot simply render the HTML side by side. Okay, so you must have some kind of parent div wrapped on it. So that's about fragments, and in the next one we'll talk about the JSX that we are writing here. Okay, in this video let's understand JSX. Okay, so you've been creating the files named .jsx, right? So let's see what is this JSX. First of all, in the components, we will create a new component called learn JSX .jsx. Okay, learn JSX or simply JSX.jsx. Anyway, so when you create this learn JSX.jsx, you'll have to now create the component, right? So I hope you have the extension now so that we don't have to write the arrow function manually. So what I'll do is I'll say RAFCE, right? We have the import. By default, it comes with the React, and then we have this arrow function, and we also have the export statement. Okay, so now I will save this file and I will actually go back to my app.jsx, and you know what, I don't want this one, so I will rename it to app component, and at this point I don't want these two things. I will comment it out. And one more thing, you see, this is how you comment out the code in React. Okay, so let's go back, and okay, so this is loading app component, and what we want is learn JSX component, right? So first of all, we'll import it. Import learn JSX from components / learn.jsx. Okay, so I will say learn JSX and make sure you close this tag. So now you can see we have the learn JSX component is being loaded on the home page. Let's go back to our learn JSX.jsx. So whatever you see here is called JSX. Okay, it is looking like HTML, right? So these divs are nothing but the HTML, right? But you know what, this is not HTML, this is JSX. Okay, so what happens is I will delete it and I will open h2 tag and say learn JSX. And when you write this in the background, what happens is your element will be converted into something called React.create element, and the tag you want to create, which is of course the h2, right? h2, and then we pass null, and then the content, whatever content you want to load here, right? Learn JSX. So when you write this one under the hood, it will become like this, a React.create element like this. Okay, and if you want to load this one, you can also store it in a variable const h2 element is equal to this React.create element, and there is a tool called Babel. So this Babel will convert this h2 into this React element and load it in the page. So at this point, I don't want this to be running. I will dynamically run this one. Simply open curly braces and say h2 element. So now when you save it, you go back to the page and you see nothing here, because whenever you want to see any errors, right, anything happening in your web page, then you simply go to this console. We can like debug the things. Okay, so here what it is saying is objects are not valid as a React child. Okay, so it just means that this object is not the React child. So we want to make it child. How to make a child? You know this already. Just create a parent and this element will become a child. Okay, so now we are actually running a raw React element, and you go back and you'll see this one, learn JSX. Okay, so this error will not go unless you clear it from here or you refresh. Okay, learn JSX you see here, but it is impossible for us to, write things like this. So Babel will understand our JSX and transform it to the JavaScript so that the browser can understand. Okay, but under the hood, whatever you write here will become like this JavaScript. But I will comment it and I will remove it and I will say h2 this time JSX. Save it and refresh, and you see this JSX. Okay, one more good thing about JSX is you can dynamically insert variables, and you can also perform operations and even call functions all right within this JSX code. Okay, so I'll give you some examples. For example, this is just a static code that you write here. But of course, we are developers. We don't want to write anything static, right? We usually deal with dynamic data. Now, how to pass the dynamic data here? For example, we'll actually write an expression let's create one h2, and I will say price. We'll take an example of a stock price, because of course end of the day we are going to build the stock prediction app. So price will be inside this curly braces. You can write an expression like this: 10 plus 20. Save it, and the moment you save it, and you will see this price 30, right? So this one you can do in JSX. And let's see how we can print the dynamic variable. Let's say we'll again say h2 and say it's a stock name colon, and here we want to print the variable. But how to create the variable? So just above this return statement inside your function, okay, just above this return statement, you can create a variable called let stock is equal to, just say Tesla or Apple or anything. Okay, save it, and before you save it, you have to pass this stock here. You know, this is how you create the variable. It's just like a normal JavaScript variable, right? So just pass the stock here, save it, and go back, and you'll see price 30, stock name Tesla, right? So this is being rendered dynamically. So that's the beauty of JSX. And after that, we can actually pass the class name here. But you know what? In HTML, we use class, right? So for example, if you write like this, h2, we'll say dynamic class, or maybe we'll say class name, maybe class. Okay, just say class. So what we do is we usually say class in class is equal to like this in HTML, right? But in JSX, we don't use class. No, class is reserved for the HTML, but in React we use JSX, right? So we cannot use class. So that's why JSX uses class name with the N capital. Okay, class name is equal to, maybe if you say BG background or some, BG success or something, you can just say any class name here. But the point is, this is how you create the class in JSX. All right, save it, and of course you won't notice anything here, but the class can be seen if you inspect, and you see this h2 class is equal to bj, but you have passed class name here, but here you are seeing this class, right? So that's how the modern browsers render the classes. Okay, so even if you write class name here, you will see the class in the browser. Okay, so that's one thing, and you can also pass the dynamic class names here. Let's say again I'll create one more h2. I'll say dynamic class. How to pass the dynamic class? Simply say class name is equal to, you see, we cannot use a single quotation or double quotation when you want to pass dynamic class names. Instead, we will have to remove it and open and close the curly braces, and then you pass the class name. For example, the variable, right? We want to pass this variable stock, right? Save it and go back to your page, and you see dynamic class. But if you see this class is Tesla now, right? Now, if I change this to Apple, save it, and you'll see Apple here, right? So that's the dynamic class. So this is some basics about JSX, and if we need more things as we build a real project, I will teach you on the go. All right, in this video, let's understand props in React. Well, props are used to pass the data from parent component to child component. And this process is one way, which means the data can be passed from parent to child, not child to parent. Okay, so this is one piece of information that you should remember when using props. And whatever data you pass using props will be read-only. All right, now let's see this props in action. First of all, we'll create a new component called learnProps, learnProps.jsx. Now, as I said, you can say RAFCE, right? And you know what, you can remove this React because we are not using it. And so right now we have the learnProps component, and we will include that, we will actually comment it out, this one, learn.jsx, and I'll say learn props. Okay, just make sure you close this. All right, let's see learn props component is being loaded on the web page. Okay, now next thing what we need to do is we need to actually go back to this learn props, and we will just remove this div and make it a empty fragment, okay? Because we are going to write multiple lines of JSX elements. Okay, now I'll say h1 or maybe h2 props. Okay, so here what I mean by you can pass data from parent to child. So who is parent right now? This app.jsx component is the parent component, and this learn props component is the child component. Okay, now you want to pass data from this app.jsx to learn props component. Okay, so how you can pass data now? So let's say just go back to this app.jsx. For example, I want to send the stock name from this app component to this learn props component. How you can send the data? See, in HTML we have something called attributes, right? For example, ID attribute, class attributes, and data ID attribute, and all that stuff, right? So in props also it works the same way, and you can just pass the props as a as an attribute. Okay, so let's say stock is equal to pass Tesla. Okay, let's say Tesla. Now you're passing this Tesla to this learn props component, which is a child component. Okay, so just save it, and when you pass this props, you should get it from the child component also, right? So how you can get it? You can simply accept the props here. Okay, just use this props keyword, and your props or the data will be available inside the learn props component. Now if you want to pass, if you want to say h3 and you want to say stock name colon, now we have the props, right? But we cannot just say props. Inside the props we have something called stock, right? So this is the attribute. So you can just say inside the curly braces, you say props dot stock. Stock is the name, attribute name that we are passing from here, from the parent component. Props dot stock, and save it. And now if you go back to the web page and you see this stock name Tesla. Similarly, if you make it Apple, save and go back and you see Apple, right? So this is how you pass the data from parent to child. Now let's say we can also pass this thing, what we call as the variable, right? Dynamic data also you can pass. So how to pass dynamic data? Let's create an variable, say price is equal to maybe 200. Okay, so now you want to pass this data or the price to this learn props component, which is a child component. Let's say price is equal to, simply pass this variable, right? The variable name is the price, price. Save it, and just like the way you used stock name, you can simply just say stock price, props dot price. Now you go back and see stock price is 200, right? So you can also play with this dynamic variable, make it 300, save it, go back, and you see the data is being changed. Okay, now one more thing I want to show you before I wrap up this video. I just want to go back this learn props. We also have one more way of handling the props from this child component. We call it data destructuring. Okay, so how you destructure this data, because sometimes you get the object also, right? You'll have to destructure the object. So how you can do that? I'll just comment this, I will just copy this and comment it out and paste it here. Okay, so this way we know now. Now we want to see how we can destructure this props. Remove this props from here, just use the curly braces and just call the name, call the attribute name, what we are passing, stock, right? Stock, comma, price. This is what we are passing from here. Just say stock, comma, price. And now we don't have to print props.stock, just remove it, stock and price. Okay, you will see the same result from here. Okay, so that's how you pass the data from parent component to child component using props. Okay, next we have events. So events are same as what you have learned in JavaScript. In React also, an event is an action that happens in the user interface, like mouse click or the keyboard press or form submission. So these are all the events. Okay, now how to trigger an event? So of course we can have the buttons, right? So there are multiple events, but the basics are the buttons. Okay, so in this example we'll trigger an event using the mouse click. First of all, let's go ahead and create a new component. Inside this component folder, we'll create a new file and say learn event.jsx. All right, so let's create a component rafce. It's an arrow function. I will remove this one and save this learn event, and I will comment this one. I'll say learn event. All right, so make sure this this is being imported from this components. Okay, so if it is not being imported, just make sure you import it manually. Okay, so now let's go back and see. Okay, so it is printing our learn event component, and let's go back. So here we will create one button, and first of all we'll make it empty fragment. All right, so let's say button click here. Okay, so this is a very simple example button. Click here, and we have to pass on click event. Okay, so in React we use a camel case to trigger the event. Okay, so you see, just say on click. Okay, on click, and you'll have to create a function. Okay, so you'll have to handle the function. You can say handle click. Okay, so this is the function. Okay, when you click on this click here button, the handle click function should trigger. Okay, so that's why we are passing on click is equal to handle click. Okay, now we don't have this handle click. We'll have to create the handle click function, right? Where to create the function now? You see just above this return statement, and inside the function learn event. Okay, create a function called handle click, right? We will again create one arrow function using const handle click. Handle click is equal to, open a parenthesis, because this is an arrow function. Okay, so here when I click on this function, I will console.log button clicked. Okay, button clicks. Just want to see this output in the console. Now let's go back, and okay, we have something. Okay, no problem, we can refresh it and this error will be gone. Now we have a button. We'll click on this button, click here, and you see button is clicked. Okay, so this is the event. We are clicking on this button and the event is being triggered. Okay, when the event is being triggered, the code, whatever we have written, code or the logic that we have written inside this function will be executed. Okay, so that's how this event works. Now one more thing, this is a very simple button event, right? What we'll do is we'll actually pass some data inside the function. Okay, like a parameter. Let's say br. Okay, so not like this, just say br. Okay, say button again, and let's say click again. We have another button called click again. So in this button we will pass some data or the parameters with this function, with the function. So how to pass the data? First of all, when we are passing the data, we can use inline arrow function. Okay, just say on click is equal to, create a parenthesis, and because it's a arrow function, we'll have to say equal greater than symbol, which is an arrow, and handle click again. Okay, handle click again. Since this is a function, we are passing something inside this handle click again function, right? So we'll say clicked again. Okay, this can be dynamic. For the sake of the example, I'm just using the static string. Okay, this can be any dynamic data. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to click on this click again button, and this function will trigger, and this will console the data that we are passing from this function as a parameter. Okay, so now let's create a function again, and just a const handle click again, Oh, I'm sorry, not like this. Just say equal, and inside here we are okay. We'll take care of that later, but just create this arrow function. Okay, so here we want to take this clicked again, or the data that we are passing from here. So how you can take, just say params. Okay, param or params, and you say console dot log, you know what, so whatever data we are passing from here will be inside this param, right? Just print param. All right, now if you just refresh it, and you see click again, and you can see clicked again. So this is being printed from here. So this is the data that we are passing here, right? Clicked 1 2 3 and save it, and again click. I'm sorry. Okay, you see clicked 1 2 3. So this is how you pass the parameter using the events. All right, next we have a topic called lifting state up. Using props, we passed data from parent component to child component, right? But what if we want to pass data from the child component to parent component? So that's where this lifting state up topic comes in. So using lifting state up, we can pass data from child component to parent component. It's exactly the opposite of props. Okay, so now let's go back to the code and create one component in this folder, and we'll say learn lifting state up dot jsx. Okay, so we'll say RAFCE, and you can remove this. All right, so now we have the component, and in the parent component, you know what, I'll remove this, I'll close it. I'll close all of them, and I don't want this learn event right now. I will use learn lifting state up. Okay, go back, and we have the lifting state up component is being loaded. Now let's go back, and here what I want to do is I want to now pass the data from the child component to parent component. Okay, so child is this one, because in the parent component we are using child, right? So this is, this learn lifting state up component is the child component. Now we want to pass some data from here to this app component. Okay, so how to do that? So while managing data using lifting state up, we use the functions. Okay, so first of all, let's create a button. I'll remove this div and make it empty fragment. Okay, so I will say h1 lifting state up. Okay, and after that I will create a button and say click here. Okay, click here. All right, now when I click on this button, what should happen? The data should be passed to this app.jsx, which is app component. All right, so first of all, we have, we know about the on click event, right? So in the on click event, we'll create a function called handle click. Okay, this is a function name. You can create whatever name you wish. So now after this, we'll have to create a function, right? We'll say const handle click. Handle click, it's a arrow function. Okay, so now let's say in this handle click function, we have a variable called stock. Let's say Tesla. Okay, now what I want to do is when this button is being clicked, this stock data should be passed to this app component. Okay, so how to pass this, right? So we cannot use props here, because props is only be used when you want to pass data from the parent to child. Okay, so this case is different, right? So here we want to pass data from child to parent. Okay, so what we need to do is, so wherever you want to get the data, you will have to create one function to get that data. Okay, so let's in this parent component, you can comment it out here. I will create a function called get stock, because I want to get the stock from this child component, right? I will create a function get stock, and this is also an arrow function. Okay, so here whatever data we are getting from here, we will console it, console.log. We don't have anything to console as of now, but we want to pass the data to this get stock function from this one, from here. Okay, so that's why we need the access of this get stock function in here in this child component, right? Now, if you notice properly, this is the child component and this is the parent component, right? Now we need the access of this get stock function inside the child component, right? Can we use props? Because the function is inside the parent component, right? We want to access this function in here in the child component, right? So that's why we can use the props. Using props, we will get the access of this get stock in this child component. I'll show you how. Let's say get stock. This need not to be get stock. You can say some click here. Okay, so you can do this also. It is just an attribute name or the prop name. Okay, so I'll say get stock is equal to, so this is the function name that you want to pass, right? Just copy that and put it here. Now we have access of this get stock function inside the lifting state up component. Okay, now what we can do is we can simply say, okay, we have to accept the props, right? So we'll say props, we'll say props dot get stock. Which get stock I'm referring to? This one. Okay, if this is my click or something, you'll have to say my click like this. Okay, so that's you're not directly calling the function from here. We are just calling the prop name. Okay, so since this is also a get stock, we can use props dot get stock. So inside this get stock, we are passing the stock, stock name. Now we have passed the stock name and we want to accept it here. Okay, so it works like a circular manner. So inside this get stock, we will pass the stock. Okay, so now that we have passed this stock inside the get stock, we'll accept it here. We'll accept this data. Okay, you can simply say stock or data. Okay, so it's your wish. And since we have the data, and we will console the data here. All right, now let's go back and just click on this button. Okay, you can see our data is being passed from child to parent. Okay, you see, if you change this to Apple, save and click again, click here and you see Apple. Okay, let me once again explain this how it works. Okay, so we are clicking on this click here button. Okay, the handle click event is being triggered, which means the handle click function is being triggered. In this function, we have a variable called Apple, right? So our requirement is to pass this stock data or stock name to the app component, which is a parent component. Okay, so in order to get that data from here, we have a function, we have created a function called get stock, which is accepting the data, whatever data we are returning from here, we are giving from here, it is accepting as a data and just returning it. Okay, now in order to get access of this stock data in the child component, we are using props to send this get stock function to this child component. Okay, so using that props, we are putting that dynamic stock into this get stock. That way we are getting the data here. So that's how you pass the data from child component to parent component using lifting state up. All right, in this video, let's understand state in React. Well, what is state? In React, state is a special object that holds data that can change over time. Unlike props, which are passed down from parent to child component, state is managed within the component itself. Think of state as a memory of a component. It remembers information between renders. A very good example for this state is, you see the number of likes in a social media post, right? You like the post and the number of likes will be changed instantly without that whole page being refreshed, right? That means the state of that like component is being updated. Before we dive deeper into state, let's talk about hooks. Hooks are special functions in React that allows you to use state and other React features in functional components, so you don't need to write class components. In fact, hooks make your code easier to understand and share the logic between the components. Don't worry, it can be confusing, but you'll understand it better when we work with them practically. React provides several built-in hooks to handle different aspects of your component behavior and state management. Most commonly used hooks are useState, useEffect, useContext, useReducer, useRef, use memo, use callback, and you can also create your custom hooks. All right. To use state in functional component, we use useState hook. So let's see this useState hook in action. So go back to our code. So let's first create component. Let's create a new file and let's say learn useState.jsx. All right, let's create a functional component, RAFCE. So in this component, we don't want React. Instead, we want to import useState from React. Okay, so you have to import this useState. The way you use useState is you'll have to say const and it will return an array with the 2 elements. Okay, so this will have 2 elements. I'll show you that in a moment. And then you say equal, then you have to initialize this useState. Okay, now let's understand this statement properly. So this is an array. It will return 2 elements. The first element is the current state value and then a function to update that particular value. Okay, so let's for example, we will have one number and this will be the current value, and then we will have a function to update this particular number. Maybe we can say set number. Okay, and this useState will always take the initial value. Maybe for example, the initial value can be 0 or 5 or 10, right? So for our example, we will initialize this value as 5. Okay, so this will be the initial value. So now to understand it better, so this useState returns an array with 2 elements. The first element is the current state value and the second element is a function to update its value. Okay, now let's see what is inside num. Okay, so num should be 5 because the initial value we have given is 5, right? So using console.log, let's see if we get that 5 or not. Print 5. Okay, so now you know what, we have to add this in app.jsx, right? I will comment this out. I will say learn useState. All right, let's go, and here you see learn useState, and in the console you see 5, right? So that is because the initial value we have set is 5, right? So this is the current value. Now let's say we want to update the current value, right? So what we want to do, we need to actually create a button. Okay, let's make it a fragment and I'll create a button. Okay, let's say click here, on click, handle num. Okay, so this function will create, and here we'll say const this arrow function is equal to open a parenthesis, arrow and curly braces, and then what you do is you want to set the number, right? You want to update the number. The current number is 5, we want to update that number with 10, right? So how to do, just say set num. Set num is a function. Okay, so this is a function, so here you say 10, right? Just save it, and now let's see whether we can update the number or not. See, the current value is 5. Now we want to set this 5 to 10, right? We will update it. Let's click here and you can see it is 10. Okay, now let's not print it in the console, let's actually print it on the web page itself. Okay, so how to do that? Just let's create one h1 or h2, let's say number, and the current value is always be number. Okay, save it, and now you can see the number is 10 because we have already clicked on it, right? Let's refresh, right? When you refresh it, you see it is 5. Okay, now when you click on it and it is being updated and you see 10, right? But in this whole process, the page is not getting reloaded, right? So that's the beauty of React states. Okay, so you don't have to refresh the page in order to see the changes, right? So your component will be updated without refreshing the page, and you want to see it. Let's go to this div id root, right? So inside the div id root, we have this h2, right? Now if I refresh it, and currently it is 5, right? If I click on this button, and only this number is being updated. Okay, every other HTML element is staying intact. So that's why React states are very useful. Now in the next one, we will try to understand state in a better way. Maybe we'll take an example of object rather than this simple number. Okay, so you will understand the state better. All right, let's take another example of using object with the useState. In the previous example, we used number, right? We can also use a string, we can use object or array also, right? So in this one, let's take an example of using object with it. So what we want to do is we want to print the stock name and the stock price. Okay, when we click on a button, the stock price will be changed without refreshing the pages. Okay, so that's what we want to do in this video. So first of all, let's initialize the use state with the object. So how to do that? Let's say const is equal to, so const with the array, right, is equal to use state, right? The initial value will be the object, right? So it will be stock colon, let's say apple, and let's say price colon maybe 100. Okay, so this is the initial value, and in this array we will have two elements. One is the current state value, which is stock price, okay, and another one is the function to update that value. So let's say set stock price, okay, stock price and set stock price. All right, now if I console it, you will see the stock price, right? We want to console this current stock price. What you will see? You will see this initial value, right? Let's go back, and here you see stock apple and price 100, right? So this is the initial value. And one more thing, you must be wondering why you are saying this 5 2 times, right? Stock 2 times. So that is because in your development server you will have this strict mode on, right? So using the strict mode, you will see the potential bugs or errors or warnings in your development server, okay? But in the production you will not see any errors. Okay, don't worry about that. You can simply ignore the second print, right? So that's one more thing. And maybe in any case, if you want to remove this strict mode, you can remove it like this. Save it, and now you will see only once, right? Anyway, I will have it enabled. Okay, so this is only for development server. Okay, so yeah, you have seen this one, right? Stock price. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to print this stock price here. Okay, so I will have one HR. Okay, I will have one HR. So just to see this line, okay, so because these are two different examples. All right, what I'll do is I'll actually say h2, I'll print the stock price dot, since this is object, we have this access, right? Dot stock price dot stock, right? So that's why I'm accessing stock price dot stock. Save it, and you see apple, right? So what is the price of apple now? Just say colon stock price dot price. Save it, and you see apple 100. Okay, now I will have one button. When I click on that button, the price will be changed. Okay, so let's do that. Let's create a button, click here. Okay, click here or anything. I will say on click update stock price. Okay, so this is the function. When I trigger this function, we will set the new stock price using set stock price. All right, now let's create that function const update stock price. This is the arrow function. So here what we need to do is set stock price. Okay, we want to set the new stock price. So how to set it? Because this is the object, right? Since this is the object and I want to only update the price, and I don't want to touch this one, right? I don't want to touch this stock name. The only thing that I want to update is the price, right? So I want everything else to be stay intact. So that's why I can use a spread operator like dot. Okay, I can use a spread operator and say stock price, comma, and the property that I want to update is the price, right? Price this time will be 200. Okay, so I used spread operator to create a new object with the updated property while keeping the rest of the properties unchanged. Okay, I just didn't want to touch anything else except price, right? So that's why I used dot stock price, which is a spread operator, and updated this price 200. Now what happens if I save this and refresh, right? So I will click on this button and you can see Apple is 200 now. And you also noticed the page is not being refreshed at all, right? If I refresh again and click here, and you can see, and this one. So this is how the state works. In the next video, we will create a very small counter app so that you will understand state much better way. All right, thank you. All right, let's create a counter app in this video. So let's go back to the code and I will close it. I don't want this. Yeah, I will close it and I'll create a new component and name it as counter app.jsx. All right. So this is a functional component and I'll say RAFCE. I think RAFCE. Okay, so it will come with this export. Okay, so I have the counter app and here I will comment it down and say counter app. Okay, so let's see whether it is running. Yes. All right. So here I need 3 buttons. One is to increase the count and another is to decrease the count and to reset the count. Okay, so let's do that in the counter app.jsx. First of all, I will make it a fragment and I'll say h1 and I'll say counter app. Oh, I'm sorry, counter app. Okay, so here I'll create another h2 and I'll say count. In this count, I want to print the count. Okay, so we will again make use of this useState. Let's say const count comma set count. Okay, so this is the current count value and this will be the function to update the count. Okay, and it will be use, we have to set the initial state, right? Use state initial number will be 0, right? So when you refresh the page, you will see the count 0. Okay, so at this point we will print count here. Okay, let's save it and you can see currently the count is 0. And why we are seeing this app component? Okay, I'll remove this. I don't want that. Okay, counter app. Now the count is 0 and I will have 3 buttons. Okay, so I'll say button increase count, and it will have the function. So I'm sorry, on click will be increase count, right? Increase count. Okay, let's first create the increase count function. Okay, so let's say const increase count is equal to open the parentheses, arrow and curly braces. Now when I click on this button, the count should be +1, right? So how to do that? Set count, right? Set count is a method and you'll say count +1, right? Save it and let's go back. And now if I click on this increase count, you will see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Now the count is being increased. And now what if I want to decrease it? Now let's create another button. I'll copy this one. This will be decrease count. The function name will be decrease count. And again, I'll have to create function const. It should be decrease count. Okay, it's equal to open the parenthesis and arrow, then curly braces. Okay. Now this time when I click on this decrease count, I need to update the count, right? How to update the count? Just call this set count with the current value, right? This is the current value. If it is 11 right now, then the current value, that is 11 minus 1, which is 10, right? So that is decrease the count by 1. All right. Now save it. And it is 11 now, decrease 10, right? Now increase the current value +1, right? 6, 5, 6, like this. Okay. Now at last we will have another button to reset the count to 0. All right. So how to do that? Again, we'll have another button and say reset, and this will be reset count. reset count. Let's create a function const reset count is equal to, it's an arrow function, and let's say set count 0. That's all. Okay, save it, and when you click on this reset button, this reset count will trigger, and this will call the set count function, which will set it back to 0. Okay, reset 0, right? So that's how you use useState to make the counter app. All right, we have another hook called useEffect. So what is useEffect? Well, useEffect is a hook that lets you perform side effects in your functional components. Okay, but what is side effect? Well, any action that affects something outside the scope of your component can be considered as side effect. Some examples for side effects are fetching the data from an API and subscribing to a data stream, or manually changing the DOM. These are all the actions that are out of the scope of your component. That's where we use useEffect. Let's try to understand them using some examples. Let's go back to the code and let's create a new component called learn useEffect. Learn useEffect.jsx. This is our new component, and we'll create a functional component RAFCE. All right, we have the component useEffect, and let's go back to JSX. You know what? We'll close that counter app. I'll comment this out, and I'll bring this new component, which is learn useEffect. Learn useEffect. All right, at this point, we have our learn useEffect component is rendering in the page. All right, so to understand the useEffect better, we will again take the example of counter app. Okay, so we'll again create the counter app here. So you know what, we already have the code for counter app here, but you know what, let's create it from scratch. Okay, so first of all, we'll have to import useState, right? useState hook. Okay, so I'll make a empty fragment, and here I'll say count. All right, so here we'll create a const count. Okay, that is equal to useState. We'll put the initial value as 0. All right, and next we will print the count here. We'll print the count here. So let's see how it looks. Yeah, we have the count 0 now, which is the initial value. Let's go ahead and create a button. Let's create a button and say increase count. Okay, increase count. So on click. So and we'll have to create the function here. We'll say const increase count, which is a arrow function. Create an arrow, curly braces, and set count. Set count is a function count plus 1. Okay, so at this point we have our counter app ready. Now we can click on this increase count, and the number is getting increased. All right, so this is one state, and you know what, I also want to create another state. Let's create one more state. Let's say const. So this will be a random number, random num, comma set random num. Okay, random num comma set random num is equal to useState again. So here you can set it as a 0, or you can set null. All right, let's go with the 0. The initial value will be 0, and here I'll put one HR to get the line, and I'll again say h1 and say a random number. So we are actually going to generate the random number. Okay, so here the initial value will be random num. Okay, so let's go back and see we have the random number. Okay, we have the increase count and we have the random number. Okay, we are yet to talk about useEffect now, right? We're still working on useState. Okay, so we'll quickly set the random number. Okay, whenever we click on a button, we should be able to generate the random number. All right, so how to do that? Well, we have to create a button here. Okay, generate number. Okay, generate number. and on click, we'll create a function, generate random number or generate number. Okay, so this is a function, generate. Okay, I'll make it G lowercase. Okay, generate random num is a function, and we are going to create a function called generate random num. It's again a arrow function. So the initial value of random number is 0, right? Now we want to generate the random number and set it inside the set random num function. Okay, so how to do that? Well, first we'll create a random num. A random num is equal to math.floor math.random, math.floor, math.random, and multiplied by 100. So this will give us the random number. All right, let's console it whether we are getting the random number or not. Okay, let's actually refresh. Okay, click on the random number. Definitely it will not print the random number here because we have not yet set that random number in set random num function, right? But we are consoling it here, right? The moment we click on it, and it should print the random number here. Let's click on it, and you see it has created one random number, 26, 35, 51. Okay, so we have successfully created the random numbers. And next thing what we need to do is we need to actually set it. Set random num, pass this random number. Okay, now what will happen when you click on it, the random number will be set here. Okay, you can see this is working and this one is also working. Now how can we use useEffect here? Well, I'll show you practically. So we currently have two states, right? So after this state, we create useEffect, right? useEffect. Okay, so this useEffect will take two arguments, a function and a dependency array. Okay, so how to do that? So inside this useEffect, create a arrow function, right? So this will take an arrow function, and here the logic goes. Okay, and after that it also takes the dependency array. Okay, you can pass some array here, but you know what, we'll talk about the dependency array, which is a optional argument. All right, so first we will talk about when does this useEffect gets executed. Okay, so let's actually console it. Console.log useEffect is executed, or useEffect is called. Okay, so this useEffect will be called whenever the component is mounted or the state is changed. Okay, so now if you see here, right, so we have saved this file, right? The moment you save the file, the component is mounted, right? So that's why you are seeing here that useEffect is called. Let's refresh it, and when you refresh it, the component will get mounted, right? Which component? We are talking about this whole component, right? Learn useEffect component. So the moment it gets mounted, the useEffect will be called. Why we are getting this two times? Because we have the strict mode turned on here, right? If you want to disable it, because that can be sometimes confusing, right? Now you can see useEffect is called only once, right? Now this useEffect will also be called when the state changes, right? When I click on this increase count, the useEffect is called, right? Now when I click on this generate number, the useEffect is called again, right? You see here too. If I click on this 10 times, and the useEffect is called again and again and again, right? So that's the problem, because useEffect is used when we want to fetch the data, right? So when we want to fetch the data from the API, the useEffect is called. If some other state is changing, that also means that the useEffect is being called again and again, right? So this will be a problem when we have written some code or the logic that fetches the data from useEffect, right? So to get rid of this problem, we can pass an optional argument, empty array, right? Here just put a comma and put one empty array, right? So when you put this empty array, the useEffect will be called only once when the component gets mounted, right? But it won't be called if the state is changing, right? But when the component gets mounted, the useEffect will be called by default. Okay, but by passing the empty array to the useEffect, it won't be called when the state gets changed, right? Now since this is a dependency array, we can set state as a dependency. For example, if we want to call this useEffect only when the count is changed, right? So for that, you should say simply count, just pass the count, right? Now what happens when you, of course, the useEffect will be called initially when the component gets mounted, but when you click on this generate number, it won't be called, right? You don't see anything here, right? It won't be called. But since this count is the dependency of this useEffect, if you click here, the useEffect will be called again, right? So this state is the dependency of this useEffect. Okay, so if you want this useEffect to be called, if you change this random num state, then just put the random num here and go back and you see, click on it, useEffect is called, right? If you don't want the useEffect to be called every time, just put one blank array. That's it. Now you can see, click on here, nothing. So that's how the useEffect is used. And in useEffect, we have another important topic called cleanup functions. Okay, we'll talk about cleanup functions in the next one. All right, what is a cleanup function? Well, a cleanup function is a function that returns from useEffect. Okay, now let's return a function from here. A return, it's a arrow function. So we will simply say console.log cleanup function is called. All right, so here we'll put one comment, cleanup function. Okay, so this cleanup function will execute in two specific scenarios. First, it will get executed whenever the component unmounts, right? So that means when the component is removed from the DOM, React will automatically call the cleanup function to allow you to release the resources. Okay, so whatever the code you write here will be responsible for cleaning up the resources or cleaning up whatever connections or whatever, maybe you can use it for data cleaning and all that stuff. Okay, and the next scenario it will get executed is whenever the dependency state changes. Okay, so that means if the dependency state changes, for example, if you put count here, so when the count changes, React will execute the cleanup function before applying the new count or a new effect. Okay, so let's just put this count here inside the array and let's see this cleanup function in action. Let's go back and you can refresh this page, and initially the useEffect will be called, and as I said, when the dependency state changes, the cleanup method will be automatically called. So in our case, what is our dependency state, which is the count, right? So let's see, if you click on this random number, cleanup method will, it won't be called. But if you click on this count, cleanup function is called here, right? So that means the moment you change the state of this count, the cleanup method will be automatically called to release the resources and then set the new value. Okay, now you press this increase count button again, the cleanup method will be again called and then it will set the new value too, right? So you see why this cleanup methods are important and what is the use of this cleanup method, right? So for example, if you write some code to establish a connection to the server using useEffect, then to disconnect that connection, you write the code here, right? So this cleanup method will be responsible for disconnecting that connection. Okay, so this will save the memory leakage and the resources. So more about cleanup functions when we work on projects practically. So that's about useEffect hook in React. In this video, we'll learn another hook in React, useMemo. All right, what is useMemo? Well, as the name says, useMemo is a hook that memoizes a value. It means React will remember the result of a function and only recomputes it when one of its dependency changes. This can be super useful to avoid expensive calculations on every render. So imagine you have a component that does some serious calculations. Now the problem is in React, when the state changes, the whole component will re-render. And those big calculations can really slow things down when the component re-renders and the calculations will again run, right? That's where useMemo comes in. It's like having a little cache inside your component. It remembers the result of a calculation, okay? And if the inputs to that calculations haven't changed, it simply gives you the cached version of the value instead of redoing all the work again and again. Okay, so this can give your app a major performance boost. All right, let's see the useMemo hook in action. We'll go back to the code. So here I'll first close all those components, and I'll create a new component and say learn useMemo useMemo.js6. All right, so first thing first, let's say RAFCE. We'll create one functional component and save it, and then go to app.jsx and include this learn useMemo. All right, so at this point we have our app running. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll just make it side by side so that we don't have to go back and forth to this browser and VS Code. All right, so I think this is good. Now what I'll do is I'll actually create one simple counter app. Okay, so I'll make a counter app here. I'll say const count, set count is equal to useState, right? Make sure you import this useState. You can delete this React. We don't want that. So initially the value of this count will be 0. And next what I'll do is I'll actually make it an empty fragment and say h1 count colon count. All right, so right now the count is 0 and I want to increase the count, right? So when the count increases, the state changes, right? So let's create a button. Let's say increase count. Okay, so this is very simple. We have already created this count in the previous one also. I'll say on click increase count. Okay, so we'll have to create this function now. Const increase count is equal to open the parenthesis and arrow function. Okay, so now when we click on the button, we'll set the count to the previous count, which is count plus 1. Perfect. All right, now when we click on this increase count, the count is working, right? Okay, so this is our very simple counter app. Okay, now we have the counter app. And what happens if we have some serious calculations, or if we have like some expensive calculation, right? We will simulate one, big calculation. Maybe we'll do some of our big numbers. Let's see what happens. So we will create a new state and we'll say numbers, a number, comma, set number. I'm sorry, not set count, it is set number is equal to use state. And for now, let's the initial value we will put 5. Okay, so what we want to calculate? We want to actually calculate 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus up to this number. Okay, if this is a bigger number, maybe it is 100. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus then 99 plus 100, right? The count of all the numbers from 1. Okay, for now let it be 10. And to calculate this, we will create a function. Okay, const calculate, maybe we'll say sum of numbers. Okay, sum of numbers is equal to an arrow function. Let's simply say initialize the sum is equal to 0, and we'll loop through it for let I will start I from 1. Okay, so we want to calculate the numbers from 1. Okay, I is equal to 1 and I is less than or equal to the number, this number. Right now it is 10, right? Number colon I plus plus. Okay, now what we want to do here is sum is equal to the previous sum plus I, right? If I is 3, I is 4, then it will calculate as the previous number plus the next number. Okay, so if you don't want to write like this, you can simply say sum plus equals I, which is sum is equal to sum plus I. Okay, so this is very simple. And after that, this function will return the sum. Okay, all right, so next we will, once the calculation is done, we'll say console.log. Maybe you can say sum of numbers from 1 to the number, right? Okay, we cannot write number like this. Instead of single quotation, we'll have to use backtick. Okay, so it is just under your escape button. Okay, use backtick, and after that you can use this. You can put the dollar symbol and the dynamic number here. Okay, so sum of numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, 1 to 10, we'll put a colon and comma. This function is returning some sum, right? So that's why we'll put this sum. Okay, so you know what, we have to call this function. Here we have to call this function. Okay, the moment I called this function, you see the sum of numbers from 1 to 10 is 55, right? Okay, so this is very simple, and it does not affect anything. When I click on this button, right, the state changes. When the state changes, the whole component re-renders, right? Okay, so state changes, the whole component re-renders. The component re-rendering is also means that this function is also going to calculate the sum of these numbers again, right? See, it is unnecessary because we are not doing anything related to this sum of numbers. We are just increasing the count, increasing the state of a different thing, right? But still this calculation is being called, right? We don't want that to be happen, because what happens if this number is bigger, right? If the calculation here is the major calculation, right? So let's simulate one thing here. So if this is 100, of course it is not going to affect much. But what happens if I make it 0 0 0 0 0, maybe let's calculate 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, right? Because I'm calculating it because the browser will crash. Okay, so that's why. Okay, so you see, it is taking a little bit of time, but if I add one more zero here, you will see that the browser is taking a lot of time, right? I clicked on it, and after some seconds the count is getting increased, which means your app is lagging, right? So that should not happen, right? So if I put one more zero here, the calculation becomes very much expensive and your application will crash, right? You see, I will refresh it, right? I'll refresh it, and it is taking time. It is taking time, and I think it is going to crash now, because this calculation is very big, right? When the component mounts, of course this will load. Okay, once definitely it is going to load, but when any state changes, this function is going to execute, okay, which is unnecessary, right? You see, I clicked on it, but it is still 0. It is going to become 1, right? Before becoming 1, it is going to calculate the number of 0 0 0 again, right? And after that it will become 1. Okay, so again click on another thing. If I click on this button multiple times, then this is going to crash. Okay, see, it is still executing, still calculating, right? So I don't want this to be calculating every time. What I want is, I want this number, or I want this result to be cached, to be stored, right? So until and unless this number changes, right? If I specifically want to change this number, then this calculation will run. If this is same, then there is no point in calculating it again and again, right? So that's why we use useMemo to store this result. Okay, so we'll use the useMemo, and I think it got crashed, right? Okay, don't worry about that. We'll remove this. You don't want this like this here. Okay, and I'm also going to remove one more zero. Okay, I'll use the useMemo here. useMemo. Okay, so this useMemo will take two arguments. One is the function. Okay, one is the function where you write the logic, or where you write the calculation. Okay, another one is the dependency array. Okay, so I'll talk about a dependency array. You have seen that dependency array in useEffect also, right? So same thing works in useMemo also. Okay, so the first argument is the function. So here what we are going to do is, we are actually going to say const sum of numbers here. Just copy it and paste it here. Const sum of numbers is equal to useMemo, and inside here we are going to make the calculation. Okay, so I'll delete it, I'll comment it out, and I'll say let sum is equal to 0, and we don't need to write it again. We can simply copy that and paste it, but we'll get rid of the comments. Okay, for let I equal to 1, I is less than or equal to number I plus plus, sum equal to sum plus 1, and it is returning the sum. Okay, so when it returns the sum, the result will be stored in the as a cache in your component. Okay, so now what happens, you save it. Okay, you save it and there is error. Okay, the number is big, and you know what is saying is sum of numbers is not a function. And okay, so here this is not a function, this is a hook, right? We are using useMemo hook. You cannot put that parenthesis here. Okay, and you see we also have one more argument, which is the dependency array. Okay, let's keep it blank. Okay, so when you keep it blank, this useMemo will execute only once and store the result in your component. Okay, so you refresh it and it has calculated the sum. Okay, now if you click on this increase count, and you will see this result is coming from the cache, right? So it is not taking time, right? It is not calculating this whole thing again and again. It has calculated it already and stored it in the cache, and the result is being coming from the cache, right? Even if you change this number, it is going to take, if you put one more zero here, it is going to calculate one more time. It is taking time, right? So let it calculate. Okay, so once it will calculate, and it will not calculate the whole thing again and again. Okay, so if you are confused still, I will refresh it again, and we have some numbers here, big numbers, right? So when the component mounts, it will calculate the number, and next, whenever the state changes, it will not calculate again and again, right? The number is smoothly being changed, right? So this result is coming from the cache. Now we have one more thing, we can pass the dependency array here, right? So let's say I want to change the number, right? I want to change this number when the count reaches to 10, right? So what happens, let's say, okay, so this is how many zeros here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 zeros. Okay, so I have 10 zeros here. So when the count reaches 10, I want to set this number. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, so in the increase count, I'm going to say if count is equal 10, I'm going to set the number. I'm going to set the number to maybe 999, 999, 999. Okay, 9 times 9, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I'm not giving a very huge number because my browser is going to crash. Okay, so what I'm doing here, I'm trying to change the number, right? I'm trying to change the number when the count reaches 10. Okay, so let's save this and let's refresh it. Okay, so the expected output should be, it will first calculate the number, right? It has calculated the sum of numbers from 1 to the initial value, which is this one, right? And stored it in the memo. And now when the state changes, okay, so we cannot do that. We have to pass this number here. It is a dependency array, right? So we have to pass this here. Now let's refresh it again. Okay, so the sum of numbers is this one, and let's increase it. Okay, so this is coming from cache. Okay, so let's go up till 9, 10, and after 10 the number is going to change, right? So when this changes, it is going to calculate the whole thing again because the number is different, right? So up till now the number was same, so that's why it was giving the same result without being calculated. When the number changes, it is going to calculate it again, right? So let's click on it, and it is taking time, right? It took some time and it calculated it again automatically, right? And after that, it is stored in the memo, right? It's not taking time, right? You click on it and it is being properly increased. Okay, so that's why useMemo is very important when you have to make some expensive calculation. Okay, so if you have any doubts, just feel free to ask me. All right, we have another hook in React called useContext. Well, before we talk about useContext, it's important to understand two more topics: prop drilling and context API. It's important because useContext hook is the solution of prop drilling. So what is prop drilling? Prop drilling is the process of passing the data from parent component to deeply nested components, right? For example, if you have a component hierarchy like this, which are nested components, as you can see, we have one parent component and we have three child components, which are child A, child B, and child C. Let's say we want to pass data from parent component to child C. What we usually do is we pass the data using props, right? As you know, props are used to pass the data from parent component to child component, right? So here what we have to do is we need the data in child C, but the data is currently in parent component, which is app component, right? What we do is we do the prop drilling, which means we pass the data from parent component to child A first, right? After child A receiving the data, it will send that data to child B. And after that, child B will send that data to child C, right? Finally, it will come to this child C. So we will see this prop drilling practically. So let's go back to the code. So here I will create three child components. Okay, so let's take that same example, child A, child B, and child C. Inside the components, I'll create a new file called child.a.jsx. And again, I'll create another one, child b.jsx, and then child c.jsx. Okay, now I have child A, child B, and child C. All right, so quickly I'll say RAFCE. This is child A. Oh, I think this is child C, right? Okay, no problem. So I'll go to child B, RAFCE, and this is child B, and finally RAFCE. We have three components now. All right, I'll go back to my app.jsx. I don't want this now. Learn useMemo. I'll comment it out. I'll actually use child A component, right? Now what I want to do is I have added child A component inside this app component, and I'll make the nested component, right? So I'll go to child A and I'll make the nested component, and you know what, I'll cut this and make an empty fragment. Let this be like this, child A, and inside the child A component I will call child B, right? Child B. Okay, so that it will import it automatically. All right, now when I save this, we'll see this child A and child B, because in the app we have child A, and in the child A we have child B, right? That is nested components. And inside the child B component, right, inside the child B component, I will add child C component. Okay, I will cut this for now and I'll make an empty fragment, child B, and I'll say child C component. Okay, I've had child C component, and finally we are loading this child C component. Okay, so I hope you understood what we are doing up till now, right? So we have called child A in the app component, and child B in the child A component, and child C in the child B component, which are our nested components. Now what we want to do is we want to pass the data from this app component to this child C component, right? So what we'll do is we'll actually create variable, let's say stock is equal to Tesla, right? I want to pass this Tesla to child C. How can we pass it? Because you see, we don't have any connection between this app component to child C component, right? But we have the connection between app component and the child component, which is essentially connecting to child C component using this nested components. So what I'll do is, I know the topic of props, right? Using props, I will send the data to child A component, right? So I'll say name is equal to, oh, not name, right? I thought it is stock name. Stock is equal to, we will pass the stock, right? Okay, so now we have passed this stock component, I mean stock variable, to child A. In child A we have to receive it, right? How to receive it? We can use props, right? We are receiving props here, and here we will say you can print it props dot stock, right? Okay, so Tesla is coming here. That means the data is coming to child A. But you know what? We don't want the data in child A, right? We want the data in child C. So what we'll do now is we have the data props.stock, but we are connecting to child B here, right? So using the props again, we will send that data to child B. Okay, so I'll say stock is equal to, again sending the props. This is the process of prop drilling. Okay, so stock is equal to props dot stock. Okay, now we have the data in child B. Okay, we'll go to child B and we'll receive that props. Okay, we have received the props, and still we don't want the stock in the child B, right? We want it in child C. So that's why we will again send that data to child C. Say stock is equal to, again, props dot stock. Okay, so we got the data in child C now. Now we will accept it, props, and here we'll say stock name, we'll say props dot stock. Okay, so now we got this data which was sent from app component, right, which is the parent component. Now the problem here is the child C wanted the data, but why are we involving these two, child A and child B, right? It is unnecessary. There's no point in involving these two things, because if you have like more nested components, then we will have to involve all of them, right? It is very time consuming, and this is the very big drawback of prop drilling. Okay, so to overcome this problem, we have something called context API. So using the context API, we don't have to pass the data to every intermediate components. We can directly pass the data from app component to child C component, right? So we'll talk more about context API in the next one. Okay, in the previous video, we learned about prop drilling. Now we know that it's a major problem when we have to work on bigger projects with the nested components, right? So to overcome this problem of prop drilling, we have context API. Using context API, if we have to pass data from parent component to a deeply nested component, we can pass it directly to that particular component where that data is needed. So this will solve the issue of passing the data to other intermediate components like child A and child B if the data is needed in child C unnecessarily, right? We don't have to pass data to child A or child B unnecessarily, right? So to understand context API, remember these three terms. I'll write it here: create, provider, and consumer. Create, provider, and consumer. These three terms you have to remember in terms of using context API. Okay, so how to make use of context API with these three things, right? So first we have to create our context, right? So the creating the context is the first step, and after that we have a provider, right? Who's the provider here? The provider is the one who is providing the data, right? Parent, which is the app component, is providing the data, right? So this is the provider, app is the provider, right? And after that we have consumer, right? Who is the consumer? Consumer means the component that needs the data, right? So in our case, child C needs the data, right? So that's why this is consumer. Child C is the consumer. First we create the context, and after that we provide the data from the provider component, and after that we accept that or we consume that data using consumer. Okay, so we will implement it practically. Now let's revert this back because we don't want to use prop drilling, right? I'll remove this. Okay, I'll remove this from the app component, and in the child A also I'll remove this props. Okay, just be careful, while removing this props and all that. Okay, just save it, and I'll go to child B and I'll remove the props, and I will remove this stock as well. And in child C, I will remove this props and I will remove this also. Okay, so we have child A, child B, and child C. Okay, so how to use the context API now? First step is to create the context, right? So let's say we have a context of passing the stock data, right? Context can be multiple: passing the user data, or passing the theme data, or passing the stock data, or your project specific data. Okay, so in our example we have the stock data, right? So what I'll do is I will create the context. So just above your function app, I'll create a const data or stock context. We will maintain the naming convention stock context because we are talking about, or we are implementing something related to stock, right? So that's why I have written stock context. So we will have to say create context. Okay, so the moment you hit enter, you will see import create context from React. This has to be imported in your component. Okay, so now we are done with the first step. Okay, because we have created the stock context. Okay, now next step is provider, right? So how to use the provider now? Whenever you want to provide the data to some child component, you have to wrap that component inside the provider. Okay, so how to wrap that? We have created this object, right? Stock context. We have stock context. We'll say stock context dot provider. It gives the provider. So what we'll have to do is we'll just cut it and wrap it inside this stock context dot provider. So this child A component will go inside the provider. Okay, so once you're done with that, you have to pass the data, right? Where is our data? This is the data stock, right? So this provider will take value. Value is equal to stock. Okay, so this will take stock. Okay, so we are done with the second step now. First step, we have created the context, right? And second step, we are passing the data or the value using this provider. Okay, so now we will go to the child C where we want to print the data or where we want to accept the data, right? So we'll go to child C, right? Before we go to child C, we have to export it. Export, or not data, it is stock context. Okay, export stock context so that we can import this stock context inside the child C where we want the data, right? We'll say from or not from, import stock context. Okay, so import stock context from app. Okay, so now we are inside the child C where we want the data. We want to print something like this, right? Stock name, something like this. Okay, so we are done with two steps, and third step is to make use of this consumer. Okay, so we'll go to child C, and now that we have the we have the context inside the child C, what we'll do is we'll actually cut this. We will cut this and make a empty fragment. Okay, so here this can be a little bit tricky. So what we have to do is we need to actually say stock context dot consumer. This time it is consumer, right? So here what we did, stock context dot provider while sending the data. Here while accepting the data, stock context dot consumer, provider and consumer. Okay, so this child C is the consumer, right? And this consumer will only accept a function with a single argument. Okay, so this thing you have to remember. This consumer will always accept a function with a single argument. Okay, so now we'll do a function now here. Okay, so inside the curly braces, we'll create arrow function. Okay, so here I'll actually return something. So maybe how to return here. So we'll say empty this thing you call fragment. Okay, so here I'll say h2 child C. So here I need to pass the stock name. Okay, so where is stock name now? Stock name is inside the app component, right? We are passing it using the provider and we are accepting it using the consumer, and the stock we can get inside this function. We'll say stock, and you print the stock here. Stock, right? Now you can see we did not have to involve these two child components, child A and child B, right? We could directly pass the data from the parent component to the nested child component, or we can say grandchild component. Okay, so now what if I want to pass another data, or for example I want to also pass the stock price, right? So what I'll do is I'll actually go to this app.jsx, and here I will write it like this. Okay, so inside the double curly braces I will say stock comma price, and we have to create the price here, right? I'll just comment it out. I think it is the previous example, right? We have the price variable and we are passing that price variable inside the provider. Okay, make sure you put double curly braces here, stock comma price. Save it and go to your child C, and we have to do destructuring now. So just remove that stock and we will take stock comma price. Okay, stock comma price, and we'll say colon price. Okay, now you can see from the child C, we are printing Tesla and 300. Okay, stock name and the price, right? So this error you can ignore. If you refresh, you'll not see that error. Okay, now everything is fine, but there is one problem here with the context API. Now let's say we are taking only one context, which is the stock context. What if I want to use another context? For example, if I want to pass user data from app component to child C component. So in that case, I'll have to create another context and pass it. But the problem is we will face is here inside the consumer, because you remember I told you this, the consumer will accept only a function with a single argument. You see, this is a single argument, right? But what happens if I try to pass another argument? So definitely we are going to get the error. But you know what, we will see the problem practically. So what I'll do is I'll actually create another context. Okay, not the context, it is const is equal to user context. That's equal to, again, I will create the first step, I'll create the context, which is the first step. And next step is to provide the data, right? So, but we don't have a data now. So we'll create one simple data here. This time I will use the state. Okay, I'll say user comma set user or something. Okay, that is equal to, let's make it a little bit trickier, use state. I'll use the use state, and initial value I will set it as name colon Ratan, name colon Ratan, and is logged in colon yes. Let's not pass boolean value, we'll simply pass yes. Okay, is logged in yes. Okay, so we have a state now. I want to pass this user and user data name and the is logged in status to child C. Now what I'll do is I'll again use this provider to pass the data. So I will go here and wrap this child A. Okay, so I'll say user context this time, user context dot provider. Okay, just cut this and close it properly. Okay, so this should be the first level and this is the last one. Okay, just put it here. Okay, so now we have the provider and we will pass the value, right? So we'll say value is equal to, using the double curly braces, we will pass user comma set user. Okay, so I think we are not going to use this set user, but no problem. If you want to set something here in the child C component, we can make use of that set user. But for now, for our example, we will only use user or user data. Okay. Okay, so now we are passing this, and once we are done with this provider, we have to export it, right? We'll put a comma and we'll say user context. All right, save it. And after that, the data will be available inside the consumer, right? We'll go to the consumer, and as I said, the consumer will take the function with a single argument, right? So that's why we cannot put something here. So what we have to do is we have to actually create the new consumer. Okay, so let's do that. We will actually cut this. Okay, we will cut this and we will actually say user context. Okay, make sure you importing this user context. Okay, user context dot consumer. Okay, user context dot consumer, and as you know, consumer will take function. We'll create a function, and this is arrow function, and we'll say okay. So now we will say return, and we have something in clipboard, right, which is our child C and stock price. Okay, so just save it, and when you save it, you will see the same thing, but we now have the data of user, right? So we will accept that user inside here. Now the things are becoming complex, right? Because we have stock context dot consumer and user context dot consumer, and if we have to pass, if you have to get some other context, for example theme context or some other data specific context, then we'll have to again and again wrap it, right? So that is the major drawback of this context API. But anyway, we will see how we can pass the user data, right? We have to accept this user here. Okay, user, we just want to use the user. Okay, so that's why I'm taking the user here. And what I'll do is I'll actually say h2 and user colon, this time it is user dot, you see this is the object, right? user dot name. We have the name here. That's why it is user dot name. And you will see user is Ratan. And after that, we will say h2. What did I do? Okay. Logged in. I will simply say user dot is logged in. User dot is logged in. But you see, that's the problem, because we have to use the consumer again and again, because this consumer will only take one argument. Okay, so we cannot pass multiple arguments, multiple data into this function. Okay, so that is the problem, because you cannot maintain the code properly if you have multiple layers of data coming from the provider. Okay, so to solve this problem, we have use context hook. Okay, so that's what we want to learn in the next video. All right, in this one, let's understand use context hook. So use context is the solution to prop drilling and context API. You see, context API need not to be a problem for everyone, because you can still use context APIs in your project if you are good with how to manage them properly. Okay, or if you have very good experience in using it. Okay, but if you want to make your code more cleaner and more robust, more manageable, you can use context. Okay, so in use context, we don't have to do all these things. Okay, we still have to create the context, and we still have to use the provider to provide the data. But in the component where we want the data, we don't have to do all this stuff. Okay, so this can be confusing for many of us. So that's why we use context. Okay, so let's take the same example. You see, we have created the stock context, and we also have this user context, right? And using this stock context dot provider, we are passing the stock price and the user data. Now what we'll do is we'll actually use the use context hook to print the same data here. So now I will comment this code here. I'll comment the whole code. Okay, so I'll clear it, and in the same return, right, in the same return and in the same empty fragment, I'm gonna use this use context. So first of all, I need to import this use context from React. Use context. Okay, you can get rid of this React. Okay, so we have the use context hook now. So here we'll take the variable stock data. The stock data is equal to, we'll say use context. Okay, we are using use context. So this use context will take our stock context, which we have created in the provider, right? So we will simply pass this here. Simply pass this here. Const stock data is equal to, you see, this is actually a variable. This can be anything, ABCD or anything like that. Okay, const stock data is equal to use context, the context that we have created here, which has the value. Okay, so how to print it? Well, we already have this blank, empty fragment, right? So I'll say h2, and I'll say child c colon stock, right? So how to get the stock name here, right? We have the data inside the stock data now. So we'll simply say stock data dot stock. Very simple. Okay, we did not have to do all these things, right? Just say stock data dot stock using the use context. Okay, now let's quickly do other things. User, let's copy this one. First thing, user, right? User dot name. But you see, we don't have user dot name. We cannot use like that. First, we have to say const user data, right? This is another context, right? Use context, and again we'll say the context that has the data, which is user context, right? Now we have the data inside the user data, and here we'll say user data dot user dot name. Okay, because this is the user object, right? So that's why we'll save it, and you can see user is Ratan. Similarly, we can take another h2 is logged in colon, and this time the data is inside the user data dot user dot is logged in. Let me copy this, paste it, and you see it is very simple to use context. Okay, so we did not have to do all these things. So that's how we saved from prompt drilling. Okay, we have another hook in React, useRef. Well, we commonly use useRef hook to access and interact with DOM elements directly. Well, you might be asking, what is DOM? DOM stands for Document Object Model. These are those elements that you see in inspect element, right? They are just your HTML elements. Using useRef hook, you can access those elements directly and manipulate them. There are many scenarios where you might want to manipulate the DOM elements directly. I'll show you how to do that practically. And useRef is also used to store any mutable values that doesn't trigger a component re-render. This simply means updating a useRef value will not cause the component re-render. Okay, you have seen in useState, when the state changes, the whole component gets re-rendered, right? But in useRef, you change the value of it, the component will stay intact. Okay, and finally, useRef can hold the previous value of a state. Okay, so we will see all these things in action in this video. So let's go back to our code. Here I will create component here. I'll create a new file and say learn useref, learn useref.jsx. All right, I'll say rafce, and I'll go back to this app.jsx and I'll comment out the previous examples components. Okay, so I will include this one. This is learn useref. Okay. All right, I can see learn useref. Now what I want to do is I want to first create one simple text box. Okay, so we have not yet covered forms and text, the input fields, but still we will see a simple example. So here I'll just first make it an empty fragment. And first of all, I will actually create a state, right? I'm actually planning to make input box. Okay, so with that input box, I'll show you how to use useRef hook. So first of all, I'll create one state, which is name and set name. Okay, so that is equal to useState, and you should import this useState. Okay, so initially the value will be 0, I mean empty string. And after that, I have created a name, right? So after that, I'll have to create one input box. I'll say h1 learn useref. Okay, I'll create input type equal to text, and after that I'll say value will be the name, this state name, right? And after that, in input, if you just save it and try to use it, you cannot write it. Okay, so in React you cannot just directly write the input, and you cannot actually write any text inside it with this simple input box. Okay, so for that, what you have to do is you have to actually give a event handler. But you know what, we have not yet started forms topic. Okay, so we have a dedicated video for learning forms and input boxes. Okay, so don't worry even if you don't understand what I'm doing here, because this can be confusing if you are coming from HTML or Bootstrap. Okay, but just follow along with me. All right, so I'll have to say event handler, which is I'll write inline arrow function, which will take the event, okay, e, and I'll have to say set name. E object has the attribute called target dot value, so which means, oh, not validation, it is value. So what we are doing here is we are actually taking whatever the input that we are giving here, we are actually setting it as a name. Okay, so at this point you can write here, right, test. Okay, so that is there. And after that, next thing I want to do is I want to actually create a button. Okay, button to clear whatever I have written in this box. So I will add one event handler. I'll say clear text. The moment I click on this clear button, everything I have written here should be cleared. Okay, so this is a very simple example. Now we will define this clear text function. Okay, you can simply say function like this if you are not good at arrow function, but you can simply create the arrow function as well. Okay, this is up to you. And create an arrow and just say curly braces. Okay, so in the clear text, what I want to do is I want to actually clear everything that I have written inside the name. right, inside this input. So I will set the name as empty string again. Okay, so let's refresh it and let's write something here, or maybe Rathan, and I'll click on it and it is getting cleared. Okay, so now where we can implement useRef in this example. All right, so if you look at this properly, I'm writing something here, right? You see the blue border in this input box, right? Which means our cursor is focused into this input box. Okay, so when I click on this clear, the focus is going out, right? It is going out of focus. You cannot directly write it. When you click on this clear, you cannot directly start typing on it. You'll again have to go back to this input and click here. The focus will come again and then you start writing, right? Now, what if I want to, I don't want this focus to be gone, right? So even if I click on it, click on the clear button, the focus should be still there, and of course the name will be cleared, right? So that's where we can make use of useRef. Why we can use useRef here? Because as I said, useRef is used to manipulate the DOM elements directly. So now if you right click and go to here in the inspect element, just give me a second. So what is DOM element here? You see this input type text, the value, right? So this is the DOM element we are talking about. Okay, what we want to do is we want to programmatically take control of this element, right? And after that, we should put the focus back. Okay, so now let's try to implement useRef. Okay, first of all, we'll have to say, import useRef, import useState and useRef. Now, how to initialize useRef? So it is very simple. Just say const ref element. It is just a variable. You can name it anything you want, and you just simply define useRef, right? Useref, and this is whatever you write here inside this useRef will be treated as initial value. Okay, where you can see this initial values, if you just refresh, and we have created this ref element, right? So let's see, let's console.log ref element. Okay, the moment you console it, you will see this current attribute, right? So this ref object will actually give you the current attribute. So whatever you write here is treated as initial value that will be set to this current attribute. Okay, so now if I write Rathan here, and you will see, let me just refresh it, and you can see the initial value is this Rathan, right? So for now I'm going to clear it. I'll just refresh and make it current actually will be initially empty. All right, now next thing what I want to do is the moment I click this clear button, of course the text will be cleared and the focus should be still there, right? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll actually give a ref attribute to this input element, right? This ref is the HTML attribute. Okay, and in the ref we have to specify this ref element. We are actually telling React that we are referencing this particular element. Okay, so this particular input element. All right, now you see when I refresh it, you can see the current is input, so it has taken input element. It knows that we want to work with this input element. Okay, so now let's close it, and next what I want to do is the moment I clear it down, the focus should be there, right? So here in this function we are setting the name to be cleared, right? After that we'll have to say a ref element. Ref element is giving us the attribute current, right? Ref element dot current, and inside this current we can make use of so many functions. Okay, so there's this one function called focus. Okay, just say ref element dot current dot focus, save it, and now refresh it, and you see Rathan, and you notice this blue color border, right? Click on clear, and you see the focus is still there and the text got cleared. Okay, so that's how we manipulate the DOM element directly. Okay, we have took control of this DOM element and we manipulated here. Okay, I also told in the beginning useRef can be used to hold the previous state value. So what do I mean by previous state value? Okay, so just look at this one, useState. This is the current state, and this one is the new state. From here we are setting the new state, right? When we set the new state, by default the previous value will be gone. Okay, but if you want to store the previous value, we can use useRef. Okay, so for example, if I write Ratan here and then I set it back to John, okay, so the new name will be stored in this name variable, and the Ratan that I stored previously, we can store it in the useRef. Okay, we will see that quickly in this example. What I want to do is I want to actually create a p tag here. Yeah, I'll add br and create a p tag, previous name. Okay, before I show this previous name, I want to show you one more thing here. Okay, so there is this Chrome extension called React Developer Tools. Okay, so if you don't have it installed in your browser, just make sure you use it. Okay, because this is very handy tool, so it will make your development easier. Anyway, so when you install this React Developer Tools, you will see these two options, components and profiler. So you can go to this components and you will see the component structure here. Okay, so this is your app and this is the component that we are working on. Okay, so don't worry, we are seeing this alert mark because in the main.jsx, I have actually removed that strict mode, right? So that's why it is showing you like that. Now, if you have that strict mode, just make sure you refresh it and click on here, and you see this is the app and this is the component you're working on right now. If you go back to your app.jsx and uncomment the lines that we have used in the previous video, and you will see the component structure, right? So this is your component structure. You see context provider has child A, child B, child C. These are the things that we have worked on previously, right? Okay, so I just wanted to show you this. Anyway, I'll comment it back. Okay, so now I want to show you something else. The moment I write here, I write R here, right? The state is getting changed. You see the state is updating. You see the R here, right? And I'll say RATHAN and you'll see Ratan value here, right? So if I remove it, it is getting removed, and I'll say Kumar and you can see. So this is how the state is changing. Okay, so this is the ref that we are referring, okay, input tag. Okay, now we will use the previous because we just want to see how the useRef will hold the previous value, right? So for that reason, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to say const previous name ref. Okay, and I'm going to say useRef again. Initially it will be empty, and next on every state change I want to hold the previous state value into this previous name ref. Okay, so previous name ref will also have the current attribute, right? So previous name ref will also be having current attribute. Okay, so now this on change, I want to do something here inside this on change. So that's why what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it. Okay, so on change I will say handle input. Okay, handle input. I will create a function here, const handle input is equal to, so I will just say I'll cut it and open a curly braces and save it. Okay, just make sure you are able to write it here. Okay, all right, so before we set the name, we will actually say previous name ref dot current is equal to the previous name. Okay, so this is the state value before it is getting changed, right? Now let's save it, and in here previous name we will actually say previous name ref dot current. Save it and just refresh if you want. Okay, so here also you can see I will write Ratan RA, right? So the moment I write, let me refresh if you don't see that properly. The moment I write a letter, the previous letter is getting stored inside the useRef, right? Previous useRef dot current Ratan, and I put a space and you can see Ratan. Okay, so that's how you store a previous value of a state in a useRef object. Okay, so I hope it is clear, and we will see more about all these things while we are building the stock prediction portal. Okay, so thank you. Apart from built-in hooks, we can also create our own hooks. In this video, let's see how we can create our own React hooks. As you know, hooks are used in React components. Let's first create a component. So let's go to our component folder and create a new file, and let's say learn custom hooks.jsx. So hooks are more like a helper function that you create in Python, right? So they return some value. So in React also, hooks are pretty much the same as the helper function. But in React hooks, we'll have to follow certain rules. I'll tell you what are those rules. First of all, let's say RAFCE. So this is our simple custom hooks component, and I'll actually make it a empty fragment, and I'm gonna say h2 or h1 custom hook. Okay, so let's see if that is running. Okay, so before that we need to actually call it here, right? Let's say learn custom hooks. All right, perfect. So let's go back to the page, and here you can see we have the custom hook component loading. So now let's create a custom hook. So for the example purpose, we can take an example of counter. Okay, so we can create a counter app, or we can create a counter hook that will return features of incrementing, decrementing, and resetting the count. Okay, so for that, let's actually create a new folder inside a src directory. Okay, so we will name it as hooks. Okay, so we are creating a hooks folder inside this src. So inside this hooks, we will have to create a new file, and you see hooks will always start from use keyword. Okay, so this is one of the very important rule that you have to follow while creating a custom hook. So use counter, okay, use counter JSX. All right, so this is a camel case, use counter.jsx. So now we will write the function here. So first of all, let's create a simple function, use counter, and this use counter will take an initial value of 0. Okay, this initial value is because if we want to use this use counter hook in any of our component, we may not provide the initial value there, right? So in that case, if we don't provide any initial value while calling this use counter, then by default this initial value will be 0. Okay, so for that reason we put initial value 0. All right, now let's create a state. So let's say const, let's say count comma set count. So this is use state. We are creating a new state, use state. Okay, so use state will have the initial value. Make sure you are importing this use state from React. All right, so we have the state now, and let's create increment function. Increment is equal to let's create an arrow function, and here let's say set count plus 1. This one we have already seen in the previous videos also, right? So that's why I'm not explaining it much. So in the increment case, we are setting the count plus 1. Okay, similarly we will put another function which is decrement. A decrement is equal to set count minus 1. I'm just writing it inline. Okay, so this is nothing but how we write like this, right? So that's why I'm simply writing it inline. Now const reset. Reset is equal to again an arrow function, set count. Set count will be initial count. Let's reset it back to the initial count. Okay, so now we have these functions. These are returning some values, right? After that we will return everything, right? Return count comma increment comma decrement comma reset. Right now if we call use counter, we will get all these results. Okay, let's now first export it so that we can use it in our components. Export default use counter. Perfect. So our custom hook is ready now, let's go to the learn custom hooks component. So in this learn custom hooks component, we want to use the counter. Okay, so now we will import, use counter hook. Just say import use counter. Okay, just make sure this use counter is coming from this hooks folder that you have created. All right, so now we have imported this use counter. Let's use it. So let's say const. Okay, let's say const. This is returning something, right? So let's make it blank and is equal to use counter. Use counter. Initial value it is taking. Let's set is 0, or you can put 5 here. So what it is returning, if you look at this use counter, it is returning count, increment, decrement, and reset, right? We will copy everything and we will put it here. Now we got everything that use counter is returning. Okay, so let's say h2. Now that count is equal to, count is this count. We will print the count here. We'll print the count, and if you save it, and if you see here, the initial value is 5 now because we have used 5, right? We have used 5 here. Okay, so increment, let's create a button. Let's say increment, and the function is on click. We'll put a event handler. Let's call the increment function. Okay, we did not create anything inside this custom hooks component. So this increment function is coming from use counter. Okay, so this will take care of everything. And let's quickly create another button, which is decrement, and this will be decrement, and again another button, this will be reset, and this is reset. Okay, so now if I go back and see, okay, so I have 3 buttons. If you want to refresh, you can see we have increment, right? It is working, and we have decrement, it is working, and reset. So reset is coming back to 5. That is because the initial value we have set is 5. If you don't pass anything here, the initial value will remain 0. Okay, just make sure you don't have any error in the console. Okay, so this is 0 now. Increment, decrement, reset. So these features are coming from this use counter. Okay, so this is the hook, use counter hook. Okay, now wherever we want to use the counter feature, then we can simply call this use counter hook. So that's how you create the custom hooks in React. All right, next topic, conditional rendering in React. What is conditional rendering? It is just a if and else conditions that we often use in Python or any other programming languages. In React also we can use if else conditions. In this video I'll show you how you can render something based on the conditions. So first of all, let's again create a new component, and let's say learn conditional rendering .jsx. Okay, RAFCE, RAFC. All right, so let me save it, and let's go back to app.jsx. I'll comment it out. Learn conditional rendering. Okay, so let's go to the browser, and okay, so we have the component rendering, and in the code I will go back to learn conditional rendering component, and here let's make it empty fragment. So I'll say h1 conditional rendering. Okay, so I'll quickly arrange this properly. Okay, so here let's take one example. If the user is logged in, then we want to show him welcome user or something. If he is not logged in, then we will show please log in. Okay, so let's create a state const is logged in. So this is a very common state that we always use in React applications. Set is logged in. Okay, we have a state is logged in, that is equal to useState. useState, initially this is logged in is false, which means the user is not logged in. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to actually say if the user is logged in, if this is true, right? You just open this curly braces, okay? Then you say is logged in question mark and open a parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis, you have to write H3 or H4 or something, right? Whatever you want to render inside this condition, right? If this condition is true, then we can say welcome user. Okay, and we want to also write the else condition here, right? So how to write else? So you see, this is the ternary operator. This question mark is a ternary operator, which means this question mark represents the if condition. Okay, if this is logged in is true, then how you can write else? Just put your cursor in between this curly braces and parenthesis close, put a colon, right? So this colon represents else condition. Okay, so here you have to say else, again open a parenthesis and you say H2 or H3, please log, please log in. Okay, now you save it and here you can see please log in. Why please log in is showing? Because currently the use state is false, right? Which means the user is not logged in. So that's why it is showing a please log in. And if you change it to true, then you can see welcome user, right? So this is how you use simple if else statements. Now there's one more thing. There are times where we don't want to do anything in the else case. We just want to render something based on only a if condition. In that case, we can use logical and operator. Now let's actually take another example. Let's create another state. Status colon set status. That is equal to use state. Okay. By default, this is false. Now we want to show some data, right? We want to show some data only if the status is true. Okay. If the status is false, then we just don't want to show anything, right? So let's actually again open a curly braces and this time we'll say status ampersand, which is the logical and operator. If status, which means if this status is true, then I want to show some data here. Okay, I can say H3 show data. Okay, show some data. But if you save this, you don't see anything here because we don't have any else conditions, right? So if you make it true, then you'll see show data, right? If you make it false, then you don't see anything. So in that case, you can use ampersand. So this logical and operator will work if this condition is true. All right. So that's how you can use this simple if else statement and the logical and operators. In this video, let's talk about map function. In JavaScript and therefore in React, the map function is a powerful higher order function that operates on arrays. Okay. Imagine you have a list of names that you want to print inside a list tag or li tag. You can make use of a map function. So this map function is very important. We often use this map function to iterate through the API responses. We will of course see the advanced usages of this map function when we build the real world application. But in this video, let's take a simple example and see how exactly map functions work. So let's quickly create one more component and let's say learn map.jsx. Okay, learn map.jsx. So here I'll say RAFCE, a very simple component, and I'll put, I'll get rid of this div and make it a empty fragment, and I'm gonna say h1 and map function. Okay, so I'll go back to my app and I'll comment it out and I'll bring in learn map, right? Just put it here. All right, my map function is, map component is loading, and first I'll close them. This one also I don't want this. Okay. All right, so how we can use map function, right? So let's create an array of names. Okay, here in the names we'll put some names: Ratan, comma John, and then Bob, or any just 3 to 4 names. These are just demo names. And I have a names array. So I want to print the names one by one, Ratan, John, Bob, and David, right? So in this case, we can use map function. So first of all, we will use UL tag, okay, unordered list. So of course, I don't need to explain this UL because this is the HTML element. Okay, in JSX also you can write like this. So now I will open a curly braces and say names dot map. So this names array will give you the map function. So open this map function, and inside the map function, we will put a arrow function. Okay, arrow function, and again open one more parenthesis. So this parenthesis means we are returning some elements here. Okay, you can also use this one instead of using this one. You can simply use this curly braces. In this case, you'll have to say return and all that. Okay, but we don't want to use that. We'll simply use not this. We'll use a parenthesis. Okay, and here we don't want to return anything. We'll simply say list. We'll say list. Inside the li element, we will put this name. Okay, it is just like a for loop. How you use for loop, right? You'll simply say, pass name here, and this will be name. You can even pass I here, right? So I think this will be better. You can even pass I here. Okay, so you can see Ratan, John, Bob, David, right? And I will go with this name. Okay, all right. So here we were able to list down all the names of the array, but in the console we are getting this warning, right? Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So what this means is, whenever you iterate the data, the React expects a key prop. We have to provide some key here, but this key should be unique, right? That is what it is saying here. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. Okay, we'll pass the key, but it should be unique, right? So what is unique here? We don't have any unique thing, right? So this is Ratan, John, Bob, David. These are not unique. But you see, we also have index, right? While iterating through it, we get the index, right? So we can get that index here. We can simply put the, take the index and pass the index inside the key, right? So the index of Ratan is 0, index of John is 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you can save it and you'll see refresh and the error is gone. Okay, so this is how you use map function. Okay, so we more often use map function in, while iterating through the data. Okay, if you have multiple products, then the API will give you the response and you use map function to iterate through that products. Okay, so this is the basic usage of map function. Okay, in this video, let's see how we can apply CSS to our JSX elements. I'm sure you know how to apply CSS for the HTML elements, right? In React, instead of HTML, we use JSX, and applying CSS is a little different than how we used to use CSS on HTML. So there are multiple ways we can apply CSS in React. I will show you some mostly used methods. First of all, let's try inline CSS. You see, we have inline CSS, internal CSS, external CSS, and there is one more thing called CSS modules. But let's not go too deep. We are backend developers. We don't need to learn everything front-end technology offers. But anytime we need a certain features to be used in our application, we will learn it and use it on the go. That's how you learn new technologies. Still, I'll show you how to use inline CSS, internal CSS, and external CSS. These are more than enough to build any complex applications. So let's start making a component for the inline CSS. So I'll go to components and I'll create a new file and I'll say learn inline css.jsx. So in inline CSS, okay, first of all, I'll say RAFC. Okay, so let's first load this component in the app.jsx. So I'll save this and I'll go to app.jsx and comment it. Learn internal CSS. Learn internal CSS. And okay, I'll close this. All right, I'll remove this and make a empty fragment. And to apply internal CSS, it is very easy. I'll create a simple p tag and I'll say hello, this is a paragraph. Okay, this is a paragraph. So currently there is no styling applied to this. So I will apply inline CSS. Just to say style is equal to, open a curly braces, and you know what, you have to open two curly braces. Okay, you should remember that. So after that, let's give a font size. Font size, you see, in HTML CSS we used to say font size like this, font hyphen size, but if you use like this, then you are going to get the error. So here let's change the font size. Let's say font. So as you write font, you will see the options here. But one thing to notice here is, in normal CSS we used to write a font hyphen size like this, right? But in React you cannot use like that. You'll have to say font size like this. Okay, if the CSS property is 2-word letter, then you'll have to write in camel case. Okay, for example, font size is a 2-word, right? So that's why you have to say font is capital size. Okay, then colon, you can say inside a quotation 20 pixel. Okay, save it, and here you can see the font size has been changed. Similarly, you can put a comma and say font weight. Okay, so font size is also a 2-word property, so that's why I'm using a font weight as a camel case. Okay, font weight, I'll make it bold. I'll set 600, which is the bold, and you can see CSS is being applied. All right, so but what if I want to use a single word property, for example color, right? Color is very simple. In normal CSS also you use color, right? So here there is no difference. In here you can say FF0000, so which is red, right? So either you can use hexadecimal color or you can simply say red like this. Okay, both are same. Okay, and in inline CSS there is one more method you can use to apply CSS. So first of all, let's create a div. Let's create a div, and this is our blank div. We'll make a box. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll actually create an object here, const style object. Okay, style is equal to, open a curly braces, and here you can say container or anything. Okay, container colon, and so to this container you put a background color, and you observe here background color is a 2-word property, so that's why I'm using camel case. Okay, background color is, let's set it to red, and comma, let's make the height colon 100 pixel, width colon 100 pixel. So after that I'll put one more thing here. Any number of properties you can write here. Let's say h2 text colon font size, let's make it 40 pixel, and color colon, let's make it green is I think 00 ff00. okay, 00. Okay, so this is I think green. Okay, and how to use it, right? How to use these two properties. We want to apply these CSS to our div, right? So just say, since this is a inline CSS, you can simply put the style attribute here. Okay, so inside the style attribute you will simply call style. This style is an object, right? Style dot container, right? Style dot container. When you call style dot container, this will apply every CSS property to this element, div element, right? Style dot container. Okay, save it, and you can see, and if I change it to white, save, and you see, right? Let's make it red. So this is another way of using inline CSS. Okay, let's quickly apply this one. H2 text, font size 40, and color is green. I'll make another one, H2, and test H2 element. Okay, save it, and this is by default. And after that, let's put inline CSS. Style is equal to style dot h2 text, right? When you call h2 text, all the CSS will be applied to this element. Save it, and you can see the CSS has been applied. Okay, so this is how you use inline CSS in React. Okay, in this one, let's quickly see how we can use internal CSS and external CSS in React. So internal CSS is used within the style tags. You might have used internal CSS in other projects as well. These are all the basic things about web development. Okay, so there is a little change in React. That's why I'm making separate videos on CSS. Okay, so let's actually put PR tag here. PR just not PR, let's put HR. Okay, let's put one horizontal line and h1 internal CSS. It is internal CSS, and let's copy this and let's make it inline CSS. And okay, so this is internal CSS now. So in internal CSS also, let's create a div. Okay, so div. So this div will have the class name, right? In normal CSS also, we apply CSS using the class name, right? So here we'll say container. So div have the class name container now. Now we want to give CSS to this container class using the internal CSS. So internal CSS will always be inside on the style tag. So where to write style now? So you can write the style inside the component. So here I'll make style tag, style. So when you open and close style, then you should write, you should open curly braces, and after that open and close backticks. Okay, curly braces and backticks. In between this curly braces and backtick, you can write container dot container, dot you use because we are pointing to the class name, right? So that's why it is dot. If it is ID, you can say hash, right? Okay, so to the container, let's give background color. Right now I'm not using camel case because we are using internal CSS. Okay, so this CSS very similar to what we use in HTML, right? So let's put one color here. Maybe let's make a green box 00FF00. So this is green, and after that I'll say height will be 100 pixel, and after that width 100 pixel. Okay, so now when you save it, you will see the green box. Okay, so using the internal CSS, we applied this CSS to the container class. Okay, and that's how you use internal CSS. And after that, let's quickly make external CSS. I'll put HR. Here I'll say external CSS. Okay, so in bigger project, we always use external CSS. So external CSS means we explicitly create one dedicated CSS file for that, right? So let's actually create a new file. Okay, so let's go to src. Inside the src, we see assets, right? So inside the src, assets folder, let's create a new folder and name it as a CSS. Okay, so whatever images, whatever CSS files or JS files you want to put, that will be go inside the assets directory. So inside this CSS, I'm going to create a new file and call it style.css. Okay, so this will be the external style sheet. Okay, so let's create the let's create a div with the class. Let's put a class name. Class name, let's say blue box. Okay, let's say blue box, and after that we can also say h3 or h2 and say blue text, blue or any color you want. Okay, so this is just a simple example. Class name is equal to blue text. I think with this black background, blue cannot be easily seen. I'll say yellow box, yellow text. Okay, so now I want to apply CSS to this yellow text, and we want to also create one box, right? Okay, so let's go to this style.css that we have created, and in the style.css, let's start writing the CSS properties. Dot yellow box, and it is also very similar. Background color, you see I'm not using camel case again, it is a normal CSS. Okay, so for yellow I'm going to say yellow like this, and width 100 pixel and height 100 pixel. Okay, so that is done, and after that I have another element. The class name is yellow text. Okay, I should put like this, yellow text, and open a curly braces and say color yellow. Okay, save. Now you see there's no changes because of course there is no connection between this learn inline CSS.jsx and style.css. You know what, we could have written learn css.jsx, right? So it is not specific to this particular inline CSS. We have written internal and external CSS together, right? But no problem. Now that we have style.css and we have written CSS properties inside this style.css, we want to establish a connection between these two files. So how to do that? Just import, go to assets /css /style.css. Okay, style.css, just import it. Okay, so the moment you import it, you will see the yellow box and yellow text. Okay, so that's how you use external CSS. Okay, in the next one we'll see how we can use images in React. Okay, in this video let's see how we can load images in React. Why I'm teaching to load images, because while we are working on the stock prediction portal, we will have to show the images, right? Because the matplotlib is going to give you some images, the graph and all that stuff, right? So that's why you need to know how to load the images. Okay, so let's create a new file, new component called learn loading images.jsx. So let's create RAFCE, a new component, save it and go to app.jsx. I'll comment it and say, one second, learn loading images. Okay, so you know what, I'm going to put some images here, maybe 1 or 2 images, right? Inside the assets folder, I'm going to create a new folder and call it images. Okay, so this is style and this is images. So inside the images, I'm going to put one image. I'm going to say copy, and let's go to this images and Control V, paste it. Okay, so this is one sample image. I'll just change the name. Let's call it Django cover.jpg. Okay, so this is my image now, which is inside images folder. I want to load this image inside this new component. Okay, so it is very simple, right? Here also we are going to use the image img tag. Okay, so in h1 I'm going to say load image or load images. So first of all, we need to import the image. So let's say import, you can name anything, cover image, you can name anything. Okay, so this is just a import statement. Import cover image from where is our image, right? It is inside the assets, or not like this, /assets /images / the file name is Django-cover.jpg. Save it, and now we have imported the cover image, and we'll simply say img tag. So inside this img we have attribute src, right? So first you have to remove these two quotations and open the curly braces, and here you just call this cover image, right? src is equal to cover image, and alt you can write anything, cover image. With that you can also set width 400 or 500. Just save it, and by default the React will think that this 500 is a pixel. Okay, so this is how you load the images. You can go to inspect elements, and you can see that the width is 500 pixel. Okay, so and you see this is the full path. Let me maximize this. Okay, So src assets images Django cover, right? Okay, so that's how you load the images in React. Okay, so in the next one, let's talk about forms. Okay, in this video, let's have a quick look at how we can handle forms in React. So first of all, I will close all of these tabs and I'm gonna create a new file. I'll say learn forms.jsx. So form is very important in any applications. So that's why it is necessary to learn to handle the forms. So here I'm going to create a new component, RAFCE, handle forms. And I'll go to app.jsx and I'll comment this one out. And I'll say learn forms. Okay, so this is loading now. And in this learn forms component, we will create a form. Let's make it empty fragment. All right, I'll say form. So here I'll take one example, first name. Okay, you can put this inside a label or you can put it like this. Okay, so this is just an example. So after this first name, I'll open, I'll create a new input and type will be text, and the name is very important to handle the dynamic values. Name is equal to first name. Okay, so this is first name. And after that, I will create new input, last name colon, again input text, input type text, and name is equal to last name. Okay, let's put it in the camel case. Okay, so I'll give a BR here, BR again. Okay, so now this is looking okay. And here I will put a value. Okay, so there is this attribute called value, right? So in the value, I'll say Ratan. And in this last name value, I'll simply give up one static value, Ratan Kumar, AUMAR. Okay, so as soon as I save this file, we see the error in the console, right? And one more thing here is, if you try to type something or change something in the first name or last name, you will not be able to do that. That is because you cannot write the value directly. Okay, one thing you can do is you can just say default value. That's what this error means. Okay, so you can either use the default value or you can use the onChange function. Okay, so first of all, I'll show you how to handle this using default value. If you say default value like this, then if you refresh, you'll be able to write something here. You can even change it. Okay, and your error is also gone. But you know what? This default value is only used when the component is uncontrolled. But in this form, we are going to accept the user value, right? So that's why we should not use default value here. Instead, we have to use value. Okay, but the problem, you see, we again got the problem. So how to handle this problem? With the help of onChange function. Okay, so how to fix this? Well, for that, we have to use useState hook. Okay, so first of all, let's import this useState. Okay, so first we'll have to create, let's say, const useState. So initial value of this first name, this useState is going to handle the first name in camel case, and this is the first name. And to set the first name, we'll say set first name. Okay, first name comma set first name for this input tag. And similarly, we'll create another one. This will be last name comma set last name will be empty string by default. Okay, so now the value will be this first name and last name. Okay, so I'll remove this static Ratan. Instead, I will say first name. Okay, and after that, I will say last name. Okay, now if you refresh, you still get the error. You'll have to handle it using the onChange function. Okay, and you notice you still cannot write anything inside the input box. So for that, we'll have to handle it using the onChange function. Okay, onChange. So let's say handle first name. Okay, handle first name. So this is the onChange event handler, and again onChange handle last name. Okay, we have two functions, handle first name, handle last name. So which will be handling the first name and last name. So now we need to create a handle first name function. Const handle first name is equal to create arrow function. So whenever you call this event handler, you get the e object or event object. Okay, so you have to pass this here. Okay, so whatever you write inside this input box will be stored inside the event. So how to access that event? So the value you are going to type in will be stored inside the e.target.value. Okay, so that e.target value will be set to our set first name. Set first name e.target dot value. Okay, so similarly, we'll create another function const handle last name, and the last name is equal to, again let's accept the event. So that's where the input, whatever we type in will go. Okay, so inside the event. So here again we'll say set last name e.target.value. Now save the file and refresh it, and now if you type in, you can see we are able to type in and we don't even have the error in the console. Okay, Ratan and Kumar. And one more thing, if you haven't installed React Developer Tools extension, you can consider installing this extension on your browser. Okay, so using that React Developer Tools, you can see the components here. Okay, so if I click on here, this is our component, right? Learn forms, and current state is Ratan Kumar, and if I remove that, you see state has become 0, right? Empty. Similarly, the last name state is also gone, right? Test, and this one I have already showed you in the earlier videos of React. Okay, so this is very helpful extension. You can install it. So you notice here, the problem here is you have to create multiple functions and multiple states for handling these form inputs, right? So right now we only have 2 input boxes, so that's why we had to create 2 functions. But what if we have 10 form fields? Then you'll have to create the state and function for each of those input fields, right? So instead of handling the form fields individually, we can handle the whole form data in one state. Okay, so I'll show you that in the next one. Okay, in this video, let's create only one state to handle the whole form. Okay, so for now, I'm going to comment this code out, and I'll copy this form first, and I'll put it here, and I will comment this, the first one. Okay, so here what we want to do is we want to take the form data. Okay, so I'll create a single state to handle the form data. Const form data, comma set form data. Okay, and that is equal to useState. So now we will create an object. Okay, so with the help of object, we will access, or we will store the incoming data inside the form data. Okay, so here we'll have to say first name, we'll set it to empty, and last name we will set it to empty. So this is the initialization of your form fields. Okay, so now that the form data is empty, okay, form data is empty, I'll remove this. Okay, I will remove this, and you know what, I'll remove this one also, and the value will now be form data dot first name. Okay, form data dot first name, because form data is an object, right? So that's why this will be form data dot last name. Now you save it, and I get the error somewhere. Okay, this is because I'm not using event handler on change, right? But I see the first name and last name now. Okay, so though it is not editable, so it will be editable only when we introduce on change event handler. Okay, so let's say on change event handler, that will be handle handle change. Okay, so whenever we type something, right, whenever we type something, the browser will trigger the on change event. Okay, so for that reason we are creating the handle change function. Okay, so here also on change, so whenever we type something, the on change method, which is handle change, will be triggered. Okay, so in this case both of these form fields have the same function, handle change. Okay, save it, and this function is not yet defined, so that's what we are seeing here. Handle change is not defined. Okay, so we'll have to define it. Let's say const handle change is equal to, so as you know, we'll have to accept the event and arrow function. So in here what we'll do is we'll actually set the form data. How to set the form data? You know, we know that we can use a spread operator, right? If you put the spread operator dot 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 form data, that means the previous value of this form data will stay intact, and with that previous values we are going to add the new inputs, right? So we'll say e dot target dot name with the help of object colon e dot target dot value. Okay, e dot target dot value. So what is the name here? So for the first name, put its value. Okay, and for the last name, right, e dot target dot name, the name attribute is last name, right? And for the last name, put the target value of this particular input. Okay, so that's what this means. Now save it, and if you refresh, no error in the console, and you can write Ratan here, right? You can write Kumar, and in the components you see the same thing here, right? State first name Ratan, last name Kumar, right? If you refresh, you want to see again, initially the first name is empty, last name is empty, right? So that's what we have initialized here. Okay, now if I write something here for the, right, the event is currently focused on this first name, right? So name of the first name is first name, right? The value will be stored in the first name here only, first name. Let's write Ratan, and you can see it is stored in the first name. And let's write Kumar, and you see Kumar is inside the last name. Okay, so that's how you can handle the form inputs. Now what about submitting the form, right? We also want to submit the form after putting the input in it, right? For that we'll have to create a input type submit. Okay, input type submit, value will be submit. Okay, so let's create a button. This is a simple button, and I'll add br here so that the submit button comes, you know, below the last name. Okay, so now we have the submit button. The moment I click on the submit button, the form should be triggered, right? So form should be submitted. Okay, so on submit, we can use the event handler on submit. On submitted is equal to handle form submit, handle form submit. So this is a function. When you submit the form, this function should trigger. Okay, so let's create a function const handle form submit. This is arrow function which will accept the event. Okay, and you can say console, maybe clg console.log form submitted, comma, the form data. Okay, whatever data we are sending here will be printed in the console. Okay, okay, so let's write Ratan Kumar and submit. Okay, so you see the page is being refreshed. Okay, that is because the default behavior of this form submission is to refresh the page. Okay, but we can prevent that using something called event dot prevent default, prevent default, e dot prevent default. So this will prevent the default behavior of this form to be refreshed. Okay, so let's do submit the form Kumar and submit it, and the page is not refreshing, and you can see the form submitted. I'm form submitted, first name Ratan, last name Kumar. Okay, so this, we got this object. So we can do the backend using the API or Ajax request or Axios that we are going to use. Okay, so once we got this input data, we can store it in the database using the backend APIs or Ajax or things like that. Okay, so that's about handling the form data in React. Okay, we are pretty much done with the React crash course. we have learned enough fundamentals to build a very good front end for our stock prediction portal. When I said stock prediction portal, we are essentially going to predict the stock movements and build our logics and algorithms and expose out the responses using Django REST framework. When we have the response, we will consume those responses using React.js that we have just learned and present the output to the end user. Okay, but prediction involves machine learning technology, one of the hottest technologies today. It's really changing the game in so many areas, from voice assistants to self-driving car. It's a subset of artificial intelligence. So before we build an end-to-end stock prediction portal, we need to know what is machine learning, what is neural network, what are machine learning models, how to train them, and essentially how to make our code think like a human, right? Yes, it's not easy, but it's not impossible for me, for you, or for any other developers. So from next couple of sections, we will learn the fundamentals of machine learning, and we will also learn some Python libraries that we often use to build machine learning models. So that's it for this section. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask me in the Q&A. Welcome to the first lecture of the project Stock Prediction Portal using Django REST Framework, React.js, and machine learning. You see, we have learned DRF and React already. We at least have the foundation knowledge. There are a lot many things when it comes to front-end and back-end, React and DRF. I like to learn things by doing, so that's why we are building a proper full-stack application, so you will learn to apply whatever knowledge you have gained in the past. As I said, there will be a lot more new topics that come along the way we build this project. So there will be authentication part, there will be API integration, error handling, machine learning, and so much more. Okay, so prepare yourself to invest your time on learning these topics as we build the project step by step. Now, with regards to the machine learning part, we will follow the hybrid way of building and learning at the same time so that you won't get bored of theory lectures. It's like we learn and will apply on the project immediately, so it won't slip your mind. With that said, let's start setting up our project using React and DRF. So first of all, we need to create a root directory, right? So I'm creating a new folder on the desktop and I will name it as Stock Prediction Portal. Okay. So I will open a terminal here and I'll say code dot. So it will open my Stock Prediction Portal folder in the VS Code window. Okay, so right now there is nothing in the directory, so I'll show you what to do next. You see, I'm opening this terminal here and currently I'm at desktop stock prediction portal directory. Okay, so first thing what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create the virtual environment on the root directory itself. Okay, so I'll say python -m venv env. Okay, so I think I'll have to say python 3. Okay. Okay, so here on the root directory, I got this env folder. So with this env folder, I'm going to create two directories here. Okay, one is for the backend and another one is for the React frontend. So I'll say mkdir, I'll say backend hyphen drf, okay, Django REST framework. So this is one folder. So whatever Django related stuff we have, we will put it inside this backend drf folder. We will also create another folder, mkdir, and I will say frontend hyphen React. Okay, so now in the root directory, I have backend DRF and frontend React folders. Okay, so this one is our virtual environment for Python. Okay, so now next thing we need to install Django and React, right? So first we'll go with the installing Django. So before we install Django, we also need to activate the virtual environment, right? So that's why I'll say source env bin activate. Okay, so I'm on Mac, that's why I'm calling bin. Otherwise, if you are on Windows, you just say scripts with S capital. Okay, so make sure your environment is activated. And now inside here, you have backend DRF. So I'll go into this backend DRF directory. Okay, so right now my backend DRF is nothing. I mean, it is blank. So I'll install Django here. So I'll say pip install Django. Always go with the latest version. Okay, don't specify any version numbers. Just go with the latest version. Pip install Django, and the Django will be installed here. Okay, so now if you say pip freeze, at the time of recording this video, we have Django 5.0.6. Okay, so in your case, it must be different. All right, so it's asking me to upgrade pip. Let me copy that command and update my pip. Okay, so at this point, Django is installed. Let's go ahead and create the project. Okay, so how to create a project? Let's say Django admin, start project, and our project name will be stock underscore prediction underscore main. Okay, stock prediction main, which will be our project directory. So I'll put a space and one dot here so that all the files will be created in the stock prediction main only. Okay, otherwise it will create another folder named stock prediction main. So I don't want that. Okay, so that's why I just put a space and a dot. So hit enter. Okay, so it is saying no module found. So I don't know what is the problem. What I'll do is I'll actually deactivate from my virtual environment. This sometimes happens for some reason. I don't know. I'll say, no, I'll come back cd dot dot and because my environment is in the root directory, right? So that's why I need to come back from the backend DRF. So I'll say source env bin activate. Okay, so my virtual environment is activated again. I'll go back to cd backend DRF, and here I will run that same command again. Okay, Django -admin start project, stock prediction main, and dot. Okay, you see, I just deactivated the virtual environment and reactivated it, and this error has been fixed. Anyway, so inside this backend, we have a main folder here, right? Stock prediction main. So inside the stock prediction main, we have everything like settings and everything. Okay, so here we have the manage.py also. So I am currently inside this here backend, right? So I'll now run python manage.py run server. Okay, so my server is running right now. So I will actually go here 127.0.0.1 8000. So Django installation is worked, and next thing we want to do is we want to install Frontend, right, which is React. We will do that in the next video. All right, our backend is running right now. So in this one, let's take care of installing the frontend. So now you see we have this frontend, right? Frontend React folder. So React thing and the frontend thing will go inside this frontend directory. Okay, backend will go inside this backend folder. Okay, so we will open this frontend in the terminal. So I don't want to touch this one because our backend will be always be running. Okay, so alongside we will also be running our frontend, right? So that's why I'm going to create a new terminal here. Okay, I'll just click on this plus button and I'll get this terminal. Okay, so if you want to see it, where exactly you are pointing to inside the stock prediction portal. So inside the stock prediction portal, just use ls, you'll see front-end React. So I'll go inside this front-end React and I'll say cd front-end React. Okay, so currently there is nothing inside here. So what I'll do is I'll actually install React using Vite. Okay, so that's what we have learned in the previous section, right? So we'll go to the Vite, Vite.js.dev. So in the guide we have installation steps. You see we have to run this npm create Vite@latest. I'll copy this and I'll go to my terminal and paste it. Make sure in the new terminal you are inside the front end React. Okay, so npm create Vite@latest. Okay, so it is asking us to provide the project name. We will say stock prediction portal. Okay, and we will use React. So point to React, and after that use JavaScript, and that's done. Okay, so React has been installed, and you see inside the front end React we have a new folder that is created, right? But you know what, we don't want this stock prediction portal folder. So what I'll do is I'll go inside this folder in the Finder, or if you're using Windows, just go to this file explorer and open this front end React, and inside here we have this stock prediction portal, right? So I will cut them or copy in Mac, and I'll go back and I'll put all the things inside the front end React folder. Okay, so that I can delete this stock prediction portal. I'll move all the items. Okay, so right now I don't want this, so I'm going to delete this one. So at this point, if you see, we have all the files and folders inside the front end React directory only. Okay, so this is our front end and this is our back end, and this is our virtual environment for Python. Okay, so what next? Next we have to install this dependency packages. So right, npm install, just run npm install and it will install everything. We don't want to do this step because we have already deleted this stock prediction portal. Okay, so all right, all the packages has been installed, and next step is to run the development server. Let's say npm run dev. Okay, so at this point you can see we have the localhost 5173 port. Okay, so this is running, and I'll go to my browser and I'll say localhost, and I see this one is already I'm using, right? So localhost 5173, and you see this Vite plus React. Okay, so now that we have this backend setup and we have the front end setup, and we also have two terminals for React and Django. Okay, so if you want to rename it, you can just rename it like this, Django, and this one is React. Okay, so yeah, so whenever you start working on this project, you will be opening two terminals, one for backend and one for React. Okay, so your front end will be inside this localhost 5173 and your backend will be inside the 127.0.0.1 8000. Okay, so this is our front end and backend setup. So in the next one, we'll take care of clearing out all these unnecessary things that comes with the React installation. All right, in this video, let's clear some of the things that comes with the React installation. Okay, so I will keep this browser and VS Code side by side, so it will be easy for the development. Okay, so yeah, I'll close this one. All right, so we don't want this Vite plus React and counter up and all that stuff. So we will get rid of this, and we need a clean environment or clean project. Okay, so we'll first go to this front end React, and we don't want to touch this node modules, right? And after that, this Vite.svg, I think we don't want that, right? So I will delete it, and in the index, I am actually going to change the name Vite plus React to stock prediction portal. Okay, stock prediction portal, and this will be there, and we don't want this thing. Okay, because we don't have that Vite image itself, right? Okay, so in the index.html, that's it, and in the src folder we have app.css. We don't want anything from this app.css. I'll clear everything. Okay, so I'll close it, and in the index.css, while learning, we kept this one for the black background, right? In here also we will keep the same, otherwise we will clear everything. Okay, this index.css also cleared. Okay, so I'll close it. If you don't want this, you can just delete them. Okay, app.css. Okay, we'll keep this app.css. Let's see if we have something to add in the future, but I have deleted index.css. We don't want that. Okay, and in the app.jsx, first thing I am going to delete this one. I don't want this React logo. I'll delete it, and I don't want this Vite also, and app.css. There is nothing inside app.css. I will remove that as well. Now the counter app, I don't want. A return will be, we will keep only a blank fragment. We'll keep only empty fragment. Okay, save it, and there is nothing here. Okay, so that's it in app.jsx, and in the main.jsx, we will delete this import index.css, and of course we need this import app from app.jsx, and this is a strict mode for the development, and we don't want to do anything else inside this main.jsx. Okay, so that's pretty much it in this one. In the assets, you can delete this. I don't want that. That's a React logo. Okay, that's it. Now we are good to go with our own design and own development of stock prediction portal. Okay, so I'll see you in the next one. All right, before we start working on our project, let's set up a GitHub repo. You see, we have some secret information in the Django settings in the backend DRF and stock prediction main, and you go to the settings, right? So in the settings, we have a secret key, right? So we don't want this secret key to be pushed to the GitHub. So that's why we need to create an environment file to store these secret information, so that when we push the code to the GitHub, and if it is a secret repo, then one cannot see your secret information. So that's why we have a package called Python decouple. Okay, so this will help us to store the secret information in the file called .env. All right, so before we set up the GitHub repo, we will first set up this environment file to store the secret information. So we'll go back to the code, and here let's see where we are right now. Right now I'm in the root directory. Okay, so I need to activate my virtual environment. So I'll say source env, not script, it is bin activate. Okay, if you're using Windows, it will be scripts. Okay, so my virtual environment is activated, and I'll now go inside this backend DRF. Okay, so now I can, I am in the backend directory. Okay, so I'll actually install this Python decouple package. So I'll copy this and I'll actually paste it here. Pip install Python decouple. Okay, so the package is installed now. So next thing what you have to do is you have to actually create a new file inside this backend DRF. Okay, so create a new file and call it .env. So that .env should be inside the backend DRF folder. Okay, so here what you need to do is you need to actually, okay, so I'll show you the documentation itself. So in this Python decouple documentation, you can see that the usage here, right? Pip install Python decouple, and after that then use it in the settings.py. So first of all, we need to import the config. Okay, so it comes from decouple import config. So I'll copy that. I'll go back to my code here in the settings. I'll paste it. Okay, from decouple import config. Now next thing what you need to do is you need to actually cut this. Okay, remove that and just say config, and inside this config open a single or double quotation, put this secret key. Okay, now we need to add this secret key inside the .env file. Okay, so here you go to this .env file, and secret key is equal to the secret key that you had before, right? But the thing is, if I just undo it to show you, you see this Django insecure, right? So this is the default secret key that gets generated when you create your Django project. Okay, so it's not necessary that you should use this secret key only. You can simply delete that secret key, just redo whatever you have done, right? It should be config secret key. Okay, so save this file, and in the secret key here in the .env, we will create one, a real secret key, not insecure one. So there is this website called Checkrately. So I don't know how to pronounce this. It should be TJ Checkrately or something. Checkrately you can pronounce. Okay, so this website will actually give you the secret key for your website. Okay, so generates the secret key. All right, just generate one secret key and go back to your .env and paste this here. Okay, don't mind even if you see this hash and everything. So .env will take care of everything. Okay, so don't think that if this is green, it doesn't mean it is a commented code. Okay, so the whole thing will work. Okay, so now we have set up the secret key, and we can also store this debug status in the .env file as well. If you go back to this decouple documentation, and here you can see we have this debug, right? So it's actually config debug comma default false and cast is equal to bool. Okay, so this cast means the data type. Okay, so if it is a number, you can say int. Okay, so but this is true or false, right? So by default it will be false. So true or false means it's a boolean type. Okay, so that's why we put bool here. So I'll copy this debug and I'll go back to here. Okay, I'll just remove this debug. So this is the name of the property that we are adding here. Okay, but for now I'll tell you this default equal to false. So by default it will be false, and we can set it to true in the .env file. Okay, so I'll just save this and I'll go to .env and I will say debug equals true. Okay, debug equal to true. All right, so that's it for now, because currently we don't have many secret information, right? So that's why I think these two things are enough to put inside the .env file. All right, in the next one, we'll set up the Git repo and push the code. After that, we'll start working on the front end. Okay, in this one, let's set up a GitHub repo for our project. As I said in the previous video, we don't want to send everything to the GitHub, such as we don't want to send this .env file. Where is it? Yeah, here it is, right? We don't want to send this .env file because this file has our secret information, and we don't want to send our database also, right? And if we use a media folder, then we don't want to send that as well. Okay, and in the front end part, we don't want to send this node modules folder to the GitHub because it's a very big file and there's no point in sending it to the GitHub. So that's why we will create a .gitignore file and add all these file names and folder names in it, so that Git will not send these files and folders to the repo. Okay, so let's go to the root directory here. Okay, so don't go to backend or don't go to front end. Okay, so just create a new file here on the root directory, which should be inside stock prediction portal. Okay, it's a root, and here we will say .git ignore. Okay, so .git ignore. So in this file we will add all these file names and folder names that we don't want to send to the GitHub. Now, instead of adding all these file names and folder names manually, we can make use of a template for Django and React. Okay, so let's go to Google and search for generate git ignore. Okay, so you'll get this website, create useful git ignore files for your project. Okay, just click on it. So here in this website, you can simply put Django here and select the Django from dropdown. And also we need the git ignore file for React. Okay, Django and React will select and click on create. All right, so this will have all the files and folder names that we may want to ignore. Okay, so if you want to check node modules, let's control F, node underscore modules, and you see here node modules is there. Similarly, media is also ignored here, right? And .env is also ignored, right? .env, .venv. Okay, so these files and folders need to be usually ignored from sending to the GitHub. So what we'll do is we'll actually copy everything from here. Just simply copy everything and go back to our .gitignore file and paste it here. Okay, simply save it. Now these files will be ignored. Okay, so once this is done, let's initialize the Git repository. Let's go to the github.com, and here we'll create a new repository. Okay, create a new repo here, and we'll say stock prediction portal. Yes, stock prediction portal. So just make it public, because if you face any issues while working on this project, I may ask you to give me your repo just to see your code. So that's why I would say make it a public repo, and I am going to make it a private repo for now. Okay, so once I'm done with recording this course, I will make it a public repo. Okay, so that you guys can access it. All right, so for the time being, it will be private from my side. Okay, so once that is done, just click on this create repository. All right, so now I need to run all these commands. Okay, so we'll start running these commands one by one. Let's go back to the code, and here just make sure where you are currently. So say pwd, you must be inside stock prediction portal here. Okay, so I'm currently inside this backend drf. So what I'll do is I'll say cd ... so that I'll go one step behind. Okay, so now if I say pwd, I'll see that stock prediction portal. Okay, so you can see it from here also. Just run ls, so it should be showing you backend drf, env, and the front end React. All right, so I'll clear it. So here in the stock prediction portal root directory, I need to initialize the git repo. Okay, so just say git init. Okay, just say git init and hit enter. All right, initialize the empty git repository in this path. Okay, so now you see all these files are untracked. Now we can track it by using these commands. Okay, so we are done with the git init, and you don't need to do this one, so this is optional. And after that, we'll say git add -a. Okay, so this is just readmd.md. We don't want to do this one, so we'll simply say git add -a or git add dot. Okay, so this will add all the files. Okay, so After that, let's run another command, that is git commit first commit. Okay, so let's go here and say git commit -m. This is your commit message. All right. So after that, let's run this git branch -m main, and go back and paste it here. Okay, so then let's run this one. Okay, and the final command is to push to the main branch, which is git push -u origin main. Okay, so the code has been pushed to the GitHub. Now if you go back and refresh here, all the code has been sent to the GitHub repo. Okay, in this one, let's work on a front end a little bit. I want to show you the kind of home page we are going to design. So you see, we are going to design this kind of simple design with the dark mode. Okay, so this one does not have very complex UI. It is very simple. This has the header and footer here, and after that the main content. Okay, and here you see we also have the button components here. Okay, so this is a very simple design we are going to make in this course, and when we log into the portal we will have the access to see the stock prediction. Okay, so that's why this very simple design we are going to make in this video and next couple of videos. Okay, so in this one, let's do initial setup for our front end. So let's go back to our code here, and let me close everything. Now we want to actually go inside this front end React. Okay, so and as you know, we need to create one more terminal here. In that terminal, just go to front end React. Okay, so this is for React, and here we'll say npm run dev. Okay, so let's go here, and currently this is a blank page, and let's keep it side by side. All right, so for the design part we are going to use the Bootstrap CSS. Okay, so because we don't want to write the CSS manually, so that's why we will use the Bootstrap class names and the Bootstrap CDN. Okay, so why CDN? CDN is because it gives us the inbuilt CSS for us. Okay, so let's go to the new tab, and let's say Bootstrap 5 CDN. Okay, Bootstrap 5 CDN, and in the introduction we will see the CDN here. All right, so here we have this CSS. Let me just copy this CDN. Okay, let's copy this CDN and go back to our index.html here. Okay, so index.html, and just before the head ends, let's paste it here. And you know, we don't want this cross origin, and we also don't want this integrity. We can remove this. Okay, so now if you go back to this page and view page source, you can see this link has been added. Okay, you click on it, and this is all the inbuilt CSS. Okay, so that's why we are using Bootstrap CSS. Okay, so let's close this, and what next? And we will also include the JS bundle. Okay, you see this, just scroll down here, you see JS and bundle, right? So there is this file bootstrap.bundle.min.js. so this will give us the JavaScript support for our project. Okay, so if we need to add any kind of JavaScript related things, we can use it in our project. So this JS CDN will actually put just below the body ends. Okay, and similarly we don't want cross origin, and we also don't want this integrity. Okay, where is it? Integrity, remove it. And the first this is the CSS and this is the JS. So the CSS will go just above the head ends, and the JS will go above the body ends. Okay, so if you refresh again, go to view page source, and you can see here, okay, CDN implementation is done now. What we need to do next is, we may also want to add our own custom CSS, right? For that reason, we will create our own custom CSS. Okay, so here we'll go to this src, and inside the src we have this assets folder, right? So inside this assets, let's create a new folder and call it CSS. Okay, just point here, CSS. All right, So inside this CSS folder, let's create a new file and say style.css. In the style.css, whatever custom CSS we want to write in terms of our project, we will write here. Okay. So next thing what we need to do is just want to see whether we can make use of this style.css or not. That's just very simple. Go to your app.jsx. This is your root component, right? So from here we will import the style.css. Okay, we'll say open a single quotation and put a dot and / you see this assets. Inside the assets we have folder CSS, right? Inside the CSS folder we have style.css. Okay, so now we don't have anything inside the app component, right? So that's why it is still blank, and even we don't have anything inside the style.css, right? Let's say body. Just want to see whether we are able to write the CSS. Background color, let's say this one. Save it. Okay, so this CSS is working. This is actually our external CSS. Okay, so we have already seen this kind of CSS files in the basic course also, right? Okay, so this means our CSS is working, and in future if we want to add any custom CSS, we can add it here. All right, and I said we are going to make the dark mode, right? So I'll add dark color. Maybe you can use 00000, which is dark black. Okay, but if you don't want too dark, you can go with the 212529. Okay, so I'm going to use this color as a background of our project. Okay, so in the next one, let's start creating our components for the homepage. Okay, in this video, let's take care of the homepage design for our project. So here we have the header, we have the footer, and we also have the main content. Okay, so for now we'll create 3 components. So let's go to the src folder and create a new folder and say components. Okay, so inside the components we'll create first component, which is header.jsx, and we also create another component, footer.jsx, and we will create another component, main.jsx. This can be main.jsx or home.jsx. Okay, both are same. All right, so here you see we don't have anything in the app component, right? So that's why we are seeing it blank. And header.jsx will say rafce and save it, and again we'll say we'll go to footer.jsx and say rafce, save the file, and let's go to main.jsx rafce. Okay, so we have 3 components now, header, footer, and main. Okay, so we want to load these components in the home page, right? So let's go to the app.jsx and let's say header, header, and you see when you include it, this will actually bring the header component. Okay, so once that is done, when you save it, your header content will be shown here, but this one is in dark color, right? You see header here, but it is in black color, right? Because we have made this dark background, right? So we want this to be light color or white color. So let's go to the header.jsx and we'll give a class name and say text light. Okay, save the file, and as soon as you save it, and you will see this header in white color. How this is working? Because we have implemented CDN, right? So this one is the bootstrap.min.css, right? So Bootstrap gives us many class names, right? So if you open this one and if you copy this text light and search here, Control F and search, and you will see it here. Okay, so text light has the CSS property here. So somehow it is going to be white color, okay, in the text light class. Okay, so they have written the dynamic CSS here, but it is still, when you call text-light, the text will be in the white color. Okay, so once that is done, let's go back to the app.jsx, and after the header we want the main content, right? So let's import that main component and save it, and here it is loaded, but it is not, it is showing in dark color. We'll go back to the main.jsx and say class name again text light. Okay, text light, and you see this here. Okay, similarly, we'll go to the app.jsx and say footer. Save it, and the footer is in the dark color. We'll go back to here and say class name and text light. Okay, if you're not familiar with the Bootstrap, what I'll do is I'll attach the list of class names of Bootstrap. Okay, so you can refer to those class names and apply the CSS however you like. Okay, and once this is done, next thing is to design the header. Okay, so we have the header something like this, right? So here in the header we have the logo, right? So this can be the logo part, but I'm just going to write the text here, stock prediction portal. If you want, you can insert a logo here. Okay, and after that, on the right side of the header we will have the buttons. Okay, we'll have the buttons, and after that, of course, we'll talk more about all these things later, but in the next one, let's concentrate on this header component. All right, thank you. In this video, let's design the header part. So let's delete this one and open a fragment, and let's open a nav tag. Oh, I'm sorry, let's open nav tag, and in the nav tag we'll give a class name. Okay, because we want to provide the Bootstrap class name so that we can utilize the inbuilt CSS properties of that. Now the class name we will give is navbar, and after that we can say container. Okay, just save it, and of course you will not see anything here. First of all, we'll actually say, you know, what is our design. Okay, so let's see the header design here. So we want to put the logo here or the branding text. All right, so let's minimize it a little bit. Okay, so I'll add one a tag. Okay, in the a tag I will put stock prediction portal. Save it, and you will see here. Okay, so it is just looking like a link. Okay, we don't want the link. So in Bootstrap we have a class called navbar brand. Okay, navbar brand, and we also want this to be text light, so that it is in the white color. Okay, so this is enough. This is proper, right? Okay, so once this is done, we need two buttons here, login and register. That should be in the header, right? So we will create a div. Inside a div, I'll actually put a tag again. So I'll say login. And for the class, I will say class btn space btn hyphen outline info. Save it, and you see the login button here. Okay. Similarly, I will copy this and paste this. This time this is register, and we don't want these two buttons to be same style. So that's why we will remove outline from here. Okay, so save it and login and register. And in between these buttons, we'll add one little space, NBSP, and semicolon. Okay, so when you save the file, and you'll see this login and register. Okay, so but we need more classes here. Okay, so just maximize this, and we'll add some padding and margin to this header. Okay, so let's go to header.jsx, and in here let's add padding top, padding top 3. Save it. Okay, so just save the file, and you'll see some little adjustment here, and after that we'll put some bottom also, padding bottom 3. Save it. Okay, and after that yeah, I think that's enough. And all right, so okay, so in the next one we'll design main content here. Okay, this one. Okay, in this video let's design the main content of this homepage. So this part. Okay, so let's go back to the main.jsx here, and let's remove this. Okay, so here I'll remove this one, and I'll actually say div. Okay, so we'll open one div, and before that we will cut this and open the empty fragment here. Okay, so inside the div we will put the class name as container. Okay, container, and after that again we'll create a div, and we want this kind of design, right? So that's why I'll say class name. First of all, we'll add a padding of 5, and we need text center because this text needs to be in the center, right? And let's add h1 here, h1 stock prediction app or stock prediction portal. Okay, so in the h1 we'll say stock prediction portal, save it, and you see, okay, where is our stock prediction portal? Okay, so here it is, but this one is in the dark color, right? We'll quickly say class name text light, save it, and we got this here. Okay, after that we'll put one p tag. Okay, so inside the p tag, first of all we need the class name as text light, that needs to be in white color, and we can put some random text here. I'll copy some text and I will paste it here. Okay, save it, and you see this text, right? Okay, all right, now we want the light dark background like this, right? Okay, so let's design that also. Before that, we can make it a little bit bigger. This text can be a little bit bigger just by adding a lead class. Save it, and you can see this is a little bit bigger. Okay, what else? Okay, so we want the light dark background. So for the light dark background, what we'll do is we'll actually put one custom class. Let's say bg light dark. Okay, bg light dark. This can be anything. Okay, so this can be anything. This is a custom class. To this class, we will add the custom CSS also. Okay, so we have a CSS, style.css here inside the assets and style.css, right? So here we'll add one CSS property. I'm sorry. So what is the class name here? Okay, bg light dark. Okay, copy that and paste it here. And for this bg light dark, we will add the background color, that to be hash 2b 3025. Okay, so maybe 35. Okay, so this is just my random color I have already selected before recording this video. Okay, so you can use any color you want. All right, so now you can see this, we got the background color. Okay, so let's make these corners rounded and add one class rounded. Save this, and this this has become rounded, the corners. Okay, so next we need the buttons, right? Okay, we need one button login. Okay, so for the login, we already have this element here, right? In the future lectures, we are going to make a button component. Okay, so we'll not use this button elements again and again. Okay, so in React we can make use of the component. Okay, so these buttons are getting repeated, right? Anything which is repeated can be converted into component, right? So we will do that in the future lectures, but for now we will just copy this one and put it in the main component. Save it, and okay, so when you save it, and you will see this login button. Okay, so if you want to change the color, you can simply remove this outline, and this will be like this. And if you want this to be danger, and it is red, and after that warning, this is yellow. Okay, something like that. So if you want a warning outline, you can use this class. Okay, so all the CSS are already inside the CDN. Okay, so that's why you just need to write the correct class, and this will give you the CSS real time. Okay, now this one is done. And one more thing you notice here, this is not in the center of the screen, right? We want this to be center of the screen, and the footer will be attached to the bottom of the screen. Okay, so we want to do that also. So let's see the screenshot here. We want, okay, so this should be in the center. We will add some CSS to the root element here. Inspect, and we have this root, right? So the root means the whole display. Okay, we want to give some custom CSS to the whole display so that everything will be properly managed in a single frame. So we'll go to our style.css, and we'll add the root is actually ID, right? So hash root. Okay, so in the root we'll say display flex. Okay, you need to have a basic understanding of CSS. Okay, so that's why I'm not explaining exactly how these CSS works. So even if you don't know, that is not a problem. Okay, and flex direction. A flex direction can be column. You know, these CSS properties are not mostly used. Okay, so that's why don't worry about it. Just follow along with me. Now we need one main property here, which is min height. So when you set min height with this display flex and flex direction column to be 100 VH, your screen will be filled here. Okay, but the thing is, we also need to put one flex 1 to this container. Okay, let's add container. In the container, we'll say flex 1. Save it, and you can see the content is currently in the center. Okay, so everything is stretched inside the center, right? We'll take care of that, don't worry. Okay, so to fix this one, now we wanted this header to be on the top, right? But this came a little bit down. We will quickly fix that also. Go to the header.jsx, and in the header.jsx, let's add one class and say align items start. Okay, start means top. Okay, so this elements will be aligned on the top. Save it, and you see, right? Okay, so next thing is to take care of the footer. All right, so this much is enough for the main component, and in the next video let's design the footer. All right, next we will make the footer. So footer is very simple, and we'll go to the footer.jsx and we'll get rid of this one and create the empty fragment. And we have a footer tag, right? We have a footer tag, and for the footer we'll give a class name footer, and we'll add py3 and my3. Okay, so you see a py3 means, you know, this will add the padding to the top and bottom of the element, and this my3 is margin top and margin bottom. Okay, so 3, which means this is around 1 rem. Okay, so save this, and okay, we don't see anything here because we did not put anything, of course, and we need one hr, right? So we need one line here. So here I'll say hr. Okay, so we don't want this type of hr. You know, we'll use this hr like this. Save it, and we'll provide a class name. Let's say border bottom. Save it. Okay, so we got the border here. All right, after the horizontal line, we'll add a p tag. Maybe, okay, so first of all we'll add class text light and text center, text light and text center, and this one will be one copyright symbol, will be ampersand copy semicolon. Save it, and you see this copyright symbol here. Okay, so after copyright you can put the current year 2024, and let's say built with love. Okay, built with the love. You can add any smiley here, heart emoji. Okay, these are all the optional things. Okay, so just to make your design look good, that's all. Just copy this one and put it here, built with love and by Ratan Kumar. Okay, so put your name here, of course. Save, and you see this 2024 built with love by Ratan Kumar, and that's what the design says. Okay, so at this point I think we are done with the home page, and everything is properly designed, and I don't want this to be yellow. I will go back to the main.jsx and say info. Okay, save it, and maybe remove outline, save it. Okay, I think this is enough for the home page. All right, we have 3 buttons here. three buttons, which means repeated elements, right? Anything which is repeated on the page can be converted into a React component. So we will create a button component and use it all across our application. So in this video, let's see how we can do that. So first of all, let's create a button component. Let's create a new file and say button.jsx. Button.jsx. So RAFCE, and this is our button component. And first of all, let's make it empty fragment. All right, save the file. Now let's go to the header.jsx where our buttons are there, right? So there are two buttons here. So if you look at this, this is the login button and this one is the registration button. But the class name here is BTN. This BTN class represents this element is a button. Okay. So after that, we have this button outline info. The styling comes like this, and the button info, the styling is like this. Okay. So now we don't want this element repeated. So that's why what we will do is we will actually cut this from here. We'll cut this from here and we'll go to button.jsx and save it. Okay, save the file and you save it here, but you see the login button has gone, right? But we want to, bring it back. How to bring it back? The code is here in the button.jsx, right? So we will simply say button. Okay, save the file and this login button is here. All right, now we will remove this one also. But same thing we will do here. Again, button. Okay, but you see this login and login, right? We have the same buttons here because the component has this one, right? Button outline info. The text is login, right? So that's why it is login again. Okay. So we want this one to be registered with the btn-info class. Okay. So how to do that? We have the topic of props, right? We will make use of the props here. So we'll say text is equal to login. Okay. Text is equal to login and save it here. The text, we will accept it from this button component. We will say props. Okay, so we can simply take props here like this. All right, so the prop name is text, right? So we will remove this and we'll say props.text and save the file, and you can see we have this login, right? This one has nothing because we did not pass any props here, right? So that's why it is blank. Now we want this to be register, right? How to do that? Simply say text is equal to register. Okay, now you can see this is a login button and a register button, but the design was different before, right? This one has a different design, this one has a different style, right? So that's why what we'll do is we'll pass another class here. Okay, we'll say class, I'm doing it for the registration button. Okay, so class is equal to, you see this can be class, need not to be class name like this. Okay, this need not to be class name like this because this is a prop name. Okay, this is not the class attribute. Okay, so this is a prop name, so this can be class. All right, so class we want for this register is btn-info. Okay, save the file, and this class we will print in here. Okay, this one will be same for all of the buttons. Okay, because that is, this represent the button. Now this one should be changed, right? So how to do that? Just remove the whole thing because we cannot pass dynamic values inside the quotation. So that's why instead of the single quotation or double quotation, we will say tick mark like this. Oh, I'm sorry. Just open this curly braces and open tick mark and say btn space, put a $, and in this $, put one more curly braces and say props.class. Now you can see the class that we have passed from here is btn-info. This is what you're seeing here. But where is our login button, right? There's no login at all. Okay, we are not saying any login. We need to pass the class again. Class is equal to, the class was btn hyphen outline hyphen info. Okay, save the file and you will see the login back. Okay, so you have successfully created the button component. But when we click on the button, it should take us to somewhere, right? Right now it is not taking anywhere because you see this is an anchor tag. And one more thing I want to tell you is in React we usually don't use anchor tag. This is a standard HTML anchor tag which accepts the href. This is because this one is a standard anchor tag which will accept the href. Okay, here we used to give the link, right? But the problem is anchor tags by default refresh the page. Okay, but we don't want to refresh the page, so that's why we use link component from React router DOM library. Okay, but for now let it be this a tag only. We will not pass any links for now. Okay, next after that we will actually take care of this button also. Okay, so this button is in the main.jsx. You see this is the button, right? So let's say button, you know, when you save it you don't see anything because this accepts props, right? The text prop will be a login, and class also we need to pass, right? Class will be btn outline info. Save it and you see it here, right? And if you remove this info and say warning, save it, and you can see this is yellow color. Similarly we have in Bootstrap we have another class danger, right? You see it is in red. All right, I'll go back to info. Okay, so this is how we create the component. Okay, so other thing is to give the link to here. Okay, but we will give the link once we implement the link component, not for this href. All right, yeah, thank you. All right, at this point we will push our code to the GitHub and then take care of the next module. Okay, so we are actually done with the simple homepage. Okay, so the next module will be our authentication part, registration and login functionality. Okay, but before we start that functionality, we will push the code. Okay, so let's stop the server and say git status. Okay, so we have some, you know, untracked files. Git add dot or hyphen a, git commit hyphen m homepage React. Okay, homepage React. Now let's say git push origin main. All right, so yeah, that's it for this section, and in the next one we'll take care of the login and registration functionality. All right, we are okay with the homepage now. Next we will need a login and registration functionality. So in order to see the stock prediction, the user has to be logged in because this is a portal, right? So for that reason, we will allow the user to sign up and log into our portal. So before that, let's check if our backend is properly set up to handle the registration. Now let's go to the backend and make sure our server is running. Okay, so here I have two terminals. One is for Django and another one is for the React. Okay, so in my case, both of the servers are running. Okay, so here in the Django server, you see that I have 18 unapplied migrations. So this means we need to migrate the database here, which will create the default database tables, including the Django's default user table. Okay, a quick note here, we are using Django's default user model for storing the user data. Okay, so if you like more advanced user model, like the custom user model, you can consider enrolling to my other Django courses where I have taught to build advanced projects using an advanced custom user model. Okay, but this one is already a complex course which involves machine learning. Okay, so I don't want to make it more complicated. That's why let's use Django's default user model to store the user data and build the authentication functionalities. So let's go ahead and run the migrate and let's create the Superuser also. Okay, so let's stop the server and I will run python manage.py migrate. So when you run migrate command, all the default database tables will be created for the SQLite3 database. Okay, so this is the default database. So hit enter. Okay, so all the default tables have been created, and at this point we can create the super user for logging in into the admin panel. Okay, so let's say python manage.py create super user. The username will set it to Django admin or something, and put your email address developer.ratan@gmail.com, and I'll set my password password again. Okay, Superuser has been created successfully, and let's run the server, and let's go back to the browser and go to the admin. Okay, so I log in. Okay, so currently I don't have any users. Okay, so I have one Superuser, right? Anyway, and the groups of course will be empty. All right, so we have the Django backend setup now, and in the next one we will actually install and set up the Django REST framework. All right, in this video let's install the Django REST framework. Okay, so here you can go to Django REST framework, and in the official documentation you will see the installation guide. Go to the installation and you see this pip install Django REST framework. Okay, so this is very easy to set up. Okay, so let's copy this command and go to our Visual Studio. Just paste this command. Okay, so make sure your environment is activated and pip install Django REST framework. Hit enter. Okay, so Django REST framework has been installed, and let's go back and see what is the next step. You can see here, add a REST framework to your installed apps. Okay, so we have already seen all these things in the basic course as well, right? So if you have not followed that, just make sure you do this for installing the DRF. Okay, so go back to the code and let's go to stock prediction main and settings.py. So in the settings.py we have installed apps. Okay, so here let's put, paste it here, Django REST framework. Okay, so at this point we have the Django REST framework support for our Django project. All right, so with the DRF installed, we will create two apps, one for the users and another one for the APIs. Okay, so let's say python manage.py. Let's create, it should be start app. Okay, start app accounts. Python manage.py, start app and accounts. So in this accounts app, we will handle the registration and login views. Okay, hit enter. Okay, so as soon as you hit enter, you will see the accounts app has been created. Okay, so with that, we will also create another app, which is API. So this API app will be responsible for creating the APIs. Okay, API endpoints. Hit enter. Okay, so we now have two apps. Okay, so one is accounts and another one is API. Let's go to the settings again. Okay, because as soon as we create any apps, we have to register it in the installed apps, right? That's why we'll put accounts here, comma, API. Oh, I'm sorry, API. All right, put the comma, save it. All right, so I think this is enough for this video. And in the next one, we will see how we can make the registration functionality. Okay, thank you. All right, let's start working on making the login and registration functionality for our portal. So let's start with setting up the registration from the backend. So you see, when it comes to the DRF applications, we need to follow certain steps to handle the backend and front end. Okay, so for example, we first need to create the APIs, and after that, we consume the API. So for example, we need to first create the APIs from the backend, and after that, we consume the APIs from the front end. Now, when I said creating the APIs, so this involves some more steps, which will be first we'll have to create the model. And for the model, we need to make the serialization and then views and then set up the URLs. And then finally, we need to test the APIs from the Django's browsable API interface. Okay, so once everything is good at the API level, then we consume those APIs in the front end. So in this one, let's handle the registration API. All right, our first step is to create the model. Now, as I said in the previous video, we are not going to create the custom user model, right? We are using the Django's default user model. So we don't need to create any model. Okay, so the first step is already ready. We don't need to create the model. So next step is to create the serialization. Okay, so we will actually go to the accounts app and create a new file and call it as a serializers.py. Okay, serializers.py. So in the serializers.py, we need to import the user model. Okay, so which is a default Django's default user model, right? It comes from django.contrib.auth.models import user. Okay, and after that, from the REST framework, we also need to bring in the serializers, right? From REST framework, import serializers. Okay, so serializers. All right, so now we need the serializer class, right? So I hope you know how to create the serializer, right? So in the basic course also I have taught you how to create the serializers. So it is just like how you create the Django forms, right? So let's say user serializer inherit serializers dot model serializer. Okay, which is our model? Model is our Django's custom user model. All right, so we'll say class. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I created one more terminal by mistakenly. Okay. Class meta we need to pass. A class meta, the model will be, the model is equal to the user, and after that fields is equal to, in the list we can put the username. Okay, so for the registration, you see what are the fields we need, right? So we need the username, we need the email, and we need the password. We need the password. Okay, now this password, right, this password needs to be write only. Okay, why write only? I'll tell you why it is write only. Before that, when you want to pass any custom logics, or for example, we want the password to be write only, right? Then we need to explicitly call password, set the password here. Password is equal to serializers dot char field. Okay, so we will set a write only is equal to true. So why this is a write only is equal to true, which means the password should be only set. Okay, it should not be retrieved from the get request, right? So it should be only be worked with the post request or put request, right? So that means the write operations, right? So one should not be able to retrieve the password or see the password using the get request, right? So that's why we need to pass write only equal to true. Okay, so it cannot be read. Okay, so now we have the serializers. Okay, so once this is done, we need to create the data, right? So for example, when you set username, email, and password, the user has to be created in the database, right? So that we can handle in the serializers only. So we have a function, or we have a member function called create. Okay, we have a member function called create. How do I know we have a member function called create, right? So for that, click on this model serializer. You can jump to the model serializer class just by clicking and holding the control button. And so when you hit control, when you hold the control button, you will see this as a link. Okay, model serializer as a link. You can click on it. Okay, so this will jump to the original class. Okay, original class of the REST framework. Okay, model serializer. So this model serializer class has a function inside here. Just scroll and you see there is a function, okay, create. So this we can extend in our serializers also. So this create method will take a self and validated data. Okay, let's pass that self and validated data. Self comma validated data. So why this is validated data? This means the serializers will automatically validate the data you have entered in the form. Okay, so once it is done with validating the data, it will pass that validated data to this create function. Okay, so these all things will be automatically taken care by serializers. Okay, we don't need to do any kind of validations here. All right, so to extend the create method, we need to actually say user is equal to, this is where we are creating the new user for, in our database. So let's say user is equal to user dot objects dot create underscore user. Okay, create underscore user. So in here we can pass the validated data. So there is two ways. You can simply say star validated data. So what will happen is when you pass this star validated data, so whatever validated data, the serializers will be passed into this create method. Okay, so for example, we have the fields username, email, and password. All these three fields will be passed into this create user. Okay, so you don't need to explicitly call the username equal to username like that. Okay, so but if this seems confusing, then you can individually pass the validated data here. Okay, validated data of username. Okay, and comma validated data of email and validated data of password. Validated data of password. Okay, so this is how we manually pass the field names to this create user. Now you must be wondering, why are we using create underscore user? because you must have seen user.objects.create. I hope you already know, right? So we have this create function on the objects, right? But we are using create underscore user. See, there's a difference between create underscore user, right? So if you say user.objects.create, so what it will do is it will save the password in a plain text. Okay, plain text. Okay, so then you'll have to hash it again using the set underscore password function. Okay, but if you use objects.create user, then it will automatically hash the password. Okay, so automatically hash the password. So this is the main difference between using a create underscore user and create method. Okay, so in our case we want to create the user, right? So that means we want to automatically hash the password, which will essentially create the user in the database. So that's why we will use create underscore user. Okay, so and after that, once we are done with the creating the user, you can simply say return user. Okay, return user. All right, save it, and I'll put another way of creating the user also. User is equal to user.objects.create user. Will pass star validated data. Okay, so you should use star validated data only when you have required fields to create the user in here in the meta class. Okay, so for example, if you have billing address or something like this, then you should not use star validated data. Okay, so these three fields we need for creating the user, right? So that's why we can use star validated data in our case. Okay, anyway, I'm going to comment it and save the file. Okay, so we are done with creating the serializers. In the next one, we'll take care of the next step, which is creating the views. Okay, in this video, let's create the views for our registration. Let's go to the accounts and views.py. And in the views.py, we'll create the class-based view. Okay, so first of all, we need to import a few things. So first we'll say from .serializers. Okay, so we want to import this serializer, user serializer. Okay, so .serializers import user serializer. And after that, from a REST framework, import, we will use the generics. Okay, so we'll use the generic view. So that's why I'm using generics from REST framework. And after that, we'll of course need the user model, right? From Django.contrib.auth.models, import user. Okay, all right. So now let's create a class-based view. So let's say register view. Okay, let's say register view, and we'll inherit generics.create API view. As you know, this create API view will be used for creating the objects in the database. Okay, so let's use this create API view, and so this create API view will take query sets. Query set is equal to, if you are getting confused why we are using query set and why we are using generics, then you can always go back to the basic course where we have learned about the generics, right? So first I'll take a query set, which is user.objects.all. Okay, user.objects.all, and it will also take serializer class, which is equal to the serializer that we have created, which is user serializer. Okay, and it will also take the permission class. Okay, so this permission class will be used if you want to restrict the permission for this view. But in our case, we can keep it blank, or we can pass allow any. Okay, because this registration view should be accessible to everyone, right? So that's why we can either keep it blank, or if you want to make it more readable, then you can put allow any inside this permission classes. So this allow any comes from Django REST framework permissions. Okay, so from REST framework dot permissions, import allow any. So this means this registration view can be accessed by anyone. Okay, so let's save the file. So the next step is to create the URL pattern and test it in the browsable API interface. We are done with creating the serializers and views for our registration functionality. In this one, let's take care of the URL patterns for our registration. Okay, so let's go to the stock prediction underscore main and go to the urls.py. First, we need to create the base URL for our API. So let's say base API endpoint, base API endpoint. Let's call it path and API / version 1. Okay, you can either use a v1 or just keep it like this API. Okay, so let's go with the standard way of creating the APIs and include. Okay, so whoever comes to this API / v1, then we will send them to the API app. Okay, so let's, in the single quotation, I'll say API.urls. API.urls. So two things. First, we need to import include. Includes comes from Django.urls, save the file, and after that in the API we currently do not have any urls.py, right? So we want to create this URLs inside the API app. Create a new file and say urls.py. Okay, so in here we can create the endpoints. Okay, so let's go back to our urls.py, and here first of all let's import from Django.urls import path. Okay, so after that you'll say URL patterns, open a list, and the first URL endpoint is our register. Okay, register / comma, we want to call this function which is inside the accounts views, right? So this function. So we'll first have to import the views of this accounts app, right? So that is where we have the register view, right? So here we'll import it. So we'll say from accounts, okay, from accounts, import views as user views. Okay, user views. Okay, import views as user views. Okay, so now we can say user views dot, what is the name of the user view? Register view, right? Copy this and user views dot register view, and this one is actually a class based view, right? So that's why we'll say as view with the function. Okay, finally put a comma. Okay, you can also give the name here, but let's see that later. Okay, so at this point we have our API endpoint ready. First we have created the serializers. Okay, so we did not have to create the user model because we are using the Django's custom user model. So user model is already ready. So the second step, we have created the user serializer. After creating the serializer, we have created the views, which is our class-based view, register view. Okay, so once we are done with the register view, we have created the URL endpoints here. Okay, so first we made the base API endpoint, and after that we have created the register URL. Okay, so now at this point we can access this API. Let's run the server. Python manage.py run server. Okay, make sure you do not have any errors. So let's go to our browser and okay, so here, okay, so of course I don't have any URL pattern for the home page. We'll take care of that later. However, this is not the front end, right? The front end is this one, React front end, right? Okay, so we'll say API / v1 / okay, not accounts, right? I think it is register. Okay, register. All right, so now you can see when you hit enter, the get request will be triggered, right? But this will not allow the get request, so that's why method get is not allowed. Okay, so here it is asking to enter the username, email address, and password. Okay, so let's see what happens if I say test user, and I'll put test@gmail.com, and I'll put the password. Okay, you see. All right, let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 post. Okay, see, this is giving me the plain text in the password field. Let's see what is wrong with that. But you see, the user has been created. We got the, okay, I think I'm clicking on it, so that's why it is opening the email window. Anyway, the user has been created, and we'll go to our backend and refresh, and I can see the user is created. Okay, username. Okay, so this is there, and the password is automatically hashed, right? So you see, this is the hashed password, but somehow it is showing me password like this. It should be star star star, right? So let's see what is wrong with it. So let's go to the code and see what is wrong in the serializers.py. So here we are setting password is equal to serializers.char field, right only equal to true, that is okay, but we can also set style attribute here. Style is equal to open the curly braces and say input underscore type. Okay, so we are setting the input type of the browsable API's password field. So input type is equal to password. So set the password like this, input type colon password. Okay, let's now see if what happens. Let me refresh. Okay, so now you can see this is showing the ... instead of showing the plain text. Okay, so one more thing we can try here is we can also set the minimum length of the password should be 8 or something. Okay, you can set it like this, min length is equal to 8, which means you cannot use 1 2 3 like that. Okay, so let's try it. Refresh the page, and username can be test123 and say test123 @gmail.com, and I'll set the password 123. Okay, what happens if I click on post? Okay, so this is giving me the error. Ensure this field has at least 8 characters. So which means serializers is taking care of the validations. Okay, so I'll set my strong password, post, and my user has been created, and let's refresh, and I got this new user. Okay, so okay, password is hashed and everything is fine. So that's how you create the users from the browsable API. Okay, so once this API is working properly, then we can consume this API in the front end React. Okay, so that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. All right, before we go further, let's push this code to the GitHub. All right, so I'll say git status. Okay, so we have created 2 apps also. So I'll say git add -a, git commit -m, and I'll say registration backend or API. Okay, Git Push origin main. All right, all the backend code has been pushed to the GitHub. I can simply go here to the repo and refresh. So I have these commits. All right, so in the next one, we will consume the API from the registration page. Now that we have the registration API ready, we will now consume this API from the front end. So before we consume the API, we also need a presentation layer, which means we need a registration page on the front end, right? So in this video, we'll start working on the registration page setup. Okay, so we'll go back to the code, and here, first of all, I will close everything. Okay, so we need one, register component, right? So I'll go to the components. First of all, I'll collapse this backend, and I'll go to components and create a new component and call it as register.jsx. Okay, so here I'll say RAFCE. Okay, RAFCE. So my register component is created. I'll put it side by side again. Okay, so now when I click on this register button, I want to go inside the registration page. Okay, so now we have the register component, but where do we want to load it, right? So can we load it inside the app.jsx? Of course, no, because if you load it like this, register, what will happen? So the page will come here. Where is it? Yeah, here you see on the bottom left corner, right? So we don't want all these things. What we want is we need a whole new layout for the register page. So we first need to actually create the route for this registration page. Okay, so for example, we want to open the registration page here. Let me make it bigger, /register. Okay, so at this URL, we want the register page to be loaded, right? And this one to be loaded. Okay, so how to create that? So to handle the routes in React, we have a package called React Router DOM. Okay, so we need to install this React Router DOM package to create the routers. Router means the URL patterns, just like how we create the URL pattern inside this urls.py, right? So similarly in React also, we need to create such URL endpoints like this /register /login and all that. and your page should not be reloaded when you navigate from one URL to another in React. Okay, so to do all those things, we need a package, React Router DOM. Okay, so simply go to a new tab and say React Router DOM. Okay, so this is the npm package. So you can go to this first link and here just scroll down and you see npm I React Router DOM. Simply copy this one and go to your terminal, just paste it here. Okay, so you need to install this npm I React Router DOM. Hit enter. Okay, so your package will be installed, and the moment it is installed, you can go to this package.json and verify whether it is installed or not. In the dependencies, you will see React Router DOM 6.24.1 has been installed. Okay, so now we can create the URL routes in React. So let's go to the app.jsx. Okay, so in the app.jsx, what we need to do is we need to actually import few things. Import, first of all, open the curly braces. You say browser router, comma routes, comma route from React Router DOM. Okay, you need to import this browser router, routes, comma route. These three things we need to import. Okay, and once you import this, you need to actually wrap this main content, main component inside the browser router. Okay, so I'll show you how exactly to do this. So after this empty fragment, okay, so we have a header, we have main and footer. Okay, so in our case, we have the header and footer inside the main component, right? So here you see header and footer, right? I'll also show you how to handle this one also. Okay, so let me go back here. So here I'll say browser, open this browser router. Okay, browser router, and you can remove this for now. And after that, you should say routes. Okay, routes, and inside the route, you should actually create your route. Okay, so this route is a self-closing component. Okay, just close this route component like this. All right, so inside here, put the path is equal to /, which means the home page. Okay, we are creating the home page URL. Okay, after that we will create the register URL. So this means the home page. Okay, so this page. All right, so element is equal to, open a curly braces, and you have cut this main component, right? You should put this main here, main. Okay, so inside the element, you load the main component. Save this, and of course you will see. Okay, so we'll have to run this npm run dev. Okay, refresh, and I think I'm inside the register, right? So that's why you are seeing it blank. We have not yet created the register endpoint. So in the home page, you see this main content. All right, so now we want the register component to be loaded in the register page. Okay, so let me maximize this here. So when I go to register, this component should be loaded. So how to do that? Again, you go back to here and create a route, close it, and after that the path should be register / register, and on this URL, which element you want to load. Okay, element is equal to, which element is it? It should be register. Okay, make sure you close this, and it should be imported. Save it, and the moment you save it, you will see this register is being loaded here. You may not be seeing this because we need to add the class text light. Okay, text light. But there is one problem here. You see in the home page, we have the header and footer, right? But in the register page, we don't have that header and footer, right? So the header and footer need to be loaded on every pages, right? So that's why what we'll do is we'll actually go back to this main.jsx. I mean, inside the app.jsx, you see this main, right? So if you hold control and click on this main component, it will take you to the main component definition. Okay, so here you can see we have included the header and footer in the main component, right? So here we'll actually cut this one. Okay, we'll cut this one and save it. Okay, if you cut that and go back to the home, you see you don't have any header, right? So we want that header back. So what we'll do is we'll go to the app.jsx and just below this browser router and above the routes, let's put this header. Okay, so just put this header here so that the header should be loaded on every pages. You must be getting the error. Let's see what is that error. So header is not defined. Okay, so we'll have to import the header, right? So import header. Okay, import header from components / header. So now you can see the header is being loaded here. Now if you go to register, you will still see this header, right? So that's why the header will be loaded on every pages. Similarly, we also want the footer to be loaded on the every page, right? So in the home page we have the footer, but on the register page we don't have the footer, right? So let's bring that footer back. So in the main.jsx we will cut this. We don't want to load the footer from the main component, so this will now only have the main body of the home page. Okay, so we don't have a header and footer in this main.jsx, so we have cut that and we'll go to after the routes, you paste it. Okay, after the routes you paste it, before closing the browser router. Now similarly we'll also import footer. We'll import footer from components / footer, save the file, and you got the footer. Okay, so at this point we have the header and footer on the home page. Also we have the header and footer on the register page also. Now if you create more pages, you will still have the header and footer consistently. Okay, so that's how you create the routes. Okay, next thing, we want to click on this register button and want to go to the register page, and again we want to click on this logo or the branding text and go to the home page. Okay, so we will take care of that in this video. All right, so we'll go to the header.jsx. As I said in the previous videos, in React we usually do not use standard anchor tag. Okay, so we don't use this a tag with the href. Instead we use something called link. Okay, so link is a component that is provided by React router DOM. Okay, so we will use this link component to navigate from one page to another without refreshing the page. Okay, so if you use anchor tag, and then of course the page will be refreshed. Okay, so we don't want to refresh the page. We just want to use the React router DOM to navigate from one page to another without refreshing the page. Okay, so let's first go to the header.jsx. I think okay, in the header.jsx also we have this branding text, right? So we'll take care of this first. So in the header component, so let's say from, okay, not from, import link. Okay, import link from React router DOM. Okay, so after that you see this a tag here, right? Okay, so you see this a tag here, right? So instead of a, we'll remove that and say link with the L capital. Okay, after that close this L before you forget, link. Okay, so open link and close link. All right, so instead of href, the link component accepts two attribute. Okay, so we should provide two here. So 2 is equal to, open a double quotation or single quotation, put one /, which means when you click on this nav bar or branding text or the logo, you should go to the home page. Okay, so let's save the file and let's refresh. And okay, so you cannot notice this one here from the home page itself. We'll go to the register button, register page. Now if you click on this stock prediction portal, so it is coming to the home page. Page is not getting refreshed, right? You see the page is not getting refreshed. All right, similarly when we click on this register button, okay, so we need to be able to go to the register page. Okay, so let's go to the button components. Okay, so that's where we have the a tag, right? So we'll not use a, we will use a link. Okay, open the curly braces and say link, import link from React router DOM, and this one will not be a now, will be link, and make sure you close this using the closing link component. Okay, so similarly we don't want this href, we will use 2. So now here is the trick. So what should we pass inside this 2? Okay, so can we pass like this register? Okay, register, yes, we can pass, but the problem here is you click on any of the button, it will go to register page. Okay, even if you click on login. So that's why we cannot put the static register path here. Instead, we'll have to pass the props. Okay, so we'll go to the header and register, right? So in the register button component, we'll say URL. We'll pass the URL is equal to. So when I click on this button, register button, the URL should be /register. Okay, /register. And you see, I have also created link, right? So instead of link, we can pass URL. Okay, so this will be register and this will be login. Okay, save the file, and here we want to say props.url. Save the file. Now if you click on this login button, so it is going to login page, but the problem here is we don't have any URL pattern or any component called login, right? So that's why it is blank. So we'll actually create one component here, login.jsx. Okay, so inside the login.jsx, we'll actually say rafce. This is login, and we'll add the class name text light, save, and we also need to create the route, right? So go to the app.jsx and create a new route, say route, close this route, and the path should be login. And when we click on this login button, the element or the component that should be loaded is login, right? Login component should be loaded. Save it, and you can see login. Go to the home, go to login, go to register, right? So don't worry, this is coming here. Okay, so that's because we have set the flex 1 for the container in the CSS. So that's why if you want that to be in the center, you can simply set container class here. So now you go to the login and you see this here. Similarly, anyway, this is optional. Okay, however, we are actually going to remove this one in the next video because we want to design this registration page, right? Okay, so yeah, that's how you create the routes and use a link to navigate from one page to another page. All right, so we have now set up our homepage, login, and register. So in this video, let's design the registration page. Okay, so the registration page will be very simple. We will have one form with the 3 fields, which will be like username, email address, and password. Okay, so very basic form we will design for the registration. Okay, so we will remove that, we'll remove this default register text, and create a empty fragment. All right, so inside here we'll actually say div with the container, with the class container, div with the class container, so that our content will be on the center. Okay, so after that we'll create another div with the class row, a div with the class name row, and again we'll create div with the class call md6. Okay, we need one small box here, like 50% width of the box. Okay, so let's put h3 with the class name text light, and create an account. Okay, so this is here now, so we'll actually set it to the center, right? Text center. Okay, perfect. And if you maximize this one, you can see, okay, so okay, no worries, let's take care of that one by one. So after this h3, okay, we will create a form. So inside the form we'll add input type text, and the class name will be form control. So this is of Bootstrap form control class, and the placeholder we will set to enter your name, sorry, not enter your name. It should be the username. Okay, enter username, save the file. Okay, so we have the one field here. So let's put it in the center. So in the class row, we will add justify content center. Okay, so now you can see, so this is in the center. Okay, so if you make it smaller, then it will properly adjust with your screen size. Okay, so once we are done with the input tag, we will create another one. Input. So input type equal to, this time it will be email, and class name form control, and the placeholder, let's say enter email address. So now when you save this, the fields are attached to each other, right? So let's try to add margin bottom 3 MB3. Okay, so now I think this gap is enough. Similarly, we'll add MB3 for this one also. Okay, so now when you copy this and paste it, this one will be password, and form control MB3 placeholder set password. Okay, so username, password, and enter username. Okay, so we'll set it to username, email address, and set password. Okay, so after this we'll need one button with the button we can say register, and the type will be submit, and the class will be btn space btn hyphen info. Save. Okay, let's put another class to make this button center. Display block, d block, and mx auto. So this mx auto will take this button to the center of the row, which means this one. Okay, so we'll add a little background to this register form. So in the div class name call md6, right? So here we'll add, remember we have created one CSS, right? In the assets we have this background color, this bg light dark. We'll copy that bg light dark and put it here, and you can see we got that little background here, right? So after that we'll put one padding 5 so that it will be properly arranged. And if you want the rounded corners, put rounded class. Simple. Okay, so this is now rounded. Okay, so if you need more distance between the set password and the button, you can increase the margin bottom from 3 to 5. Okay, so I think that's enough, so that we can show some errors, okay, validation errors in here also. Make it bigger. I think this is enough for the design part. Okay, so this is very basic Bootstrap classes that we have used. Okay, so don't worry, even if you don't understand Bootstrap, just follow along with me. Only the thing that we have used here is the Bootstrap classes. Okay, so other than that, these are all the HTML elements. Okay, so okay, I'll add more space after this. Create an account. I'll add margin bottom 4. Okay, all right, so I think this is enough for the design part of the registration page. So when you go to register, okay, so this page is getting opened. All right, so in the next video we'll see how we can accept the data from here, from this page, and how to send that data to this API endpoint and get the user registered. Okay, we have the API endpoint ready for the registration. Now we will take the input from the user and send the API request to the backend, okay, using the post request. All right, so first of all, we have this form, and in this form we will take the user input. Okay, so in the basic course also we have learned how to get the user data from the form, right? So similar thing we'll do in this video. So first of all, we need the state. Okay, so we want to store the user data in the state. Okay, so let's actually import state from React. Use state. Okay, so using this use state hook, we will take the user input. All right, so first thing, we will initialize the use state hook. So const, first of all, we will need username. Okay, username comma set username, comma set username is equal to use state. Okay, so initially the username will be blank, and you know what, we will make this u lowercase. Okay, so and next we will take const email comma set email, comma set email is equal to use state, and then initially we will set the email as blank string or empty string. Okay, so and then we have the password, comma set password is equal to use state, and then initial value will be blank. Okay, so this is how we get the user input. And you know what, you can also use a single state form data with the spread operator. Okay, but we will not make it more complicated. We will just use the simple use state. Okay, and once this is done, in the input we want to add the value attribute, right? So that's why we will use value is equal to the user name. Okay, so this one, the value will be username, and here the value will be email, and for the password the value will be password. Okay, password. And now if you save, you cannot write anything here, because if you go to the console, it is saying you provided a value prop to a form field without a on change handler. You need to give the on change handler to this input elements. Okay, so how to give on change element, we have already seen this in the basic course also. You can simply say on change. This is an inline arrow function. Okay, so let's say on change, this will accept the e. Okay, so e means event, set username. Okay, set username, event dot target dot value, e dot target dot value. Okay, so this means when we type in something here, it will be set in the username state. Okay, so what will be set? So whatever we write in the username field will be set inside the event dot target dot value. Okay, so this is where we are writing the values. Okay, so that value will be stored inside the set username state. Okay, so similarly we will also set on change. On change. Okay, so I would say do not copy this and paste it here. I would say just write it manually. Okay, so this is how you learn to write the arrow functions. Okay, so this will be inline arrow function. I'll say set email. So the email that we enter will be inside the e dot target dot value. Okay, e dot target dot value. And similarly, we will also set on change to the password field also. So this will be again the inline arrow function. It will take event and set password. The password will be inside the e dot target dot value. Okay, so e dot target dot value. All right, so at this point, if you refresh, you will not see any kind of errors, and here you will actually, okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll put it here, console. Okay, so I can write anything here, right? Okay, so once this is done, we will actually add the on submit event handler for this form. Okay, so that's because when you click on this register button, we need to send the data to the server, right? So before we send the data, we also need to take the form data, right? So that's why the button type is submit here. Okay, so and after that, for the form, we will say on submit. Okay, so that's why, so we are using this on submit event handler. For that to work, we need this button type to be submit. Okay, so that will trigger the on submit event handler. Okay, so on submit will be function handle registration. Okay, so this is a custom function that we are going to create in a moment. But you can name anything to this function. Okay, so I'll just say handle registration. Okay, so we need the handle registration function. So we'll create a function, arrow function again. We'll say const handle registration. This will again accept the event. Okay, so event we will also always get the event when we work with the forms. Okay, so that is arrow function. Test. Okay, so here by default, when you submit the form, your page will be refreshed. Okay, but in order to prevent that from refreshing the page, we need to also use e.prevent default. But before that, we'll check whether this page is getting refreshed or not. Okay, just write any email address and set password, register, and you see the page is getting refreshed, right? We don't want that to be refreshed. So of course, this console log will not be printed. We'll actually say e.prevent default, e.prevent default. So this will prevent the default behavior of page from refreshing. Okay, so save this, and if you try again @gmail.com with password and submit, and you see the page is not getting refreshed, and this is printing the console. Okay, so till now we are going good, and when you click on the register button, this console should be printed. So now I will actually remove this. The next step is to create the user data object and send it with the API request. Okay, so first we'll say const user data. Const user data is equal to create an object. Okay, so this object will actually take user name and then email and password. Okay, I'm passing these three things, username, email, and object, and making the user data object. Okay, so now I will actually say console.log user data, user data. Okay, user data, and let's see when we write something here and click on the register button. Just want to see whether we are getting the user data in the console or not. Type something here. Okay, test user @gmail.com, and simply type in some password. Okay, so looks like everything is going good now. We have the email, we have the password, and we have the username also. All right, so once we have the user data, we want to send this user data to this endpoint, right? To this API endpoint. Okay, so in React, we use Axios library to send the API request to the backend server. Okay, so in the next video, we will install Axios and see how we can send the post request to our API endpoint. All right, so far we have the user data object, and now we want to send this user data object with the API endpoint, which is this one, register. Okay, to send the API request from React, we use Axios. Okay, so first of all, we'll install Axios. Axios, just go to Google and say Axios. Okay, so it will automatically get you to this npm.js documentation. So here you'll see npm, this is how you install it, npm I Axios. Just copy this and stop the server and paste it. Oh, I think I did some mistake. Okay, npm I Axios. Okay, the moment you install it, you will actually see this, see in the package.json, in the dependencies, the Axios is installed. Okay, so let's close this and make sure the server is running npm run dev. Okay, so there are a couple of Axios instance configuration, but now we will not go too deep into the Axios instance configuration. We will simply use Axios to send a simple post request. Okay, in the later lectures, we will also see the complex use cases of Axios also. Okay, so now that we have the Axios installed, we will import it here. Okay, in the register.jsx, I'll say import Axios from Axios. Okay, import Axios from Axios. Okay, so now that we have the Axios here, so what we'll do is we'll actually say try block. We can use try block And after try, we will also use catch. Okay, so catch as a function that will catch any error. Okay, so catch will accept the error. I'm sorry, it is error. Okay, so in the try block, we will first say Axios, Axios dot post. Okay, Axios dot post. So we have to send the post request to this endpoint, right? So we will copy this endpoint, and we will actually put it here inside the quotation. Okay, so with this endpoint, we will also pass user data. Okay, we'll also pass user data. Okay, so whatever response it gives us will be stored inside a response. Okay, response const response is equal to axios.post, then pass this API and with this user data. All right, so next we'll say console.log. You can print the response dot data. Okay, wait, so before that we can also, just to see it clearly in the console, you can say response dot data, and after that again we'll say registration successful. Okay, successful. So if this post request is successful, that means the user has been created in the database, and we will print the registration successful message in the console. What happens if there is an error, right? If there is an error, we'll say console.error, then we will say registration error colon, we'll say error. We get the error here in the catch, right? So error dot response dot data, and okay, that's enough. We can now check. Of course, this is going to fail because I want to explain a few other things also. So it's not the correct way of sending the API request using Axios, but I want to encounter some error and show you real time. Okay, so now we have the user data. We are sending a post request with the Axios with this user data and response.data, and if this is successful, registration is successful. Okay, anyway, let's try refresh. Okay, so add the username test user and test@gmail.com and set any password. Okay, so now just click on this register button. All right, now you see a few information here in the console. Response.data is undefined. Okay, so response.data, right? So what is this response.data? You see this one, response.data. So this is showing undefined. That means this was, this was failed, or there is something wrong with this request. Okay, but still we got the registration successful message. The registration successful message, right? If this is registration successful, then we have this user in the admin panel, right? So let's go back to the admin panel and go to here, and test user is not there, I think. Oh, I'm sorry, I think test user is already there in my database. So what I'll do is I'll again refresh. Okay, I'll not use this one because this can be confusing. Okay, so I'll say test Ratan and test Ratan@gmail.com, and I will set the password to make sure test Ratan is not there, right? Okay, click on register. Okay, we still see this problem, right? So undefined, and if you refresh here, test Ratan is not there, right? But this means the API endpoint was failed, API request was failed, but still we got the registration successful message. And we also have another problem, course header. This one, HTTP localhost has been blocked by course policy. No problem, just concentrate on this one. Okay, so this is undefined. That is because you see what happened is this line number 18, this console.log response.data was printed even before this API request was completed. Okay, so it just gets sent to the backend, and immediately after the request is sent, we executed these two lines of code. Okay, we did not wait for the API response here. Okay, so that's why we always need to wait for the response. Okay, so after we get the response from the backend, then we should execute other code. Okay, next lines of code. So how to wait for the response? So this is very simple. In JavaScript, we have something called async and await. Okay, you can make this function as a async await. Just use async here after the const handle registration equals async. So after writing async, we also need to put await. Okay, so this await means this will wait for the API to give you the response. Only then it will execute the next line of code. Okay, so now if you save this file, so what will happen is when you send the data will be sent to the backend server, and it will wait for the backend response. Okay, so it will wait for whatever response backend sends. Okay, only then it will execute the next line of code. So if you don't use this, it will not wait for the backend response. It will just execute these lines of code as it is. Okay, so we don't want that. We just want to wait for the response. Okay, so after we get the response, we will understand what is happening, whether the registration was successful or we got the error, right? So that's why we use async and await. Now let's save the file and let's refresh, and let's say test 1 2 3. Okay, I think test 1 2 3 is there already. What is not there? Refresh. Okay, so I'll use test Rathan and testrathan@gmail.com and set the password. Okay, earlier we have encountered another error, right? Course policy error. We will likely see that error right now. Okay, click on register, and this time we got the different error. Okay, so we have successfully fixed this this one, right? It did not print this registration successful and all that, just gave us the different error. It is saying access to XML HTTP request at this API from origin, this one localhost 5173, has been blocked by course policy. Okay, so we will see more about course policy and we'll fix this issue in the next video. In the previous video, we encountered this problem saying origin HTTP localhost 5173 has been blocked by course policy. What is course policy? Well, course stands for cross origin resource sharing. Okay, course stands for cross origin resource sharing. It's a web security feature that stops one website from asking for a data from a different website without permission. Okay, so in our case, what is happening is, you see the domain name here, right, which is localhost 5173. So this is our front end domain. This is asking for the data from the different domain, which is 127.0.0.1, which is our backend server. Okay, so essentially our localhost 5173 is asking for data from this backend server. Okay, in this backend server we have the Django running. Okay, so Django does not recognize this localhost 5173 domain, so that's why it is saying I don't know who is this localhost 5173. I cannot give data to this guy. Okay, so that's what it is saying. So in this case, what we need to do is we need to install one package called Django course header. So this will allow this domain, front end domain, to get the data from the backend domain. Okay, so that's why. So let's let's go to the Google and say Django course headers. Okay, always go with this latest version, and this is how you install Django course header. Okay, just copy this and go to your server and stop the server, paste it. Okay, make sure your environment is activated, pip install Django course header. Okay, so once this is installed, and you can see, you can follow this installation guide here. So the setup is very simple. We are done with this installing this Django course header. The next step is to add this course headers to this installed apps. Just copy this and go to your settings.py. Settings.py. Okay, so yeah, here it is. Put this here. Okay, so once this is done, there is one more step. We'll have to add the middleware class here. So the middleware class should be above this common middleware, okay, because this common middleware is already there in the settings. You can copy that and paste, search for it. The common.common middleware is there, right? So let's copy this and put it above the common middleware. You can also put this course middleware at the first entry. Okay, save this. Next step is to add one of these three things. Okay, so we usually use this one, course allowed origins. So this means which domain should be allowed. Okay, so should be allowed to get the data. So of course, this domain should be allowed, right? We want to allow this domain to get the data from the backend, right? So let's okay, go here and Okay, you can see here, right? You can also add the list of domains here, right? In our case, we will only add one domain, which is this domain. Okay. All right. So I'll actually say course allowed origins, and in the settings, just scroll down. Course allowed origin is equal to open a list, and in a single or double quotation, put this domain. And you know what? You cannot put this / here. Just remove it. Save this and make sure there is no error in the terminal. And let's refresh the page, and we only have this test users. Let's try to register the user now. Test Rathan @gmail.com. Let's put the password. Okay, so now you can see registration has been successful, and the response.data is also, we also got this response.data, right? So let me show you where we have printed this. You see this. Okay, we got the response.data and the registration is successful. Okay, so now if you refresh in the backend or the admin panel, you will see this data here, test Rathan, right? So that's how you use the API endpoint to register the user. Okay, so in the next video, we will actually take care of the validation part. Okay, because there are a few things we need to handle. For example, when we click on this register button, the request will go to the backend, right? So while we wait for the response to come back from the backend, we will simply add a please wait text or something. Okay, so that user will know there is something happening in the site and he needs to wait for it to happen. Okay, and after that, we also need to check, if this username already exists or not, right? So all those things we will take care in the next video. We have used serializers in the backend, right? So the serializers will automatically take care of the validation error. Okay, so if we try to register the user with the same username, the REST framework or the serializers will give you the validation error. Okay, so let's see this in action. So you see, I have the test Rathan already exist, right? So I will use this same username to try to register here. Okay, so I'll set some password and okay. So when I click on this register button, you see I got this 400 bad request error here. Okay, so now if you expand this registration error, you can see here we have the error for the username. A user with that username already exists. Okay, we did not handle this explicitly. The serializer is automatically taking care of the validation part for us. Okay, so we want to show this error in here, in the front end as well, right? So for that, what we'll do is we'll actually set the error. Okay, we'll create the new state to store the errors. Okay, so let's say const errors. Okay, so errors can be object. Okay, because there can be multiple errors, right? So if you try to set 1 2 3 as a password, then click on register, then you will see here that okay, so here you can see we have the error for username as well as password, right? So what is it saying? Username is ensure this field is at least 8 characters and the user is already exist with this username. So that's why we will use object. Okay, so using the object we can store multiple errors. So errors comma set errors is equal to use state. Initially we will initialize this errors as empty object. Okay, so there is nothing in the errors object. Okay, so now what we can do is we can actually, we want to set the error when we get the error, right? So when we catch the error here, so what we'll do is we'll say set errors. Okay, set errors error dot response dot data. Okay, error dot response dot data. Okay, now that we have the, when we get the error, we have set this errors. Okay, so we have some errors here. Okay, so next we will print the error here just below, individual fields. Let's actually go here just below this input tag. Okay, I'll actually open a small tag here. So inside a small tag, first of all, I will check errors I want to check whether the error is for username or the password or the email, right? So errors dot username. Okay, errors dot, if the error is for the username, like this, right? So I'm checking this one. If the error is for the username, then what I'll do is I'll actually say ampersand ampersand. Okay, I'll open a div. Okay, I'll open a div and we'll add the class name to text danger. What is text danger? Text danger means whatever we write in here will be in a red color. Okay, so what we want to print here, we of course we want to print the error, right? So simply say errors dot username, errors dot username. Save it, and okay, we are, we have done some mistakes. All right, so this cannot be, we want to close this one here. Okay, after this div, after this div closes, save it, and now let's refresh the page and try to register the user with the same username which already exists. Username, and put some email address and put some password and register. Okay, you can see user with that username already exists. You know what? You see we have a gap just above this error, right? We want to get rid of that gap. Okay, so we have set the MB3 for this input tag, right? So that's why it is showing like this. So what I'll do is I'll actually open a div with the class name MB3, cut it here and put this one here. And after that, put this whole thing inside this div. Okay, save it, and you can see this one is proper. Okay, similarly, I will remove this MB3 from here, and I will open div with the class name MB3 and put this one here, put this one inside this class, I mean div. Okay, so why I'm doing this? Because if I don't put this input tag inside the div, then this error is coming down. Okay, so which looks like this error is meant for the next field. So that's why I want this to be just below the field. Okay, and again I will use a div and class name MB5 and put this, cut and paste it here, save, and this time if you refresh and test Ratan, just say any email address and password, and okay, so we got one error here. Okay, so now we also want to print the error for the password, right? So we will simply copy this small tag. Where is our password? Here it is, right? Just above this div, errors dot password this time. Okay, so if we have the errors for the password, then only we will print this error password. Okay, errors dot password. Let's refresh and we'll set test Ratan and set any email address and write 1 2 3 because we want to see the error. Okay, now we should be able to see both the errors. Click on register. Okay, you can see our page is not getting refreshed. Okay, and we got the error here. We got both the errors, right? So for the username and for the password also. Ensure this field has at least 8 characters. Okay, so if you put 8 characters and put something here, register. Okay, so now the moment I click on the register, the registration is successful, but the error and all these things, text and everything is still there, right? So we want to fix that as well. And when the registration is successful, we want to show the registration successful message just above this register button. Okay, we'll do all those things in the next one. In this video, let's clear out these errors after the registration has been successful. Okay, so far, even if your registration is successful, the error is still here, right? We want to clear it out. So how to clear it out? So it is very, very simple. You see what we have done here. When we get the error, we have set this errors here, right? So when the registration is successful, we will set the errors to be blank, right? No blank object like this. we will set this empty object, save it. And now if you try to register with some other things, just click on this register and you see, errors has been gone. Okay, and the registration is successful. You can see this here also. Okay, so that's how you clear out the errors after the registration is successful. And the next one is to take care of the success message, right? We want to show the success message when the registration is successful here. So for that, we will actually use another state, const success, set success. This can be a Boolean flags. Okay, let's say use state with the, by default it will be false. Okay, by default success is false. Okay, so success is true only when this is done. Okay, only when this response is successful. Okay, so here after the registration successful, we have set the errors and we will say set success true. Okay, now set success is true, and after that, when this success is true, we will actually check whether we have the success or not. Okay, so if success ampersand, we will open a div. We'll open a div, and for the div we will add a class alert space alert success. Okay, so this is a Bootstrap class. So if you want to see what is this alert space alert success, you can go to Google and search it here, right? In the Bootstrap, you'll see this kind of success message. Okay, alert where is it? Yeah, here you can see alert space alert success. Okay, where is it? Yeah, alert space alert success, and we will say registration successful. Okay, so what we are checking here, if the success is true, okay, if the success is true, then add this registration successful message in the alert, save it, and let's refresh, and let's say test @gmail.com and set any password. Click on register and you can see registration successful. So if you don't want this space, there is one space here, right? I think MB5 looks very big. Maybe let's make it 3. Okay, right? I think this is enough. All right, so that's how you add success message. Okay, the final thing we want to handle here is the register. When you click on the register button, it will send the request to the backend. Okay, so while we wait for the response to come back, we will add one please wait text. Okay, so we'll take care of that in the next one. In this video, let's change the register button to say please wait when the backend is taking care of the registration process, so that the user will know that our application is processing something and he has to wait, right? So we'll do that in this video. So first of all, we'll create a state const loading, set loading. So this will hold the value of whether or not the state is loading or not. Okay, so we'll say useState. Initially the loading will be false. Okay, so when we will start loading this please wait, of course when we click on this register button, right, the moment we click on this register button, our handle registration function will trigger, right? The moment this function gets triggered, we will immediately set this set loading to true. Okay, so we'll say set loading to true. Okay, so here we will start showing the please wait button. Okay, now what happens is, so once that is done, our code will actually send the request to the backend, and the backend will give back the response, and we will do all this stuff, right? So once we get the response, we will stop showing this please wait, right? So even if we get the error, we will still stop showing the please wait button. Okay, so for that reason, we will actually use finally block here. Finally, okay, so finally set loading equal to false again. Okay, so why I'm using finally here? Because no matter our code goes to this try block or this catch block, we still want to stop showing the please wait button, right? So that's why we have used finally block here. Okay, So save the file. And now next what we want to do is we want to check whether the loading is true or not, right? So just above this button, I'll say if loading, right? When you say a loading, this means if loading question mark. So here inside a parenthesis, I'll say a button here. I'll simply copy this button and paste it here. Okay, so I'll put a colon and then open a parenthesis, and I'll put this in the else case, right? So in the basic course also we have learned, how to use conditional rendering, right? So this is how we use a conditional rendering. So if the loading status is true, then show this please wait, right? If the loading status is true, we will show please wait, and else, that means if loading status is false, then we will show the register button. Okay, so when this is please wait, then we will actually disable this button. Okay, we will disable this button. Save the file, and now if you refresh it, right? If you refresh it and try to register gmail.com with some password, and you notice when I click on this, register button will become please wait. Okay, you see it has become please wait, right? So similarly, if you want to see that properly, you can go to the network tab and set this to slow 3G. Okay, so by default this will be in no throttling zone, so you can set it to slow 3G so that it will send the request very slowly. In fact, your internet becomes slow. Okay, so that's how you simulate the network. Now I'll try to register again. I'll go and say .com. I'll put a password, and you can see it is showing please wait. After we get the success response, the loading status becomes false, right? Now what happens if I try to register this again? Because of course this one is already exist. Now we should get the error. Okay, so you can see user with this username already exists. Okay, so in both the cases the set loading becomes false. Okay, so I'll go back to the network and I'll reset it to no throttling. Okay, so that's how you show please wait. And if you want to show spinner with this please wait, then you can install Bootstrap, not Bootstrap, Font Awesome React. Okay, let's quickly do this. So Font Awesome React. So this Font Awesome will actually give us the icons. Okay, so go to Google and search for Font Awesome React, and here you can go to this link, and there is the installation guide. Just scroll down to the get started section, and here you just need to install these three things. Just copy all of them, and here just stop the server, paste it. Okay, make sure you are inside the React terminal, okay, not inside the Django terminal. So let's install it one by one. Automatically it will install one by one. Okay, so all the three packages have been installed, and I'll again run the server. Now we want to use this, right? Just scroll down and using icons. Okay, there are two options we can use Font Awesome icons in React. One is individual use and global use. We'll start with this individual use. So individual use means we import the icons wherever we want. Okay, we're not importing all the icons at once, so that is a global use, right? So using icons via individual use. So here we will copy this one, import Font Awesome icon. Just copy this and go to your register.jsx and paste it here. And after that we will also use import FA coffee, right? We don't want that FA coffee. Instead we want FA spinner. FA spinner. Okay, so how to use this? You can see here, this is how we use it. Okay, Font Awesome icon is a component. We can pass the icon as a prop. Just scroll down. Here we want to show the icon, right? Please wait, right? Just before please wait, give one space, and we will say Font Awesome icon. Okay, just close this, and we'll pass the icon FA spinner. Okay, FA spinner, and we also want this spinner to be spinning. So that's why we'll use this spin. Just write spin so that the spinner will be spinning. Okay, now that we have implemented this font awesome, I will go to the network and set to slow 3G, try to register something, and at gmail.com and set password. Okay, you can see it is spinning. Please wait. Okay, all right. So all these things are optional just to make your application look good. That's all. Okay, so I'll stop this video, and I think for now this is enough for the registration. Okay, so we have few things to take care in the future, but I will see all that later. From the next section we will work on this login page. Okay, all right. So thank you. All right, before we move to the next section, we'll first push the code to the GitHub. So I will check the status. All right, so okay, you see here we are getting error. That's because we have stopped the server, right? That's why. All right, git add -a, git commit -m, registration page, git push, origin main. All right. In the next video, we'll start working on the login functionality. In this video, we will learn how to implement a login feature for our portal. So we're going to use Django REST Framework SimpleJWT package to handle the login functionality. Okay, so first we will install and set up this Django REST Framework SimpleJWT, and then I'll explain the workflow of it. Okay, so first of all, let's go to the Google and search for Django REST Framework SimpleJWT. Okay, so go to this PyPy package. So here first we need to install this pip install Django REST Framework SimpleJWT. Okay, so copy this one and go to your Django terminal here. Okay, so paste it and make sure the virtual environment is activated. All right, and successfully install Django REST Framework SimpleJWT. All right, so once this is done, and we will follow the documentation. So here we can go to the documentation here, and then we have this installation part, right? So here what it is saying is, first we need to install this, and after that we have some project configuration here, right? So let's copy this REST framework configuration. Okay, so let's go to backend DRF, stock prediction main, and go to the settings. Scroll down to the bottom of the page, and let's paste it here. Okay, just remove this 3 dots. All right, so because that is actually a example code, right? So that's why they have given this 3 dots here. This means there can be some other lines of code. Okay, so once this is done, let's scroll down, and here also in your root urls.py include routes for SimpleJWTs. Okay, so we have to configure these 2 URL endpoints. So one is for generating the access token, and another one is for accessing the refresh token. Okay, so I'll explain how exactly this access token and a refresh token works in a moment. So first we will actually import these 2 things. We'll go to API and we'll go to urls.py, and from here we'll say from REST framework underscore SimpleJWT.views import token obtain pair view, and we need token refresh view. Token refresh view. Okay, and then we have to configure these 2 paths. Just copy this. Okay, just copy these 2 things and just paste it here. And you know what? We don't need this API here. Just remove it and remove it from here also. So that is because in the base urls.py we already have this base URL endpoint, right? So that's why we don't need the API again here. All right, so next step, one last step we have, that is in the installed apps we just need to put this REST framework SimpleJWT. Just copy this and go to the settings, installed apps, paste it here, save the file. Okay, so this is about the installing and configuring SimpleJWT package, and next we can start using this. All right, so before I explain you the workflow of it, I just want to show you how exactly this works. Okay, so I'll go to, okay, I'll just run python manage.py run server. Okay, make sure this server is running and refresh. Okay, API /v1 / let's go to the token. Okay, so this token we are accessing. Okay, so this URL. All right, so when you access this token endpoint, you will be asked to log in, right? So I'm going to log in here using my username and password. Okay, just click on post, and the moment you click on post here, we will get the refresh token and access token. Okay, so the way this SimpleJWT work is, it generates access token and refresh token when you log into the system, right? When you log in from the backend, it will generate refresh and access tokens. Okay, so this is what you're seeing here. So these tokens will be stored in your React application's local storage. Okay, why it will be stored in the local storage? Because this access tokens are used to give you the access, okay, access of the application where you can use protected endpoints. Okay, for example, if you're using stock prediction portal, right? So in order to access the APIs where the prediction happens, right? Those are all the protected APIs. Okay, so if you're not logged in or if your access token is invalid, then you cannot access those APIs where the prediction happens, right? So that's why in order to access the protected APIs where the authentication is needed, then we need this access token. Okay, but this access token is short-lived, which means this access token is valid for only 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, because they contain sensitive data, and that's why they need to be short-lived to minimize the risk if it is compromised. Okay, so now when the access tokens are expired, React gets the response from the backend with the 401 unauthorized status. Okay, which means the access token is expired or invalid. Okay, so this is where the refresh tokens comes in. Okay, when the access token is expired, of course, the user will be logged out, right? Since the access token is short-lived, maybe approximately 15 minutes, he will be logged out again and again, right? Even if you try to log in again, you will be again logged out after 10-15 minutes. Okay, so to prevent the user from logging out again and again when he is using our application, we can use this refresh token to get the new access token from the backend. Okay, and your request will not be logged out. Now the way this works is, when you get the response 401 unauthorized status, we will automatically send the refresh token to the backend. Okay, and the backend will verify this refresh token with the one that is stored in the database and give you the new access token. Okay, so our application will run seamlessly without logging out. Okay, so that's why this refresh token is very important. If you don't use this refresh token, then your application will log out every 15 minutes. Okay, every 10 or 15 minutes. I'll show you that in the practical also. So it's a lot of theory part to understand, but you know what, when you start implementing it practically, you'll understand this in a much better way. Okay, so this is about the refresh token and the access token. All right, and in the next video we will design the login page, and we will try to build the authentication or the login functionality. All right, now that we have the refresh token and the access token, let's implement this authentication functionalities in the login page from the backend. Okay, so first we will design the login form, and after that we'll see the actual functionality. All right, so first I'll close all of these tabs and I'll go to the front end. Okay, so front end and src, then the components, and then login.jsx. Okay, so what I'll do is, I already have the form here in the register.jsx, right? So I'll copy this same thing from the register component. I'll go to the register.jsx, and first I will actually, I'll take everything after this return. Okay, so I will copy from the empty fragment and copy all, and in the login.jsx I'll remove this. I'll just paste it, save it, and of course you will get the error here because we don't have all these handle registration function and all that, right? So for now I will remove this from the form. Okay, and after that few things I just want to remove from here. First of all, I don't want this errors from here. I'll delete, and after that, for logging in, I need the username field. Okay, I need the username field, and I need the password field, but I don't need this error. Okay, so this registration success message I don't need. I'll keep this loading, and here the button will say login. Okay, and all right, font awesome spinner. Instead of please wait, I will say logging in. Okay, and okay, so username is there, and I don't want this email address field, so I will delete this. All right, so save it, and username is not defined. Okay, so why it is not defined? Yeah, here you can see we have not set the use state, right? Just go here and copy this and paste it here, and after that we need the password. We don't need the email address for now because it is a login form, right? Okay, so I have username, I have password, and the last thing I want is this loading state, this one. I will copy and I will paste it here. Okay, so use state is not defined, it is saying that's because we need to import this use state from React, right? Use state, save it. At this point we have the form, right? Okay, so let's make it log into our portal. Log into our portal, and we have username and password. Okay, and when we click on this login button, what should happen is we should trigger some function, right? So for this form we will add the on click handler, not on click, on submit handler, and which will say handle login. Okay, handle login, and let's create this function here, const handle login, which is equal to, since this is a form, it will accept the event, and let's say e dot prevent default. Okay, e dot prevent default, and I think save it. And okay, so next what we'll do is we'll actually import this font awesome, right? You need to import this font awesome from the register. We will import both of these imports, copy and paste here. Okay, at this point we will check our form. Before that, we'll first accept the username and password. Okay, so I'll say const user data, which is equal to username comma password. Okay, username comma password. All right, and let's quickly see this user data. Okay, so when I click on this login page, login button, the user, whatever I have written here should be printed. Okay, login, and you see I got the data here. Okay, all right, now we have the username and password, and now we can send the request to the token endpoint and get the refresh and access token. Okay, so we'll send the API request to our backend server. So this is very simple, and in the registration functionality also you have seen this try block and catch block, and we will use finally in this one also. Okay, so okay, let's start with the try block. So try will say const response is equal to, I'll use await Axios dot post. And one more thing, when you use await, your handle login function must be asynchronous function. Just say async. Okay, handle login equal to async, and after that arrow function. All right, why await? Because we want to wait for the response to come back from the backend, right? After that only we want to execute the next line. All right, and one more thing, this Axios needs to be imported from Axios. Okay, so just say import Axios from Axios. Okay, so in the post we will send the request. So what is our API endpoint? This one, right? So copy this and put it here. Okay, so API /v1 /token. Okay, so of course you see in the future lectures we will actually make this one as a base URL. Okay, so that you always have to include this in your request. Okay, you can just simply do this like this. Okay, but for now let it be like this, the whole API. All right, and with this I will also pass user data. Okay, so we got the error here. All right, that is because we don't have the catch here, right? We want to catch the error. So in the error we will simply say console.error invalid credentials. Okay, so when we get the response, let's first see what is the response we have got, right? So let's say response dot data. Okay, response dot data. All right, so first of all, let's duplicate this invalid credentials error. Just put some random credentials, click on login, and I got the credentials, invalid credentials. And in the Django terminal, you see this error, unauthorized request, which is 401 status, right? So remember this, I told you in the previous one, when the access token expires, we get this unauthorized 401 status. Okay, so this means you are not authorized to view this or access this API endpoint. Okay, so I'll talk more about this unauthorized 401 error later, but just wanted to show this to you now. Okay, anyway, we got the error because we put the wrong credentials, right? Now let's try to put the correct credentials. Let's click on login, and you see we got the refresh token and access token, right? We got the refresh token and access token. So now what we want to do is we want to store this access token and refresh token in the browser's local storage here. Okay, we want to store this access token and refresh token in the browser's local storage. Why we want to store it here? Because you see, whenever we access the protected endpoint of the backend, Django expects access token to be sent with that request. Okay, so if you just send the API endpoint to the backend, then it will not give you the access. Okay, you must send this access token with that API. Okay, then only you will get the response from the backend. Okay, so that's why in our application, once you log in, we will have the pages. For example, we will have the dashboard, and we will have the area to predict the stock prices. For all these functionalities, we will be creating the API from the backend, right? So these APIs are protected. All right, so protected means you must be logged in order to access these API endpoints. Okay, and in our portal, if you want to see the stock prediction, you must be logged in. Okay, if you're not logged in, you cannot see the prediction. Okay, so for that reason, we always need to send the access token with the API request. Okay, so that's why we want to save this here in the local storage. And refresh token should also be stored in the local storage, or you can, if you want it to be more secure, then you can store it in the HTTP only cookie. Okay, but for now we will store this access token and refresh token in the local storage. All right, so we'll talk more about this in the next video. All right, now that we got the access token and the refresh token in the response, we will now store these tokens in the local storage. Okay, so first I'll remove this console log, and I'll say local storage dot set item. Okay, local storage dot set item. Inside a double quotation or single quotation, just say access token, comma, response dot data dot response dot data. Okay, so this whole thing is response dot data, and inside that we have access, right? So the access token will be access, and similarly local storage dot set item, this will now be refresh token response dot data dot what, a refresh. Perfect. Yes, now once this is set, then you can say logged in, login successful. We'll say login successful. Okay, login successful. And let's see what happens if I refresh, and we want to see what is set in the local storage, right? Just go to your application tab, and in the local storage, right? In the local storage, open your localhost colon 5173, right? But you see, I have some other different items set. I will remove all of these now. So that is actually my, other projects local storage. Anyway, so everything is clear now. Okay, log level will come automatically, no problem. So let's try to log in Django admin and put your password. Click on login, and you can see access token is set and the refresh token is also set, right? In the console, you can see login is successful. Okay, perfect. So this is how you log in to the system. And once you're logged in, you want to actually navigate to the dashboard, right? Right now, we don't have any dashboard, so we will actually navigate to the home page. Okay, so before we navigate to the home page, we will just set the is loading status, right? So the loading is actually false initially, and after that, the moment this handle login triggers, we will set the loading, right? Set loading true. Okay, so from here it will be true, and when this will become false in the finally block. Oh, I'm sorry. Finally, set loading will become false. Okay, set loading false. Perfect. Now refresh. Let's try again. Django admin, and I'll put my password. And okay, so you see that font awesome icon, which is our spinner, is spinning with the logging in text. Okay, so once this is done, we will actually go back to our homepage. Okay, so how to we want to navigate to the homepage after the login, right? So we have something called use navigate hook that comes from React router DOM. Okay, so we will use this use navigate to navigate from one page to another. All right, so we will first import it. Import use navigate from React router DOM. Okay, React router DOM. All right, so we want the object of this use navigate. Here we'll say const navigate. Okay, I'm sorry, navigate is equal to use navigate. All right, so now we can use this navigate to go to another page. After we are logged in, we will say navigate to where? The home page, right? So if you put this forward slash, this means the home page. Okay, if you put register, this will become, this will go to register page. If you put dashboard, this will go to dashboard page, but we don't have any dashboard right now. That's why I'm navigating to the home page. Okay, save this and let's refresh, and I'll say Django admin. I'll put my password and login, and you see the login is successful. I'm navigating. Okay, now next, what we want to do, we want to actually see the error, right? So we'll quickly show the error if we got any error here. Like if I put wrong credentials, I'm getting the invalid credentials here in the console, right? So this error we will show here on the form. Okay, so let's create a new state and call it error. Okay, error comma set error, that is equal to use state. See, use state is a very often used hook in a React. Okay, we always use state, right? So the error by default will be nothing, right? Let's set it to empty string. Okay, so when we will get the error, when you catch the error here, so I will say set error, and what is the error? Invalid credentials. Okay, so after that we will check whether we have the error here. So just before the button, I'll say error, if error, right? If error, then put this ampersand. Let's put the error here. Div. Inside the div, just say error. Okay, so I want this error to be text danger, right? So that's why I'm going to say text danger, save it. And if I write something here, wrong password and login, and you see invalid credentials. Okay, so this much is enough, right? Okay, so we are now logged in, right? We don't want to see this login and register button again because we're already logged in, right? So we want to show the logout button if we are logged in. We want to show login button if you are not logged in, right? Similarly, the register button will only be available if you are not logged in. If you're logged in, there is no point in showing the register button. Okay, so we'll take care of that in the next one. So far we were able to log into the system. Now we will make the logout functionality. Before that, we want to show the logout button, right? So in this video, let's see how we can show the logout button if the user is logged in. So to know whether the user is logged in or logged out, we can make use of the state, right? Maybe is logged in state. Okay, but the point here is, where will we set the login state? Well, we can set it in the login component, right? So here we can set the is logged in and set is logged in state, right after this the user is logged in, right? But understand this, if you set the is logged in state in this login component, how can we access that state in the header component, right? Because in the header we want to show the logout button, right? We need the access to this is logged in state to check whether the user is logged in or logged out. Okay, based on that we will show the login or logout button in the header. Okay, but if you set the is logged in state in the login component, we cannot access this state in the header component. We cannot even use prompt drilling from here because the header component is not nested inside the login component. Okay, so the best solution to this is the useContext hook. In the basic course, you have learned about useContext hook, right? So using useContext hook, we can access the data from any component, right? So in this video, let's create the authentication context so that the login state can be accessed from any components easily. Okay, so first of all, let's create the provider. You remember these words, right? Create, provider, and consumer. Okay, so that is for consumer is for the context API, but here we are using useContext hook. Okay, so of course we will need the create and provider, right? So first we will create the provider. Just create a new file here in the src folder. Let's say auth provider. Okay, auth provider .jsx, auth provider.jsx. All right, so this is the auth provider component. From here we will provide the context, auth context. Okay, so let's say RAFCE auth provider, and we will we can remove this React. We'll use useState. We need useState here, and we also need useContext here. Okay, so the first step is to create the context. Okay, so create the context, and let's say const the context name we can set as auth context. Okay, so that is because we are talking about authentication or login, right? So let's say create context. Auth context is equal to create context. All right, so we got this auth context now. After this, we will pass the children here. Okay, so children's are nothing but the child components. Okay, so whatever child components that are inside this auth provider will have the access to this auth context data. Okay, so you will understand this better in a moment. So after this, we will actually set the state here. Okay, so we want the state, right? So this is the main thing here. So the state is logged in, comma, set is logged in. So that is equal to useState. Inside this, we want the initial value, right? We cannot just pass true, or neither we can pass false, right? So that is because we want this true or false based on whether the user is logged in or logged out. So how to identify whether the user is logged in or logged out? So if there is the access token in the local storage, that means the user is logged in. Okay, if there is no access token, that means user is not logged in. Okay, so in the logout, we essentially delete the access token from the local storage. So if there is access token in the local storage, we can say that the user is logged in. Okay, so a similar logic we will use here. In the use state, I will say local storage dot get item. Local storage dot get item. So what is the key here? The key is access token. Okay, so in my case, access token with the T capital. If you want to see that, you can just see here, access token with the T capital. Here we have used local storage dot set item. This is to store the item, store the access token. But here I'm using get item. This is to get the item with the key, this one. Now you see, we wanted true or false, but if you put it like this, then it is going to give you the whole access token like this, right? It is going to give you the access token like this, right? We don't want the access token itself, but we want to say true or false. How to do that? Just put double exclamation mark here. Okay, just put this, and this will be converted to true or false. If there is an access token, then this will become true. If there is no access token, it will become false. Okay, and after that, in the return, we will actually remove this. We need to provide, right? We are done with the creating the context. Next step is to provide the context, right? Provide the data. So how to provide the data? If you remember this, we use auth context, right? Auth context dot provider, auth context dot provider, right? So inside this auth context dot provider, we should pass the children. We are actually accepting the children in the component, right? So these children are nothing but the components, maybe the app component, because we are going to wrap this auth provider inside the app component. Okay, so under the app component, we have all those other components, right? So children means essentially all the other components. Okay, so in the provider, we want to pass the value, right? So in the value, we will say is logged in, comma, set is logged in. Okay, so now this is logged in and set is logged in will be available inside all the components. Okay, we can set the logged in status in every component. Okay, so this is logged in status will be available in any component. All right, so we have now provided the value. Last thing is to export the auth context, right? Export auth context. All right, so now this auth context can be accessed or can be imported in other components. All right, now we will go to the app component and we will wrap these components, which are like a header and main and register and every components, with the auth provider, so that the data which is in the auth provider or the auth context will be available for all of these childrens. Okay, so that's what this children mean. These are all the children of this auth context. Okay, so let's first import this auth provider. Import auth provider from auth provider. Okay, so after that we will say auth provider. Okay, auth provider, open and close. Just cut this and put it here. Put it here. All right, so now all of these components are the childrens of this auth provider. Okay, so the auth context will be available for all of these header, main, register, login, and everything. Okay, all right, so now we want the, we want to set the value to this is logged in state, right? So we will actually access this set is logged in state in the login, because that's where we know that the user is logged in, right? We will first import the auth context. Import auth context from auth provider. Okay, so this is the auth context which comes from auth provider component. And next here, just after this error, we'll say const, let's say is, okay, we can simply take this is logged in, it's logged in, comma, set is logged in. I'll just copy this. Set is logged in, that is equal to, from where we are getting this state, right? We are not using useState here like this, right? If you notice, this is the curly braces, right? So this is not the bracket like this, right? So that's why it is useContext. We'll use useContext. Make sure you import this useContext, and inside the useContext, we want to pass the auth context. That's where our data is. Okay, auth context. Okay, now that this is logged in and set is logged in is available inside the login.jsx. Okay, now we will set the login status here. After we are done with the setting the access token and everything, we will say set is logged in. That will be true. Okay, save the file. Okay, next, once this is done, we will go to header.jsx. Again, we will import the auth context. Import auth context, and here also we will say the same thing. Const is logged in, set is logged in. Just copy this and put it here. Okay, so use context, and you should import use context here. Use context, right? And now we have the is logged in and set is logged in here. So here in this div, we will check if is logged in. If is logged in, oh, sorry, here we will say, we'll just simply say pass log out. Okay, I'll create the button later, and after that colon, again put the parenthesis, just cut these two things, these two buttons, and put it here. Okay, we see some error here, but that is because we cannot use buttons or elements like this, because of course the React rules says we cannot use siblings, right? Sibling elements. So that's why we'll cut it and we'll put the empty fragment and put it here. Save it. And okay, so you see logout, class name, text, right? You see logout here. Okay, so instead of saying logout, we will simply say button and say logout, and for the class we'll say text danger. Oh, I'm sorry, I will say btn space btn outline, or btn danger. I'll say btn danger. Okay, I'll remove this span. Okay, so I'm not using button component here, because in the button component we have this link tag, right? But for this button we are going to give the on click event handler. Okay, so that's why I'll just keep it very simple. Save it, and you can see we have the logout button. Okay, when you click on this logout button, the user should be logged out. Okay, so for that we will use the on click event handler. Okay, so when you click on that, the on click event handler will trigger and it will remove the access token and the refresh token. Okay, so that's how you manage the authentication in React. Okay, so in the next one we'll make the logout functionality. All right, now that we know that we are logged in, so that's why we are seeing this logout button, right? Now what if I delete this access token and refresh token, right? Delete and refresh, you see login and logout here, right? So we will make the logout functionality in this video. So we have the button here, right? We have the button here. We will set the on click function. Okay, so on click, I'll say handle logout. Okay, so when I click on that handle logout, I'll remove the access token and refresh token. Okay, so let's say const handle logout is equal to, open a parenthesis and arrow function, and let's actually remove local storage dot remove item. Okay, you see we have used local storage dot set item, and we have used local storage dot get item to get the access token, and we are using local storage dot remove item to delete the access token. Okay, so the key is access token. Okay, access token, and I'll copy and paste local storage dot remove item. This will be refresh token. Save it. Okay, now we have the set is logged in state, right? So this will now become false, right? Because after we have removed this access token and refresh token, we will set the is logged in status to false. Okay, so once this is false, once the user is logged out, we will navigate him to somewhere, right? Maybe we'll navigate him back to the login page, right? It's up to you. So for that, we have the use navigate hook, right? So which comes from React router DOM. So link, comma, use navigate. Okay. So let's say const navigate is equal to use navigate, because you cannot just use navigate directly. First, you will have to initialize this use navigate. Okay. So after that, you can use this use navigate here. I mean, navigate here. Okay. So let's say navigate. Let's navigate back to login. Perfect. So if you want to see the console.log, you can see logged out. Okay, logged out. All right. So currently we don't have any access token or refresh token. We will log in and we'll say Django admin, and I'll set my password. Login, and you see access token and refresh token has been set, and immediately we started seeing this logout button, right? So I'll click on logout. Okay, you can see the access token and the refresh token has been deleted, and you see the login here. Okay, all right, you also see this logged out. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it about login and logout functionality. And if there is anything, I will update you on the go. Okay, so if you have any confusion about anything regarding this login functionality or registration functionality, or this one is kind of confusing, right? Auth provider and all that, this context can be confusing to many of you. So if you face any issues, feel free to ask me. Okay, so I'll definitely help you. Okay, so before we go to the next section, we'll push the code to the GitHub. Okay, so I will stop the server and I'll say git status, and in the status we have few auth provider and all that. Okay, so there are many untracked files. I'll say git add -a, git commit -m, and I'll say login functionality. Okay, and I'll say git push origin main. Okay, so that's it for this section, and I'll see you in the next section. All right, welcome back. In the previous section, we learned how to register the user, how to log in and log out in the application using Django REST framework and React.js. In this section, we will go a little more deeper into the authentication part, especially the access tokens and refresh tokens. Well, as I said previously, the access tokens are used to access the protected data from the backend server. Okay, we also discussed these access tokens are short-lived, which means they get expired mostly in just 5 minutes. Okay, so let's look at this simple diagram and see how exactly it works. So far, we are logged into the system and we have the access token and refresh token on the front end. Let's say we want to access any protected view in the backend. Okay, so what is protected view? Protected view means the view that requires authentication, or only the logged in users can access to that endpoint or the view, right? For example, I'm logged into the system and I want to see the user data, right? So in order to get the user data from the backend, the user needs to be logged in, right? So the protected endpoint can only be accessed by the logged in user. Okay. Now, when you send the API request to this protected endpoint, you always need to send the authorization header with the valid access token with this API endpoint. Okay. So otherwise your backend server will not give you the response. Okay. So always remember this: whenever you want to access any private data or any private view, then you always need to send the authorization header with the valid access token. This access token needs to be sent to the backend server. Now the backend server will verify your access token and give you the response. Okay, so the response will then come to the front end. Now there is a catch here. So as I said, the access tokens are short-lived, right? The lifespan of this access token is just 5 minutes, which means the data that you have accessed using your access token will only be available with you for just 5 minutes. Okay. After the 5 minutes, the access token will be expired. Okay. So when the access token is expired, you will start getting this 401 unauthorized response. Okay. So when you get this 401 unauthorized response, so that means your access token is expired, which also means your application will be logged out. Okay. So now what to do? So if your application gets logged out every 5 minutes, then it is a very huge inconvenience to the user, right? We cannot build applications that gets logged out every 5 minutes, right? So that's where the refresh token comes in. What this refresh token will do is, the moment we get this 401 unauthorized status code, the front end will automatically send the refresh token to the backend. Now the backend will verify the refresh token and give you the new access token. Okay, when you have the access token, your front end will automatically retry this endpoint. Okay, so it will actually put your new access token inside the authorization header and send this HTTP request or HTTP API endpoint to this backend again with the valid access token. This time it is valid, so then it will actually give you the status, success response. Okay, so this is the whole workflow of how our access token and refresh token works together to make our application secure and robust. All right, in the next couple of videos, we will implement this whole workflow. And after this implementation, we will be learning and working on the machine learning part. Okay, but before that, it is very important to secure our backend application. Few things in this section can be difficult to understand, but believe me, I'll definitely try my best to make it as easy as possible. Okay, thank you. To implement this access token and refresh token workflow, we need some protected view, right? Right now, we don't have any protected view. We only have the register and login endpoints, but those are not protected views, right? So we need to create one protected view, right? We will actually go ahead and create one very simple private view or protected view and see how exactly to send the access token with the API. Okay, so we will actually duplicate the whole process and will understand practically how this works. All right, so let's go back to the code. So here we'll actually first close all the tabs, and I will go to my backend DRF and I'll go to my API and I'll first create one URL pattern. I will say path, let's say protected view. A protected view, this can be anything. Okay, so right now we are not implementing the user data fetching view, so we will see that later, but just to understand how to send the access token to this protected views, we are just creating one simple test view. All right, so I will say user views dot, I'll actually create one class based view inside my accounts and views.py here. So first of all, I'll say protected view dot as view, because I'm going to create one simple class based view here. All right, okay, so I'll save it. I'm gonna create one new class inside the inside the accounts views.py. So I'll say class protected view. I'll inherit the API view here. So I'll say from REST framework dot views import API view. Okay, so I'll say API view, and since this is a protected view, we need to pass the permission classes that is equal to is authenticated. We can pass. All right, so we will go to from REST framework dot permissions import is authenticated. Okay, so in Django REST framework permission module, we have this is authenticated class. Okay, so this is what we are actually inheriting. So when you pass this is authenticated class inside this permission classes, this view can be accessed by only the logged in users. Okay, so that's why we pass permission classes is authenticated. Here, if you see this register view, we have passed permission class allow any, right? Allow any means this register view can be accessed by anyone, but this one is a protected view, so that's why you must be logged in, okay, with the valid access token. All right, so after that, I'll actually create one simple get method. Get, I'll say self request, and maybe I'll create one data dictionary here. Instead of data, I'll say response. So the response will be status request was permitted. Okay, so this request was permitted, and after that return response. We will import response from REST framework dot responses response. REST framework dot response import response. All right, so we will use this response here, and pass the response. Okay, so this is one very simple protected view. So this view can be anything. Okay, in the future we will be having some protected views to fetch or to predict the stock prices, right? So this one is very basic one. All right, so in order to access this view, we need to be logged in, or we need to send the access token with the API request. Okay, so how to do that? We need the access token, right? So to test this, we have the Postman, right? So let's fire up Postman. So I hope you guys have a Postman. Okay, so in the Postman, we will actually trigger this URL. Okay, we'll trigger this URL. So first, we will not pass any access token and see what we get. So our endpoint will be actually this one, http://127.0.0.1:colon/API/v1/protected. So let's try to hit this send, and you see authentication credentials were not provided. Why? We have not passed any valid access token, right? So that's why. So let's get one access token. So how to get the access token? You see 127 API. Okay, wait, let me make it bigger. API/v1/token. Okay, so now let's log in. Okay, just make sure you log in, and the moment you log in, you'll get this access token, right? So just copy this access token, and go back to your Postman. So here you see this authorization, right? So in the authorization, so this is the authorization header that I was talking in the last video. Okay, so in the authorization tab, you will go to this bearer token. Okay, select this bearer token, and I will remove my previous token. I will paste it. Okay, I'll paste it here. So now I will click on send. Okay, now you can see the request was permitted. So this is the response that we are sending from this view, right? So now the problem here is we have the, we have the access right now, but after 5 minutes, this will be expired. Okay, you will start to see 401 error. Okay, so if you manipulate something here, send, you'll start to see this error. Token is invalid or expired. Okay, but right now I manually entered invalid token here, so that's why it is giving you token is invalid or expired. But after a few minutes, or maybe like 5 minutes, you will see this error. Okay, so one more thing I want to tell you before I stop this video. You can also set the token expiry time. Okay, so I will just go to this Django REST framework SimpleJWT, and here we have the settings, right? Go to the settings, and here you see this simple JWT's behavior can be customized through settings, the variable in settings.py. Okay, so we can actually set the lifetime of this access token and the refresh token. There are other tokens also. There are like blacklist, after rotation, update list, last login. There are many things, but we will just learn these two things for now. That's enough. Okay, so let's actually set this one in our application. Let's go to the settings, settings.py. First import, from date time, import time delta, and scroll down, and here we'll actually say SimpleJWT is equal to access token lifetime. Okay, after access token lifetime time delta 5 minutes. Okay, so if you set 5 minutes, then your token will be expired in 5 minutes. Okay, and this one, refresh token expiry, just say refresh token lifetime. I will talk more about this later, but this one you can actually set it to 1 minute or 2 minutes or 5 minutes. Okay, so or maybe 15 minutes is a standard time. All right, so for now I'll set 5 minutes. Okay, in the Postman we have seen how this works, right? We have seen how to put the access token and how to hit the request, right? But now we want to send the API request from our React front end, right? So we'll see all those things in the next video. Okay, in this video, let's quickly make the dashboard component. And when we log in to the system, we should be able to go to the dashboard. Okay, so we'll quickly make that, and then we will take care of accessing the protected view from the front end. Okay, so I will simply log in and see. Okay, I log in. So currently I'm going to the home page, right? So I don't want to go to the home page. Instead, I want to go to the dashboard. Okay. So before that, I'll just want one correction here. So I don't want this to be login. I want that to be maybe explore or something. I will write explore now. Okay. So when I click on this, I should go to the dashboard. And also I will have one button here that will take me to the dashboard. So I'll quickly create one dashboard component. So inside the components, I'm going to create a new folder. Okay, I'm going to create a new folder and say dashboard. Okay, dashboard. Inside the dashboard folder, I will keep all the components that needs to be accessed by the logged in users. Okay, so I'll say, inside this dashboard folder, I'll create a new component and say dashboard.jsx. Okay, RAFCE. Okay, so it's a very simple component, text light. Okay, so I'll also say container. Okay, so we'll go to the app.jsx and create one route for this dashboard and say route path dashboard, and then the element will be dashboard. Okay, make sure you import this dashboard from here. Okay, I mean import dashboard from components dashboard and dashboard. Okay, so at this point I can access this dashboard from here, dashboard, and you see I have the dashboard. Okay, so I will link this dashboard link to the explore now button quickly. Okay, so button is taking one URL prop here, right? I'll say URL is equal to / dashboard. Okay, so now when I click on explore now, it is taking me to that dashboard, and then I want one more button here on the header. I'll go to my header and okay, so I'll copy this and just about if I'm logged in. Okay, only in this case, only when I'm logged in, then I want to show this dashboard. I'm getting the error here. That is because I want to put it inside the empty fragment. All right, so the button text prop will be dashboard, and class I'll keep btn info, and this will be dashboard. Okay, dashboard. And I see this dashboard here, and quickly I'll put one space. Okay, perfect. I'll click on here and dashboard is working. All right, so from the dashboard, I will try to access the protected endpoint. All right, so we'll see that in the next one. We have seen how to access the protected endpoint from the Postman by setting the authorization header as a bearer token. So in this video, let's try to access the protected endpoint from our React application. It is very simple. We already know how to access the API endpoint like we did it for register and login APIs, right? But what is special here is it's a protected endpoint and we need to send the access token to the server with this API. So let's get to the code and see how it's done. So let's go to our dashboard, right? So the moment we access the dashboard URL or the dashboard component, we want to trigger the protected endpoint. Okay, so in this case, we will use the useEffect, okay, useEffect hook. So first you say useEffect hook. This needs to be imported, and we will here use useEffect. And as you know, useEffect will take two arguments. One is the arrow function, and another one is the dependency array. Okay, so we'll say we'll actually create an arrow function here. So let's call this arrow function as fetch protected data. Okay, so what is our protected data? It is nothing but our response, right? So we are sending the status request was permitted, right? So this can be anything in the future, but this is our test protected data. So that's why we are sending one small response. Okay, so the function is fetch protected data, and it is equal to, we'll actually create the arrow function, and in this arrow function we'll put the try block. Okay, so try and catch will actually take the error. Okay, and in the try block we will send the API request. Okay, so how to send the API request? Before that, we'll in the catch we will write console.error. I'll say error fetching data. just say error. Okay, so now we will take care of this try block. So in the try block, we will say, we'll send the API request, which is response is equal to, I want to wait for the response to come back. So that's why I'll make it async await. So this protected data will become the asynchronous function, async. Add async and add await here. So, and then we will use Axios. So make sure you import the Axios from here, and Axios dot, because this is a get request, right? So here we are using get, right? So that's why it is get. If it is post, then we will use post here, Axios dot post, right? So this is a very simple endpoint and it's a get request. And what is the API URL, which is our, if you look at this Postman, we have the API, right? Copy this and let's go back to the code. All right, now this is our protected endpoint. We need to send the authorization header, right? But before that, we will just test this. Okay, let's see if we can get the error. All right, I'll refresh and we see nothing. That's because we are not calling this function, right? All right, we will call this function fetch protected data. Okay, and we'll also put the dependency array as blank because I want this API endpoint to be called only once at the component mount. I will save it, and you see here we are getting the 401 error, right? So error fetching data, our code is going here, error fetching data. That's because you see 401 unauthorized error. That's, of course, this was expected because this needs to be, user needs to be authenticated in order to access this view, right? So now we will send the authorization header. Okay, so just put a comma and open a curly braces and say header, headers colon, and inside this headers we will put authorization colon. You remember we used the bearer token, right? So in the Postman, similar thing we want to do here. In order to send the bearer token, we just simply say bearer space then your access token. Okay, so we'll pass the dynamic access token here, access token. But where is our access token, right? So our access token is inside the application, and you see this is our access token, right? So I will say const access token is equal to local storage dot get item. Okay, this time it is get item. Inside the get item, you need to put the key here. Our key is this one, access token. Okay, and next, you see we are using get item here. That's because we want to get the item from the local storage, right? So while setting the access token in our login, you see we have used set item, right? Local storage dot set item, and here we are, we want to fetch the item, right? We want to fetch the access token. That's why we are using, get item from the local storage. Okay, so now we have the access token and we are passing that access token inside the authorization header as a bearer token. Okay, so once we're done with this, inside the, make sure you're inside the try block, and I'll say console.log success colon response.data. We'll get the response.data, right? So let's refresh. Here, let's refresh and we will log out from here first. I will log in and you can see here we got the response request was permitted. And one more thing to notice here is, you see the access token will expire in 5 minutes, right? So because in the settings we have set it to expire for 5 minutes, right? So what we'll do is we will set it to 1 minute and wait for 1 minute. Okay, wait for 1 minute and see, because just now we have set this to expire in 1 minute, right? The current access token will expire in 5 minutes because it was previously set 5 minutes. I will log out and I will log in again. Okay, so I have the permission, I got the response request was permitted. Now in next 1 minute I should get the 401 error because the access token will expire in that 1 minute. Let's wait for that. All right, it is almost more than 1 minute. So now I will refresh the page and I'm expecting to see 401 error. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, you see here we got the 401 error unauthorized, right? So that's because our access token is expired. All right. So we want to handle this scenario. When we get the 401 error, we want to send the refresh token to the backend, right? So we will handle this scenario in the next video. All right, so far we were able to access the protected endpoint with our valid access token. Since the access token is valid for only a short period of time, we got the error 401 unauthorized, right? So when the access token is invalid or it is expired, we need to get the new access token from the server, right? But how? Well, by sending our refresh token to the server, okay? So when the access token is expired, we need to send the refresh token to the server and the server will give us the new access token, okay? So that's why before the response reaches to the front end, we have to stop it in between and check for this response for 401 error. If there is 401 error in the response, then we want to send the refresh token to the backend and get the new access token. Okay, so at this point, I want to introduce to you something called interceptors. So what is interceptors? Well, interceptors are a feature that allows you to modify the request and responses before they are handled by the success handler or error handler. We have two types of Axios interceptors. One is request interceptors and another one is response interceptors. Well, the request interceptors are used to modify the requests before they are sent to the server. For example, when we want to send the access token with the request or with the API request, right? We use this request interceptors. Similarly, the response interceptors, it is used to handle the responses before they reach to our front end or then or catch methods. All right. So request interceptors are used to modify the request before they are sent to the server, and the response interceptors are used to handle the responses before they are, before they reach to the front end. All right. So let's have a look at the request and response lifecycle. We have the front end and back end, right? So in order to access any protected view, we need to send the valid access token to the backend, right? So here for sending the request to the server, we can use the request interceptors. Okay, we want to modify this request and add the authorization header as a access token, right? What we do is when the request starts from front end to the back end, we intercept this request and modify this request and add the authorization header, and then this request will go to the backend. Okay, similarly, when the backend sends the response back to the front end, right, we will stop this response in between, which means we will intercept this response and we will check this response for 401 status code. Okay, so if there is 401 status code exist in this response, we will not let this response to go to the front end. Instead, we will use our access token to get the new token. So how it works, if we have the 401 status in the response, we will send a different request to the backend with the refresh token. Okay, so when we send the refresh token to the backend will understand we need a new access token, right? So then this backend will give us the new access token. Okay, so when we have the new access token, we will again, put this access token inside the authorization header and retry this endpoint. Okay, so then we will get the success response from the backend. Okay, so that's how it works. And in the next video, we will practically implement this whole workflow so that the users will not be logged out even if your access token expires. In this video, we will implement Axios Interceptors to handle our request and responses. So far, we have been using default Axios to make the API request, right? But now we want to implement the interceptors, right? So that's why we will have to modify the way how this default Axios work. Okay, you cannot use interceptors with this default Axios configuration. We will have to modify the use and give it the support of interceptors. Okay, so to do this, we will actually create a new file inside the src folder and call it Axios Instance.js. Okay, so this Axios instance also works the way how this Axios work. We are actually adding some other features or some other configuration to this default Axios. So let's go to this Axios Instance.js, and first of all we will import Axios. We'll import Axios, and after that we will have to say const. We will create the Axios instance first, and after that we will modify it, and then we'll return it. Okay, so we will say Axios instance is equal to Axios.create. Okay, so this create method will take base URL. So what is our base URL? So it is nothing but the URL that starts from here to here, right? So this is our base API URL. this to here API /v1 is same for all the API requests, right? So that's why this is the base API URL. We will give this base URL to this, this Axios instance. Okay, so that whenever we make API calls, we do not have to put this here. We just have to put the protected or the later part of the, API. Anyway, I'll undo it. So I'll go back here. So to add the base URL, we have two ways. One, we can static, we can just put this URL here like this, just a static URL. But the better way of doing is we have the, Vite, right? So we can create the Vite environment file inside the front end React. It's just like how we have the .env file inside this Django, right? So this will have the secret information of the backend server. Similarly, in React also, in Vite, we can create .env, okay, inside the root folder, okay, .env, and inside this .env we can add the environment file. We can add the environment configuration. Okay, so instead of just putting this URL or endpoint inside the Axios Instance.js, we will actually put this inside the .env. Okay, so I will say Vite _ backend base API. Okay, that is equal to this endpoint. Okay, so Vite _ backend _ base API, which is our base URL endpoint. Okay, and save it. One more very important thing to notice here is whenever you use any configuration inside this .env for the Vite, you always need to put this Vite _. Okay, for example, if you want to say email configuration or something here, you cannot just say email equal to, you should say, Vite _ email. Okay, then only you will be able to access this configuration inside your application. So that's one thing you have to remember. Okay, save this file and let's go back to the Axios Instance.js. So far we have this. So now that we have our base URL inside the env file, we want to get it inside the Axios instance, right? So we will remove this and we will say, we will actually say, I'll put it here, const will take that from the environment. Okay, so for I will say const base URL is equal to import .meta env .vite _ what is the name of this? Vite _ backend API, base API, right? I'll put it here. So this will be your base URL. All right, save this file and put a comma. All right, and save it. Okay, so this is your Axios instance. Okay, so now that we have the Axios instance, we will actually say, we'll say export default Axios Axios instance. All right, Axios instance. Okay, so that we can import it from anywhere from our application. Okay, so at this point we can use this instead of using axios.get, we will use import Axios instance. Okay, Axios instance from Axios instance, and after that we do not have to provide this one. Yeah, up to here we do not have to provide this, just provide this one. Okay, I got the error here. Okay, so I cannot just say like this. This after this await, I'll have to say Axios instance. Okay, so await Axios instance dot get. Now save the file, and now if you refresh, okay, so I still have the access. Okay, that's not a problem because let's log out. We have not yet handled the refresh tokens, right? So that you will definitely get that error. But when I access this, protected view from this Axios instance, we should be able to get the response from this, right? I'll try to log in, and you see got the user, and I have this, okay, I am logged in, and I'll go to the dashboard, and you see my request was permitted, right? So this means our Axios instance is working perfectly. Okay, so next we want to actually send the authorization header with the request interceptor, right? As I said in the previous video, we have two types of interceptors, right? So one is the request interceptor, another one is response interceptor. Okay, so in the next one we will actually take care of a request interceptor, and with the request interceptor we will actually send the authorization header with this access token. Okay, so yeah, we'll take care of that in the next one. Okay, now that we have created our Axios instance, the next thing that we need to do is we need to configure our interceptor. Okay, so how to configure the interceptor? So I'll actually take you to this documentation, and just search for Axios interceptor. Okay, so you'll be landed into this, axios.http.com. So in here, you see we have the official documentation, but this documentation does not have everything. Okay, so it is just simple overview of how you can make use of this request interceptor and the response interceptor. Okay, and here you can see we have created the custom instance of Axios using axios.create. That's what we have done here, right? Okay, so after that we will actually create the interceptors, right? So you can use like this instance dot interceptors dot request dot use. All right, so we will actually follow this guide to configure the request interceptor. So what we want to do in the request interceptor, okay, so we want to actually put the authorization header in the request interceptor, okay, so that all the request that goes with this Axios instance will have the authorization header as the access token. Okay, so we will configure it. Okay, so we don't have to explicitly send this headers with the API. Okay, so we can send this header inside this Axios instance itself. All right, okay, let's see how we can implement it. So I'll say request interceptor. Okay, request interceptor. So here you can see Axios.interceptors. Okay, so in this case here it is saying Axios.interceptors, but in our case we have to say Axios instance.interceptors. Okay, because this is the instance of our Axios, right? So let's say Axios instance dot interceptors. Okay, dot interceptors dot request dot use. Okay, so because this is a request interceptor, we use interceptors dot request. That is what you see here, right? Interceptors dot request, and here this is a response interceptor, and it is saying interceptors dot response. Okay, so use is a function, and inside this function it will take the function which accept the config. Okay, so what is this config? Config means the request. Okay, config means the request. I will show you what is config. So when you have this config, right, so what you do is you simply return the config. Okay, we simply return the config here. I will just I just want to see how I've been telling you request, right? So how does the request look like, right? I'll show you what is request now. So I'll say console.log request comma config, right? So this is what our request is. Let me refresh here. Let me go to the console. I think I got the error. Okay, that's okay. But you see, this is what the request. I've done some typo here. That's okay. Just a debug message. Okay, so what is inside the config, right? The whole thing. This is what we call the request. This whole thing is request. Okay, inside the request we usually put the headers. Okay, so currently this one has the authorization header. That is because you see we are passing authorization header here. What happens if you don't put this authorization header? Let me refresh. And you know what? There is something wrong with my browser. I'll close this tab. I'll go to inspect and console. and go to dashboard. Okay, so my token is expired, that's why I'm getting 401, but I just wanted to see the response without the headers, right? So as I said, we are not going to send the headers from the component. Instead, we are going to pass the header from the Axios instance itself. But right now we have not passed any header to this request, right? We are just seeing how does this request look like. So let me open this, and this whole thing is a request, right? So it has everything: base URL, data, env, headers, and everything. Okay, so what is inside the headers, right? So currently it is accepting application JSON, and it has the content type JSON. Okay, so we can also pass a content type here. Application JSON is a content also, so we can pass the content. That's not a problem, but the thing is the header should have the authorization header, right? So this one does not have authorization header. Okay, so we are actually intercepting this request, right? We want to modify this request and add the authorization header here. Okay, so let's so this one request, a request, this is actually the original request without the authorization header. Request without auth header. Okay, so this is a request before the authorization header, you can see here. Okay, which does not have the authorization header. And what we'll do is we want to actually add the authorization header to this request. After that, we will return this config. Okay, so first we need to get the access token, right? So we will say const access token, or const access token is equal to, where is our access token stored? We have the access token inside the local storage, right? Local storage dot get item. Okay, get item. And what is the name of the access token? You can go to the application and you see here access token. This one, refresh token and access token, I want to delete it because this is my demo applications access token. Okay, so I will delete it. So this is my access and the refresh token of this particular application. Okay, so I will use this name here, access token. Okay, so now we have the access token, and now we want to check if there is access token. Okay, if access token, if there is access token, then what we want to do, we want to put this access token inside here, right? We want to inject the access token here. So that is what the interceptor means. Okay, we are actually intercepting this request and injecting the access token or the authorization header to this headers. Okay, so let's say config dot header, config dot headers of the key will be authorization is equal to, put the backtick and say bearer space, the put a dollar symbol and curly braces, and you can set this access token here. Now you have successfully intercepted, or you have successfully injected the authorization headers to this request. Okay, and after that we return this config. Okay, return means from here it will go to the server. Okay, so before we send this request to the server, we have done few things here, right? That's what we call the modification, right? We have modified this request. Okay, so I hope it is clear, and if you have any doubt, please ask me in the Q&A. So after returning the config, we will see the documentation, what is here. So we also get the function that accepts error, right? We also need to handle the error, right? So let's go to our, here you see after the function that accepts config, we'll put a comma. Okay, we'll put a comma and we'll say function and accept the error. Okay, accept the error, and you see return promise dot reject. Okay, promise dot reject with the error. All right, so I think this is enough. And now that we have configured the request interceptor, we do not need to use these headers. We don't have to use the header from each component. We will delete that headers, and we will also delete this curly braces. Okay, and we will also delete this comma. And now we don't need this access token from here. We will delete that. Okay, save the file. Okay, so instead of using Axios, we are using Axios Instance. Okay, so the Axios Instance will have the token, right? We'll have the token. It will have the authorization headers. We will remove this console.log, save the file, and save this file too. And let's go back and let's try to, okay, we'll log out and we'll try to log in. Django admin and my password QWERTY@123 login. Okay, so I am successfully logged in. Now I will go to dashboard.jsx. Okay, if our request interceptors is configured properly, then our dashboard should give us the response. Okay, so let's go, and you see we got the response. Request was permitted. Okay, so this request will have the authorization header. If you want to see that authorization header that we have set inside the config, we can simply say config, console.log config, save it, and yeah, here you can see the result, the output, right? So you go to this headers and you can see here authorization is set, right? Here we have set the authorization bearer space the access token, right? Bearer space access token. Okay, so that's how you add the authorization. And if you want to add the content type, it is undefined, right? I don't want this to be undefined. What I'll do is I'll add the content type here. Okay, this content type will be used in every Axios instance. So I'll go here and I'll actually say headers colon, will add the content type. I don't want to add this here, right? Because this is inside the if condition, right? So the authorization header will be added only if the access token is exist, right? So this content type we will add to every request. Content type colon application /JSON. Okay, I'll put the comma and save it. Okay, at this point, if I see this response, go to headers and you can see content type is application JSON. Previously it was undefined. All right, so that's how you configure the request interceptor. Okay, so request interceptor is done. We have actually intercepted this request and added the authorization header. Okay, so in the next one, we will take care of the response interceptor. Okay, now that we have implemented the request interceptor, we will now take care of the response interceptor. Why response interceptor? Because we want to check for 401 error in the response, right? If there is a 401 error in the response, we want to send the refresh token to the server so that we get the new access token. Okay, so that is actually the workflow. We will take care of that in this one. So I will delete this console.log. Okay, so I'll save it, and if I refresh this, I think in 5 minutes, this access token will be expired. Okay, so now I'll actually use the interceptors dot response. Okay, so let's write here response interceptors. Okay, response interceptor, and again we will actually say Axios Instance dot interceptors dot response dot use. Okay, so inside this use function, we will use the function response. Okay, function response, open this curly braces, and we will simply return the response here. Why we are simply returning the response here? That is because you see, if we get the success response, then we are simply letting it go to the front end. This return response means we are letting this response reach to the front end. Okay, we want to stop this response only if it brings the error, right? So if it brings the error, we will specifically check for 401 error. Okay, so if it is success, then we don't want to do anything, right? So next we will actually say comma, right? We'll put the comma here, and we will actually handle failed responses. Okay, so this is where we need to do all our operations. Okay, so I will say function that accepts error. If we get the error in the function, then what we have to do, we will first take a note of original request, right? We will store the original request. What is our original request? Our config, right? So in this case, error.config. Okay, error will bring the request, right? Config means request. Just think like that. Okay, error will bring the request, and this will be considered as the original request. Okay, so the original request should have the response code. Okay, so now we will check for that response code. If error dot response dot status, error dot response dot status is equal to 401 status, and original request is not a retried one. Okay, so we want to also check if this request, right, if this request is not a retried request, right? So we also want to check this. Put exclamation mark and we'll say original request dot retry. Okay, dot retry, and then we have to say original request dot retry is equal to true. Okay, so if this is not the retried request, we will set this retry to true, which means we have got the error and we want to retry the request. All right, so here we actually need to send the request or API request to the refresh API endpoint, right? So where is our refresh API endpoint? Let me go to my API app and URLs. We want to hit to this endpoint. Okay. All right. So let's actually put that here inside the try block. Okay. Try will also catch the error here. Try and catch. So inside the catch, we will actually first return, okay, return false. Okay, we will take care of that a little in a while, but we'll write the code in this try block now. So here what we need to do, we want to send the API request to this URL endpoint, which is our refresh. Okay, so this refresh endpoint will give us the new access token. Okay, so first of all, we need the refresh token, right? Const refresh token is equal to, where is our refresh token? It is inside the local storage dot get item. This will be a refresh token. Okay, refresh token. So this is not nothing but this one. You see this refresh token. Okay, you have to put this key here. Okay, so we have the refresh token now, and we will, inside the try, we will send the post request to this API endpoint. We'll send the post request. Okay, so how to send the post request? It is very simple. We have used this, such request like this here, right? We'll say const response is equal to Axios instance. We are not using Axios now. We are using Axios instance dot post. Okay, using Axios instance dot post, and we do not have to use 127.0 and everything. We just have to say / token and / refresh. Just put the / here. So this is what we are saying. Okay, and then here we will set the refresh token. Okay, we will say refresh : refresh token. Okay, we are passing the refresh token with this backend API. Okay, and now we want to wait for this refresh token to come back, right? So that's why we will make this function asynchronous. We'll say async. We'll make a async function and we will await here. Okay, async and await, so that the code will wait for this to give us the response. Okay, now let's console.log and see the new response. Let's say response dot data. Okay, response dot data. Okay, so let's go to the console and undefined property data. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, I have already got the response. I'm sorry. You can ignore this one. Okay, so we will fix that. Okay, I got the response here, right? In the response, what I have got? The new access token, right? We sent the refresh token and we got the new access token because we had got this 401 error right before. When we get the 401 error, we are sending the refresh token to the server, and server is giving us the response with the access token. Now we want to add this access token to the where we want to add this access token. We want to add the access token to the original authorization header, right? Original request authorization header. Okay, so let's remove this, and we'll say, first of all, we'll set it inside the local storage. Set item. We got the new access token, and we are actually setting it inside the local storage. Okay, access token. Set access token, comma, response dot data dot access, right? Access. Put the access here. Okay, so we have now set this inside the local storage, and after that we also want to set it inside the original request headers, right? Authorization header. So we will say, where is our original request? This is the one, right? We'll say original request dot headers. Put the key authorization. Wait, I will copy this. Copy this and put this authorization header, that is equal to, again put the backtick and say bearer space, put a dollar symbol and put curly braces, and you have to say response dot data dot access. That is your new access token. Okay, we are setting the new access token here. All right, now let's return the Axios instance with the original request, right? So now what is happening here? We are checking if there is 401 in the response, then we are actually setting the original request dot retry is equal to true. Okay, if you don't put this, then it will go into a infinite loop. Okay, so it will keep on hitting your API endpoint. Okay, so that's why we have set this custom boolean flag. And then we are taking the refresh token from the local storage. Then we are sending the refresh token to the server, and server will give us the new token, and that new token will be set inside the local storage access token, and then it will also be set inside the authorization header. Okay, so once this is set inside the authorization header of the original request, then this original request will again establish the connection with this new access token and give us the success response. Okay, and here we'll handle the catch. So we will actually say, what if we get the error, right? So we will clear everything. We will say local storage dot remove item access token, and we'll copy and paste. This time it is local storage dot remove item refresh token. Okay, we will also remove the refresh token, and we will send the user to the login page. Okay, window dot location dot href is equal to login. Okay, so when this will run, you see in the settings we have said that refresh token lifetime is 1 day, right? So you work today and tomorrow you come back to the same application. What happens is, when you send the expired refresh token to the server, so this try block will fail and it will go to the catch block. Okay, so in here we are actually removing the expired refresh and both access tokens, and then we are actually sending him to the login page, right? So that's why I'm using window.location.href is equal to login page. Okay, and then what we need to do, we'll go back to this documentation, and we will copy this return promise reject of error. Okay, so we'll put it here. Okay, all right, so I think this is enough. Now let's refresh, and we'll log out, and before we try our request, we'll console this access token, new access token. Okay, so we'll say console.log new access token. What is our new access token? This is response.data.access. All right, so now let's go to the settings, and here you can see access token will be expired in 5 minutes, right? So we'll set it to 10 seconds because we don't want to wait for 5 minutes, right? All right, so at this point you can log in, right? So you can log in and go to the dashboard. Now you can see our request was permitted, but if you wait for 10 minutes and refresh again, you can see here, we got the 401 error. You can see here, right? We got the 401 error, right? So when we got this 401 error, we also got the new access token, right? So using this new access token, our request was permitted, right? So I'll explain you once again. So what happens is, since our access token gets expired in 10 seconds, we will get this 401 error, right? The moment we got the 401 error, so we will actually send the refresh token to the backend. Okay, now the refresh token will give us the new access token. That is what you are seeing here, right? So when we get the new access token, we will set that inside the local storage, and also we set the original request authorization header, and we will resend that request. Okay, so that's how the user will not be logged out. All right, so currently this our settings is like 10 seconds, but maybe we will set it to 15 minutes. Okay, so I think 15 minutes is good. All right, let's save it, and let's again log out and log in, right? Now you can see, even after the 15 minutes, the user is logged in. He will not be logged out because the refresh token will give him the new access token and he'll stay logged in. All right, before we end this section, we will fix some of the issues that we have in this portal. So first, if you log in and when you are logged in and want to try to go to the login page, this is still allowing you to go to the login page, right? But when you're logged in, you should not be able to go to the login page. Similarly, when you're logged in, you should not be able to go to the registration page as well, right? But here in our case, this is allowing you to go to the registration page as well as login page, even when you are logged in, right? The login and registration page should only be accessed by the logged out users or the people who are not logged in yet. Similarly, if you are logged out and want to go to the dashboard, right? So it should not allow you to go to the dashboard when you are not logged in, because the dashboard should be only be accessible by the logged in users. But in our case, what is happening here is, you see, just log out and you go to the dashboard, right? So you are still seeing some of the content of the dashboard, and then it is throwing you out of the dashboard page to this login page. That is because you see your code is going here in this catch, right? So it is clearing out the access token and refresh token, and it is sending you to the login page. But the problem here is there is some inconsistency here. If you log out and go back to dashboard, you still see some of the dashboard content, right? So we should not be able to see any of the content here. Okay, so that's why we will handle that in the React route itself. Okay. So first we'll take care of the private routes. Okay, so what do I mean by private route? Which means the URLs or the routes that needs the authentication, right? For example, dashboard. Okay, in order to access the dashboard, you should be logged in, right? And we have a public routes also. So public route means the login and registration pages. You need not to be logged in order to access these, these two pages. Okay, so let's take care of our private route. So let's create the new file here and name it as a private route.jsx, private route.jsx. Okay, so in this private route.jsx, we will navigate to the users based on the login status. All right, so this is a functional component, RAFCE. Okay, so we have the component, and we need the login status, right? So that actually comes from useContext. Okay, so after this useContext, we will also import the auth context, right? We have this auth provider, right? So inside the auth provider, we have our auth context, right? So we will import that auth context from auth provider. All right, so to navigate the user to somewhere else, right? So we need the navigate component, which comes from a React router DOM. We'll say import navigate. Okay, let's put it inside a curly braces. Navigate. Import navigate from React router DOM. All right, so now what we will do is we will actually remove this. Okay, we will remove this. Okay, we'll also remove this. This return will be based on the conditions. Okay, so what will be the condition? Okay, so we'll say const is logged in, right? Const is logged in. That's equal to, we'll use useContext. And where is our is logged in status? It is inside the auth context, right? Okay, so now we know whether the user is logged in or logged out, right? So based on this, we will return the component, right? So return if is logged in, I'm sorry, is if is logged in question mark. So in case the user is logged in, we will print all the children. Okay, I'll just use children. I'll show you what do I mean by children, because this private route component we will wrap inside here, this route. Okay, just write children here, and you'll also need to pass this children. Okay, children, and if not, in the else case, we will again return navigate. We will navigate. Just close this, and inside the navigate, you just say to attribute, and where do you want to navigate, right? If the user is not logged in, he cannot access any private routes. He will be thrown into the login page. Okay, save this. The next step is go to the app.jsx. Okay, go to the app.jsx. So here your dashboard needs to be wrapped inside this private route. Okay, so I will just cut this. Okay, before that, let's import the private route. Import private route, and next change this element, right? So get this and open your private route like this. Okay, so inside the private route, you put this dashboard. Okay, now let's go back and let's try to go to the dashboard page. And you can see previously we were seeing some of the content of the dashboard, and then we were getting redirected to the login page. But right now you can see you cannot see anything regarding that dashboard, right? So at this point, I think we don't need this. I don't know why I put this here. There is no point of putting it here. Just save it. Okay, all right. So this is about the private route. And if you have private routes like maybe my profile, then you will just wrap this private route inside that my profile component. Okay, so that's very easy. Now in the next video, we will work on the public route. Okay, right now this is the private route, and we also need the public route. Okay, it is also very simple. Just the condition changes here. All right, let's see that in the next one. Okay, just like the way how we did this private route, we will do the public route as well. We'll create a new file and say public route.jsx, and say RAFCE. All right. So this time also we will import this one, right? We need all the three of them. We'll just paste it here. Okay. And, we'll pass this children as well. Just copy this children and put it here inside the public route component. And, we need this is logged in status here as well. Okay. We have the is logged in status, and this condition will change now. So we'll delete this and we'll write the condition here. If not is logged in. If not is logged in. Before it was if logged in, right? Now this time it is if not logged in, right? If not logged in, and open a parenthesis, and we will load all the children, right? If it is not logged in. And in the else case, open up parenthesis and say navigate, and say 2 is equal to dashboard. Okay, so why dashboard? It is because this is a public route, right? So if you're not logged in, you will be able to access the login and registration page, which is its children, right? In the else case, which means if you are logged in, then you will be redirected to the dashboard page. Okay, the last step is to go to the app.jsx and we will import public route, and these are our public route, right? So this is also public route, but we don't want to put anything here, right? Because no matter you are logged in or logged out, you can still see the main content. All right, so this one, just cut this. Okay, cut this and say public route, and inside this public route you put this register. All right, similarly cut this here and say public route, close this and put this login here inside the public route. Okay, so at this point I try to go to the dashboard page and I will not be able to go to the dashboard page because I'm not logged in yet. I will now log in. Okay, so when I'm logged in, I will try to go to login. Now you can see it is taking me to the dashboard, right? And go to the register page and it is taking me to the dashboard, right? One more thing I want to fix is when I'm logged in, I don't want to go to the home page. Instead, I want to go to the dashboard. All right, we can change that inside the components login.jsx, and here you see when we were writing this one, we had no dashboard URL, right? Now that we have dashboard URL, we will save it, put this here and save it, log out and log in, and we are going to the dashboard page. All right, at this point, I think we have enough front-end and back-end setup for displaying the stock prediction in our portal. Our next section will be about the actual stock prediction using machine learning. So we will pause working on this portal now and learn to build the stock prediction feature. We will build and train our prediction model using Jupyter Notebook. Once everything is ready in the Jupyter Notebook, we will come back here to the application and create the APIs for the predictions. With regards to the front end, we will integrate a drop-down to select the stock and consume those APIs to display the prediction plots and other useful information. So now let's push our existing changes to the GitHub. So before that, I'll quickly remove the console.log here in the Axios instance. Okay, I don't want this. I'll remove this. And then now we will push the code to the GitHub. So I stop the server and I'll say git status. I think we have a lot of untracked files here, right? So this is a very big section. So I'll say git add -a, git commit -m, and we will give the commit message as authentication functionalities. All right, I'll say git push origin main. All right, thank you.